right, everybody. Welcome to the APAC Continentals Day 2. This is the top cut. I'm Combination Bean. With me is a Maverick and the Promethean.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey there, great to be here.
Yes, and today we will be casting the top cut, which should be beginning soon. I'm not sure of the exact schedule, but
Very soon, I believe. So, if we can, we're just going to take a second to explain what we're looking at today. So, yesterday was the beginning of the APAC Continentals. We had 80 players show up, and they played 10 rounds of single-sided Swiss. We're going to be left with 16 players today. Again, if you want to see the deck list that are going to be played today, if you want to see any of the standings, you can find half of that stuff up on Aesop's tables. Link should be shared in chat, as well as the deck lists. So the format today, it is double elimination. So it's a single-sided thing. So the first place player will be playing the 16th player, the second against 15th, and so on and so forth. And basically players will be matching up against each other until you have taken 2 losses throughout today. Once you've received your second loss, that's it. You fall at the bottom of the bracket, and your Continentals run comes to an end until we're left with just 2 players who will be playing to the finals. Again, whoever takes 2 losses will be leaving us today. So we have 16 players. Mind you, the meta is a bit interesting. It's in some ways, I wouldn't say monocolor, but it's actually not particularly surprising. We saw a lot of homogeneity when it comes to just the purple faction over yesterday. Almost half the players that came to the event yesterday were playing the HB faction, and we're seeing that sort of HB dominance in the top cut. I believe I looked at some numbers. I crunched some numbers yesterday. HB Precision Design, the most popular corporation at 22 players, is still sitting at a 64% win rate after Swiss. It is clearly the thing to beat today.
It is just such a good and powerful deck. And if you have a look at the cut, the first round of the cut, literally every single corp in the cut, playing in the cut right now is a HB. Literally every single corp is HB.
right.
Yeah.
Hey, we are in a one's Thule, but the rest of them are the good ones.
Yeah, that Thule deck, mind you, I hope we're going to see it eventually on stream. That's probably very similar to the Thule list we saw, almost winning the NPC. Boston, Santa, mind you, has been grinding that list for a while now, just waiting for that Knob Creed ban, for that Lou ban. Definitely puts some punch back into that deck. So it's quite exciting. Again, other op decks that we're looking at the top cut that's not purple. There's one op deck at 15th place on Amaram who's got in there with a very strong standing. And we have 2 Gentekis, Isowak and Personal Evolution. And of course, actually one NBN, the top of Swiss, Augustus Caesar himself, undefeated on an NEH deck. And after Bologna got banned a couple weeks ago, the question is, what are you actually doing with NBN? And the answer is, we're just playing that really good Reality Plus deck, and we're just playing Degree Mill, and we're putting in NEH, and it's obviously crushing it. So we're definitely going to be seeing that deck, I imagine, at some point today.
I'd love to see it. I'm also very excited to see this Sebastião deck that's in there. One Sebastião is not what you expect to see in the top cut necessarily. Man of the Moon, obviously an incredible player. But yeah, some interesting ideas here.
Games are beginning if we want to start getting into one.
Let's do it.
Currently, I'm on table 3. You mentioned wanting to see the Thule. We could switch to 7 if you want to see the Sebastião.
If we're on table 3, let's do table 3.
All right. And we'll turn off the bracket, and away we go.
Is table 3 the Man of the Moon Bowsley matchup?
No, this one is Thule versus Kit. Kvudova versus Santa.
Thank you. Let's go over
there. Kit steals Hyperloop extension. C3 installs first turn.
Okay, so this matchup,
is unfortunately a game where Kit is now just a blank ID that says you have 5 left.
Right. I mean, I guess you can break the single thing Lundy as a code gate instead of a sentry. Now
this Kit list is, I think, nearly card for card from the list that Nichan won the last Continentals with. Very powerful list, as you said before. It has some of the strongest, most expensive programs too of Breaking Ice, but Breaking Ice is not the name of the game. Thule. We have to have a talk about what this deck does, because a lot of players have not played against this archetype, and it's very, very tricky. It is a very fine line that you're walking. You firstly have that Thule tax, so whenever an agenda is stolen, you have to take a core damage unless you want to pay a click and 2 credits. It's not an additional cost, and that's really important. So if you ever collide with an agenda, you're forced to steal it and then choose to pay or not.
Right.
And what this deck wants to do is it's going to put some assets on the table. It's ideally going to score a false lead. Best case scenario is 2 false leads, excuse me. And then it's going to leverage these operations that give you tags and then transition to a beat damage kill plan and put you in a situation where if you only have 3 cards in hand, end of the line will just end your game. So Tvaduva, if we look at the deck list, there's one copy of No Free Lunch. There's no copies of Stone Chip Chart Room, which is a bit of a tech card here. But that No Free Lunch, if it's a one of in this 45 card deck, is actually incredibly important because there's no other cards in the deck that interact with tags. Maybe you can light the fire in Agenda. This server 2 is perfect for the singleton light the fire in the list, which might actually be a new inclusion for this meta. It's a wild matchup.
Might be. Yeah, we can see this now. 3 installs in server 2. This could be several Mr. Hendricks, though.
3 triplets, yeah. The upgrades on this list are only Hendrick and Mana Guard. We're looking at, it could be any Agenda. False Lead would be the best score here for Santa off the top. We'll see.
Turn 1, we had 2 Agenda installs, both perfectly stolen by Kit, missing what I presume was the Distract. Oh, whoops, yeah, I always do this. My bad, I gotta mute some text.
Yeah, no worries. I'll come down in a second.
I'm at the point. I've forgotten that JNet even have sounds. I turned it off a million years ago. And
I get
to a new browser. I'm just like, oh my god, there's sounds in this program.
I get jump scared all the time.
Yeah.
I had the pleasure to talk to Santa, who, mind you, brought this deck to Boston NPC.
And browser, I'm just like, oh my god,
this game. And he kind of wants to read his opponents. All the time. He was actually very confident that what he'll do is he'll take assets. I had the pleasure to talk to even very important cards like False NPC, and he'll install them in release servers, and he won't score them out. He will actually just leave them there until a following turn where he has enough of a board state, he can transition to his win condition. So server 2, triple install. None of that's moving. Server 4 and server 5, we might not see those res. We might not see those scores out. He wants to read his opponent and start to set up that trap. Burner.
Burner, that's a good one. Could be some combo cards.
Very powerful.
Set up the kill.
We're going to see the whole hand here. So you're trying to bottom some of these cards. Very importantly, end the line, and some of these operations are singletons or doubles in the deck. At the end of the day, putting them on the bottom of the deck feels like a huge success for you. But the biggest issue is this deck is running 2 copies of Gaslight. And if those survive on server 4 or server 5, the ultimate card that Charlie will put out there and just not res until it matters, it doesn't matter where that agenda is. It's coming back.
Oh, okay, pops up.
That's some good hits.
Right. Tribute Tracing, Upper Research, Orbital Superiority. They switched to Orbital Superiority, I think, recently. They initially were on the, what was it? They were on the Ontological Dependence, but then they switched to Orbital because they found out they really weren't scoring out. So sometimes they could just FA a 4-2, I think, with MCA, and then use that to kill,
So if you leave it on the table, you have another fork, like another meat damage condition, because inherently, if you're trying to kill with meat damage, you only have a single copy of the end of line. So this is technically another option to exactly close the game. MCA Austerity is a nice way to do it.
Yeah, Orbital Superiority is not usually that good an agenda, but when you're playing Netrunner this weirdly, it's okay.
It gets it there.
You know,
we've been seeing. You know what? I think the most recent metas we've seen the most orbital superiority of like any time since the card's been out. It's literally never seen play until like Rebelling Without Rehearsal came out, and then it was in a bunch of decks. It's it's peak orbital superiority time.
You're expecting to see it in HB, which I think is so funny. Yeah. Mind you, that orbital superiority is now on the top of R&D. If Tvaduva wants to make the run here before the last click, it'll probably be shuffled into the deck once you are on 4 points. That is a problem. The deck is running Ikwaz. Those are massive 5/3s, so that can be hard. But Santa here does have the reset button. We'll see if he shuffles in immediately.
There's no cards in archives, though, so can you use
You can still do it.
You can. You can still shuffle. Yeah.
It's a really strange interaction.
As well, because this might be a big brain play, but Santa is a big brain player. I wonder if server 2 has a Gaslight and Santa was trying to bake the burner before popping a Gaslight.
Yeah, it's all about that Gaslight because you're right. You're not worried about that burner whatsoever. It's also really interesting. Once Tvaduva steals another agenda here, you're going to be on threat 3 no matter what, and that really matters for Oppo. If you land an Oppo and you lose, the 3 clicks by the riot suppression, like you're floating tags almost no matter what. But Shuffle and Axis there, touching nothing, just using Spin Doctor to change game state, and Tvaduva will end with a creative commission.
Nice, get that cash out.
So one thing that Santa wants to be doing, I think, is you play Riot Suppression, and then you sort of have to respect the Oppo as the runner, because if you take the -3 clicks and you get Oppo'd, you're about to have an extremely bad time.
Then you can clear 1 click, and whoopsies. Because there are also, I believe, 3 Hypoxias and 1 in the line, so even if you add 4 cards, they can get you down and then finish you off.
It's the sort of thing when players who are not familiar with this deck pick it up. You won't often see value Riot Suppressions. You're generally trying to set those up exactly. You want to do a Riot Suppression, follow that up with maybe a second Riot Suppression, but then of course the third card there will be the Oppo. You generally want to play those cards together. And we know when Oppo is on the bottom of the deck, again, none of these cards getting res, none of them getting fired. So server 4, server 2, one of those could easily be the Gaslight pulling the Oppo at any opportunity. We're
We
checking.
no longer know where that oppo is because we had a shuffle. So we've got a
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, it could be
yeah,
anywhere.
could be anywhere. Face down Maryland, you're never trashing that. Turns on all kinds of nasty things.
Yeah, and then you get oppoed. And, you know, again, it's, I don't know if the Fool deck relies on having too much money. I mean, of course, you don't want none. I guess you need a good amount for oppo, but, gets a pretty Mary to Silva. Starts getting some multi-access in here, and
Ooh.
sparks out the Orca. Well,
Which
not
does
the one you want. It brings a Jaguarundi for 2. That's the best you got.
well,
So you're
there's,
not dealing with Gatekeeper, but
yeah, there's only one Gatekeeper, one Jaguarundi. Hope they draw Jaguar first.
what's really funny, if you notice the icon Tvaduva has next to his name, that's his image on the No Free Lunch, which is actually one of the most important cards potentially in this matchup. So you'd love to have your face attached to it. I want to see that card hit the table for sure.
That's so tight. That's so good. Is that even? Oh, there is. There's a one of in this deck.
Exactly.
I think the Light to Fire is really interesting. That's such a
cool.
great meta call for this
Well,
tournament.
it's like
I think coming into it.
Do you want to take core damage in exactly this matchup? It's both really good, but also you're doing what the corp wants to do to you. They want to get you to 3 hand size. So
in this one, it's inconvenient. But,
it's tricky.
You know, in a lot of matchups, it's interesting, but it also potentially, like, if you ever decide you want to hit server 2 and maybe there's a winning agenda in there, well, if there's a winning agenda, it doesn't matter. But theoretically, with multiple Mr. Hendricks, you could theoretically take 1 core instead of 2 or 3 from a bad server.
Yeah, it's really hard to figure out how you want to use that one, but it definitely can save you in a pinch.
You know, it's a question, but Thule always forces you to do weird stuff, so.
Now, Charlie's thinking again, none of these cards are moving. Server 7 being spit out. Some of these cards are known. Tvaduva did threaten down with that Pretty Mary, and seeing 2 cards from the R&D, that is difficult if you see 2 agendas. Now, there you go, Austerity. So we're going to trade 1 click for each player off the turn. Eventually, that becomes a 4-click turn. And even while the Austerity policy, sometimes you're scared of just scoring agendas, you can do wild things on the turn the Austerity pops, where you can play Distributed Tracing. You can play Hypoxia into the end of the line, all within the same turn, which is a line that's a bit tricky to play around on the very important turns when this thing has 2 or 3 counters. Now, if you let the table and you do nothing here, Charlie actually has a fair bit of work to do. The worst case scenario is that server 7 is eventually a false lead because that card is just cursed when one of them is scored, let alone 2 of them is scored, but you just take your turn away. And with the Wage Workers Res here, we're expecting triple install. The board is just going to expand. We're zooming out.
This is an immense tempo turn from Charlie here.
Okay.
That's so hard for the runner to keep up with now.
Sorry, everybody. People like me zooming in. It can't happen.
With only 19 assets in the deck. Okay, hold on. Only 19 assets. Some of these are very likely to be agendas. Wage Workers can threaten out 4 2s, but here Charlie has no real reason to score at anything largely besides a false lead. Almost all the other agendas are worse tempo trades for Tvaduva, let alone get you closer to that threat 3 threshold.
Do not disturb.
Blind Laundry. I have to wonder what the heck is in server 2. Is this like 2 Hendricks and something? Oh god, second MCA on the table. That's spooky.
That's something.
You could leave an equal on the table. It's hard to tell what server 2 could be. You keep a Gaslight around. Sometimes you keep a Malia around. Just like Malia does beat technically the single no free lunch. It's very important to understand, though, for all the players you're going to be seeing today, it is open deck lists. So while I would dread playing against this Thule if I didn't know all the cards in it, both of these players have full information of what's going on, which obviously helps. It changes the game. We're seeing 2 on R&D. Well, Pretty's optional, technically.
Now, Pretty, you're only seeing 1.
Oh, it doesn't
need
even
at least
fire.
2. So,
Ooh,
it's an orbital.
This is a huge turn. Well, Charlie has a chance of actually landing lethal here, I think, if he has enough credits. If Austerity hits 3 and we have 2 Gaslights, if one of the combo cards is in hand, I'm pretty sure you can do Distributed Tracing, Hypoxia, end of the line. Now, Anacom hitting an event and getting trash, yeah, Santa's going to take a think here. There's actually a situation where Tvaduva might take the last click right there, stealing the orbital and paying for the core damage.
Maybe.
It's going to require a lot on the table. Because the idea is that Distributed Tracing, you can only fire after the turn the runner has stolen an agenda. It's a double that costs 3, so it's a bit expensive. But on the Austerity turn, you can give it the 3rd counter on Austerity and then trash it to actually fundamentally have a 5-click turn. That's actually all you need for Distributed, Hypoxia, end of the line. That combo costs you, I think, 6-7 credits. We might actually have it. Yeah.
We should. Yeah, they should have enough money to do it if they can get all the pieces in.
Santa's thinking. They're figuring out the line. It's, something's happening. Very
It
much.
all comes down to cards in hand. Mind you, Rashida's, we haven't seen that draw 3 could get you what you need. Gaslights, there's almost definitely one on the table here. The only other card we know is that there's an MCI Austerity face down in server 10.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
But if you don't have lethal
server
here,
4,
now this is a
9/11
little,
Totem Mysteries.
a little spooky. You're getting a little late in the game, so I think that's probably why we're putting in so much effort, because we really want this to be the win.
Now, the Onacom is actually really important because Onacom draws a card whenever an event is trashed. It doesn't matter how it's a trash. Technically, they're trashed after they resolve playing. But if you hit an Hypoxia and the core damage hits an event, that's going to leave Taduva on technically 2 core damage, which will be important for a further turn.
Right,
but you're not
it
going to
won't
end a
be a-
line on this turn.
Right, it won't kill
Yeah,
this.
it's going to be hard to get lethal. And the as far as opportunities to do this, the only way you still have a lot of chances to land the combo here because there's still like, 4 more 1-pointers left in the deck. There's 3 more 2-pointers. Tabaduva has to hit exactly the Iqua to avoid potential lethal lines.
Right.
Of which there are 2. So there's still going to be a lot of opportunities to land this kill, even if you land like half a kill now to soften them up for later.
Yeah, but it's still a little spooky. You just, it's just a little. You don't want the situation where an agenda can win it. That's not a great place for this deck.
No,
There's
not
some
at all.
very powerful multi-axes that's great into this deck. Things like Stargate, things like Catalog are really good because technically Tabaduva now can get to 4 agenda points and start to play, I would say, very conservatively. And then if you have one of these power events or these power programs or hardware, let's say it, you can just try and snipe the last Iqua and close the game out. Unfortunately, Tabaduva here, all we have for multi-axis, if I'm not missing anything, is Trick Shot, which means you're going to have to get a few more accesses throughout the game and hope you're finding that 3-pointer to just snatch the game in one big turn.
Right.
Otherwise, as you said, there's a lot more opportunities to go find those 1-pointers and slip deeper into the distributed tracing pool.
Now, we know they do have burners, so it is possible, theoretically, if an Equal remains in hand, you could hit it with that to specifically set it up for yourself.
Yeah, I'm very excited if Santa is like respecting here burner and actually taking things like server 2. Oh, first Gaslight.
There is the Gaslight.
He might go for it here. So we'll see what he pulls here, but you need distributed tracing, you need Hypoxia, and you need end of the line. So that's a 3-card combo of which we at least saw the Oppo get shuffled in at some point. So that's probably not back in hand.
Right.
As you said, Andre, you need that first Hypoxia not to hit the something that will trigger Anacom, which is maybe not that likely. There's a number of resources in the list, a couple of hardware. It's still a broadly event list.
Yeah, it's mostly events. It has 28 events in it total for multi-access. It does have 3 trick shots, 1 burner remaining, 1 jailbreak in there, potentially. And they've got pretty married to silver, so the trick shots are triple accesses.
The Santa's stalling here. It looks like there's no Rashida on the table. You will generally, I imagine, fire that before the Gaslight to see what you draw into and then grab whatever you didn't with the Gaslight. So that means that there's less option here. Pulling the Hypoxia, so... End of the line's only a 1 of in the deck. Maybe Santa here is just going to go for the Tempo Hypoxia to set Tabaduva to the lethal 2 core damage range for a further turn.
Could also have it in hand. I mean,
5
clicks. It's following.
Here's the 5 clicks here. So again, distributed tracing is a double in the deck, a 2 of as well.
Oh,
it looks like we're advancing. Triple advance.
Is this going to be a Luminal?
Is there a Luminal in the deck?
Is this going to be the?
Let's see. Santa has a Luminal. Yes, there's a Luminal there.
Oh, is this going to be a false lead? Yes, false lead.
Huge. With 3 clicks left.
Very tight.
And 3 clicks left for distributed tracing, Hypoxia.
Hitting the event there, so luckily we didn't go there.
Right.
Asking for
next turn
actions.
Yeah, because next turn you drop them to 1 click.
Right.
So Tabaduva is going to have 3 clicks here. Very importantly, False Lead says lose 2 clicks if able. So as soon as Tabaduva takes a click,
turn because Hypoxia took a turn and MCA took a click, and they're gonna pop False Lead. They will have 0 clicks.
Yeah, they're gonna pop False Lead exactly.
Right, but yeah, but we
missed
discard down. Clicks removed before.
So now we're gonna float the tag with 4 credits with Marilyn here. So Orbital Superiority doesn't kill. We're going to discard down to 2. Actually, Orbital on the table will kill here if it's server 11 or server 2.
Yeah, there's Wage Workers. They got 4 creds.
Oh, wow.
Advance,
It's an orbital.
advance!
Credit
Boom!
perfect kill. It's the season of orbital superiority. I told you.
Light the
Genius!
fire, getting knocked out from hand. It's been on the table from
Unreal.
turn 2, turn 3, but
Tragedy.
that's why the card ends up in this deck. Alternate win conditions.
I can see why
That's
that
such a
turn
great
took so much thinking, but that is the thing with this dual deck. It puts you in a lot of really bad positions that, you have a line to win most scenarios. It's just complex.
I have like a really clear memory playing against this deck earlier this year. And when you see the MCA austerity policy, you think, oh, what are they going to do? Score an agenda from hand? I don't care. And then you realize terrible things happen really quickly to you. So well played to both players. Charlie, mind you,
Incredible line.
undefeated currently in Thule, 6 wins in a row across these 2 days. And Tvaduva is not out of this tournament. It's just going to drop to the lower bracket and has still a chance to return the favor later on in this tournament.
Mm-hmm.
We got some time. You want to hit another tournament?
You want to see that
table?
Sebastian? See if that's not over
Yeah,
yet?
let's do it. Table 7.
Table 7.
All right, let's go.
All right, here we go.
All right. So, okay. There's some things that have been happening in this game.
0 agenda points scored, so we got a minute.
We have a game. All right, so Bowsley playing Asa Group. The first install a turn gives you a double install in or in front of the remote server. Second card can't be an agenda. Ace Group efficiency. The power cards you should be looking out for are fully operational. This operation that draws cards and credits based on all those servers you build horizontally. Very, very important. Now, Seb, the newest Anarch from Rebellion Without Rehearsal, hasn't found a home as a competitive runner just yet, but you do see some of the power cards on the table. Aqua Ceres Crew is a nightmare card. People are very afraid of this one. And combined with Leech, probably, I think there's 2 copies of Devil Charm. Ice can be destroyed. Otherwise, the breakers, we're looking at regular breakers. We're not on the console that came in the set. We're just playing some patchwork. Throw out some friends, save some credits.
Oh, Seb's console is not great.
Oh, I love patchwork decks.
Yeah. 12
have you-
cards left in the stack. Sorry?
Geez, we have burned through this thing, and with the
Sebastian
Ashen
does have
Epilogue
an
is already in
Ashen
the
Epilogue.
bin.
Oh, they also have flavor rights.
Yeah, classic Anarch stuff. It's all coming back. Just you wait.
Yeah, I'll get it eventually. Don't worry.
Now, money has stalled out here. Hannah being cracked to remove the click or move the tag and get some clicks back. With Patchwork, you can bounce back, mind you. Most cards in the deck are playable. There's nothing that expensive in the list besides the breakers. There's the Devil Charm, and now you Aqua Ceres Crew and Devil Charm will instantly destroy just about every ice in the format, barring like 2.5 of them. So
like tier.
Yeah, Stavka tier wrap, but the question is, what can you do here? A lot of these Seb decks actually don't run a lot of pressure, and that's been my struggle. It's all single accesses unless you can find a copy of your Manuel Laches de Maura. Iru, I don't believe, made this deck, Iru Yase Pessoa, so we're not running Archives for multi-access. I don't think we have Stargate. I don't think we have Twinning, so it's going to be really interesting to see how this matters. Austerity in the remote server. Not always the first card you expect in an ASA.
Yeah,
the only econ card left in the deck, as far as I can tell, is like a Dirty Laundry at this stage.
Everything's iced up.
Yeah, and you have to get in if you want to prove access back anything, like your friends of friends or whatever. Yeah, so look, interesting one. It looks like they've taken the crew shell that people were playing around with in Hashiko and kind of jammed it into Seb, which is what people were doing in the first couple of weeks of the meta before we went like, but what if Hashiko's better? The classic move.
Hey, I actually need to correct myself. Bowsley's deck is a bit more interesting than the standard Asa Group decks you might be used to. Specifically, it's more 5/3 heavy. So we're looking at a full playset of Iqua, one send a message. And that makes sense when you see Austerity Policy. A lot of times now, you're going to see the runner pressure HQ because Austerity Policy will score an agenda from hand in the next 2 turns. So if you can go hand, you can interrupt that. But there's also a lot of weird click loss stuff. There's active policing. There's pulse. So you might cold select server even. Like you might have a harder time contesting servers than you would expect at weird instances.
This is really interesting, actually. Like the MCAs,
which is, I don't think we see that much.
Yeah, it's really rare. I think that these Bowsley's going hard on the click compression. Like, I like it. I appreciate it. It's runners are rich. If you're trying to do it like turbine rigs, money's not going to be an issue, but you still only have 4 clicks.
You got
unless, of course, you're Sebastian and you have 3 copies of Hannah Will's pulling truck.
She keeps coming back.
She keeps coming back.
Yeah.
I think we would see some pressure here.
Right. We will know there are no clots in the Spatial deck, so this MCA fast advance is not really much they can do to stop it, unless they get it or hit HQ this turn.
There's the
Here comes the
Praxis.
privilege access.
Access.
Yeah, and you're pretty much always gonna hit here. You're always gonna be able to destroy this ice.
Right.
Yeah, you
I
can
get what-
even immediately bring back the Aqua Ceres crew, which is pretty rude. With 3 credits, you only need 2. If we look at the bin here, we can bring back a program, a resource. In terms of the programs here, there's nothing
Yeah,
that's incredibly tempo
program.
positive.
It's set to
Oh yeah, we're not threat.
Well,
Yeah,
it's zero
excuse me.
scored thing, so only
Yeah,
a
Bowsley's
resource.
thinking. So bringing back a resource here, in terms of economy, not too many options, right? Some of these sub decks, as much as the not connection, they will run daily cast and stuff like that. But here, friend of a friend is probably the econ play.
Yeah, probably. You can day 9, take a tag, install something else. Maybe, or right.
Oh, MIC, that's very. You can get through that for 2 credits with Buzzsaw if you want to. I'm not sure if you're going to Aqua Ceres crew and Archives Ice, but Bowsley playing 6 credits on this is a lot of money. Considering all the other ice on the table is unrezzed, you have to eat one of these ice with Aqua Ceres Devil Charm. So remote server with 3 ice on that, there's no Vopo in this list. That should be some expensive rezzes. We're charming it. We're opening up archives.
Alright, interesting. There's one privilege access in bin currently. This deck does run free, so there might be another one they're hoping to use, or again, they'll get it back.
Yeah, there's a lot of options here. What would your first instinct be to grab here? Is it going to be another crew from ice destruction? Is it a friend to get some money rolling again? Friend of a friend?
I'm imagining you need friend to deal with the tag and get some money back, but you could go more aggressive on Hannah, charge the remote server, and just float a tag for a turn. Mind you, this HB deck is not one of the decks that is playing Greasing the Palm, so tag punishment is not alive and well in this HB deck. Now, mind you,
it looks like we're going for the friend.
Yeah.
I mean,
5 credits for move a tag, not too bad. We also installed that cheaper, let alone drew cards with the additional patchwork, throwing out a Steelskin Scarring. Such a fun interaction with these strike funds and Steelskins. Just kind of, that's how you end up with this few cards in your stack. Oh, Manuel, very important here. If you want to send it HQ, force a res. Yeah. Praxis is like such a wild card. Like imagine threat 3 as well. It just gets 3 cards on the table, 2 cards on the table. Feels good sometimes.
Absolutely top tier click. That's, I mean, if you're using the clicks per click measure of your net run turns, that's a high clicks per click ratio right there.
That's 10
so
clicks per click.
Gone through 2 spin doctors. We've now gone through 24 cards. If we can manage to go HQ, at least force Bowsley to res some ice, and some of those face checks can be relatively bad. A drafter here, not going to be great for you. This deck's only running 2. You're expecting to see an agenda and a half in HQ here. And with Manuel seeing 2 cards, you can interact with Ikawas, which is definitely a bummer. That's nearly half the points in R&D, or sorry, in the deck in general. You might see some pressure here. The question is, how scared are you of that HQ face check?
Yeah.
So what's our worst case scenario here? It's going to be, I mean, Drafter's quite bad.
Drafter's quite bad with the fully op, the Rashida, the Tranquility.
Yeah.
They're all great.
Drafter's quite bad. Pulse is a bit bad.
It's fine.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, it's not really bad.
I think you break it for 1.
You're pretty low on clicks, so the losing a click, I guess you can't steal an equal if it's in there, but I played a Faria wouldn't really matter, and Ansai might hurt a little.
Interestingly, Man of the Moon is
wreck you, but at least it'll wreck the corp as well.
Yeah, that would be a lot of money. That's all your money, though. So
yeah,
very relevant.
I'm super interested that Man of the Moon's not running DJ Fenris. A lot of times that's my favorite resource to play for very cheap with Seb. Go get back that recursion, that card draw that Seb feels like he needs when he goes Steve. But hey, we're charging the remote server here, forcing Bowsley's money where his mouth is, and with no clicks left, Drafter is going to be uncontested. Those Byroids on sub 1.0 is just going to fire, but as you said, it's kind of bad for Bowsley too if he goes down to 0 credits.
Right.
It just about has to be a Managam Skunkworks in there though, doesn't there?
Yeah.
So they're at 6. Man of the Moon's at 6 credits. So if you res just a Managarm, then he can still. Well, then he can't trash. So.
Yeah, you're not gonna get anywhere.
Yeah, I suppose that'll mess up.
Ooh, 14 minutes to go. Oh, there's the answer. We're just gonna get a board nuke.
Oof, 1 of per deck. All those are going to fire, mind you. We have no time to reason with this Byroid. Trash 1 installed runner card. That's an interesting choice. Getting rid of the Buzzsaw is tricky.
Oh, get a Rashida back too. If Bosley wants to.
Big money.
No free clicks.
Right.
And now everything is saved. That last subroutine cannot steal or trash. You can still go in there and touch those cards and see what they are, get some information, but Buzzsaw getting ejected from the play space. The recursion in this deck is all the recursion, like the Ashen recursion, but otherwise we're waiting for Threat for that last copy of Praxis to bring that back.
Yeah.
And there's that free Rashida on the last click. Can't contest it. That's going to be a free Rashida fire. Oh, it's a wonderful thing. Is Man the Moon going to continue here?
You might as well. Just find out what the cards are. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because upgrades in the deck, mind you, Managarm, we know there's a Tranquility, so the other upgrades are probably the Anoetic you're looking at, the Cold Sight Server potentially. Not that you can touch any of those cards, but hey, you might as well see what the art looks like.
You can
art's
touch
pretty
it,
great.
but you can't
It
destroy
knows what
it.
you, yeah. It's good to know what to play around here.
Anoetic Void, Skunk Void.
Ready to
Kind
go.
of sucks to get in there and not be able to trash it, but whoops. Rashida getting 3 and 3 cards, which might actually make an FA this turn possible on a smaller agenda, though. Let's see. Belsley is very poor still.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit hard to get wage workers value here, but it looks like maybe going for a score off MCA potentially here.
I think you can get the money up with Tranquility, so if you get an off-world office,
true.
you're sort of back in it.
Oh yeah, Yank, and then Stall, you've got 4 clicks left.
And now you'll get a wage workers.
Or an off-world.
4.
Yeah. And now you can see the next card.
That's nice. That's really nice.
That's good value. Nice. And reinstall something on Archives. Does not want to give those free privileged accesses.
So Man in the Moon's pressure card right now is Manuel Leches. And the problem here is you need a tag for that text to be active. If you look at Man in the Moon's discard pile, it's genuinely kind of difficult to get a tag. All of the tag generating cards are in the bin. All 3 copies of Alcocer's Crew. That's the most tag per card you have. Friends of a Friends are out. Hannah is out. I'm not actually sure how you end up giving yourself a tag.
Well, you play your Laborites, and then you play your Ashen Epilogue, and then you
You have to start the recursion cycle, which that is a very explosive recursion cycle. Mind you, 1 Laborites has already been removed from the game, so we're looking at only 1 more, definitely in hand or deck at this point on check just yet. But that cycle can be a bit fast, but I don't even know if you have time to Ashen. Bowsley's going to push next turn. Anoetic Managarm is hard to beat.
That serve is horrifying. Like, you've got Ansel on the outside, you've got Skunk Void, that server is just gnarly. You have to transition to some kind of central pressure at this point, probably, which is just looking difficult.
Right. It's especially with Bowsley recovering from that money pretty quickly, they're going to just keep pushing.
Drawing up with Nuka, mind you, 6 influence on Nuka in this deck, a lovely connection. Gets you some card draw. It's a bit slow. Julie can help there. As much as all those blue cards are already in the bin, you'd love a Miss Bones on this board save if you can. Bowsley can probably only res 1.5 ice, so Man in the Moon might just send it here. We're seeing Dirty Laundry probably playing that for free with Patchwork and saying, res it. And if you res this, can you score out in the next turn? Tranquility Home Grid is going to do so much heavy lifting, but I like it here from behind, forcing Bowsley to cash in if he wants the defenses. Oh, Drafter.
Well,
Draft is good.
That's an ouch for Man in the Moon in the chat. That's going to hurt. Fully operational coming back. Rashida hitting the table 2 potentially. You can get that ace of double install. Bowsley can actually now put an agenda in server 1, get the Tranquility. It's very good.
That's so powerful. And the fully up is what? My goodness. If you want it back. Fully up and Rashida potentially. Fully up and MCA. Everything's good. There's
a lot of options here. Your choice.
You've got too many great toys.
Adds a Blade of Barrier to HQ.
That's really interesting.
And then installs a card from HQ, possibly that agenda.
Unseen card.
For those who don't know, Trank Grid and just any card that's formatted like this, it says the first time each turn you do something, something happens. The runner's turn is a different turn. So you'd love to fire Tranquility on the runner's turn if you can. We see, I think, 1 card in Archives that's a Pulse flipped up. So without a Buzzsaw now, it got a bit better as much as you can technically click through this card. But Bowsley now setting up in server 1, no ace install.
So this could potentially be another off-world or even the 1-old Luminal.
All right. There's a lot of options.
Feels off-worldy.
It does.
Runs
Wage Workers now going to be contested. If I'm not mistaken, Bowsley's deck doesn't have it. Sorry, it has 2 copies of Seamless Launch. So the Wage Worker is actually really important.
Win this, keep them out.
When res runner loses a click, loses a credit, ends the run. It's like an enigma, but slightly different.
And they run unless they spend a click, so that did leave them out.
Oh, it's another off-world.
Advance.
It is an
Advance. 7.
Oh wow. We're
Free
seeing
money.
Perfect.
this game and the last one. We are seeing some just credit perfect HB efficiency going on.
This is pure. This, I was going to say it's precision design, but it's not because it's asset. But their design is still precise, even if they're not precision design.
Man in the Moon now needs to send it. We might see an HQ run here. It just has to make sure that if there is an Aqua, and we know there's 12 points of 5/3s in the deck, that it doesn't end up on server 1. Because as soon as it ends up on server 1, on top of the Mana Garm, on top of the Anoetic, there's not much you can do. And it's really hard to be behind 4 points against ASA Group where you have to close the game in 1 or 2 turns. Because Ikawas are just hard to deal with at speed due to their cost of having a click and 2 credits. It's just hard to touch 7 points.
Yeah, those clicks are. I hate
if
Project. It's my greatest enemy.
Bowsley has. It's your greatest. The number of times you hit that thing on last click and you just go.
Yeah,
God damn.
they have a pulse or they pop the MIC or whatever, and they just, it's just not fair. I just don't.
This is
like
huge.
It.
It's not.
Bottom of the deck, Labor Right's getting played here, so the 3 cards are going to be shuffled back. I don't know if we have time for Ashen Epilogue. My bet is no. So Man of the Moon has to figure out which cards are going to give him the most tempo the fastest. Now, Aquaceres Crew is definitely interesting. All the other breakers are in the bin. If we look at the list here, it does not have our good friend Banhar. So contesting ice remote servers is all going to be Aquaceres Crew, and I believe one more Devil Charm should be in hand at this point.
Do they even have a
Looks like
barrier breaker?
It's in the bin. It's a cleaver.
I know they have a cleaver. Okay, cool.
Okay.
Going for the crew of crews. And Ashen,
Ashen's slow, but I think if you don't get Ashen, you're really saying that you're set. If Man the Moon doesn't get Ashen, he's saying I'm going to be able to win off a couple of pushes, and it just doesn't look realistic. I think Ashen just gives you
a chance.
I think at this point you just kind of because otherwise Bowsley's just kind of has that their luxury because you just completely run out of gas. But of course you need gas now, but you need gas later because you're not winning. So it's looking bad for our good friend Man in the Moon, but. I believe the cause.
Now, Crew Charm. Yeah, this can contest 1 ice here. So that means you can always click through the unsell. That'll make Mana Garm a bit ugly. Don't worry about that too much. And Awake as well. But you're hoping now, if you can make Bowsley res some ice, that might slow down the Mana Garm res. That might slow down the Anoetic Fire and, of course, scoring out. Tranquility's going to fire. Only a few minutes.
Projects. Any agenda is likely to get you there at this point, just with the time. It's going to be very hard to touch another 6 points for the runner. Who's highest seed? Man in the Moon. Yep. So if we do get to a tie, then Man in the Moon will win on time if they manage to tie on points. But it's coming down to the wire.
There's if you're used to, playing against the more conventional HB matchups, if they get to 4 points, it's like, can they find their last, 2 copies of Ikwa? But it's just so different in this deck. Now, Bowsley double install 2 different servers, didn't advance server 1, which means if that is a 5/3, Bowsley is counting on either the wage workers to stick and having a seamless in hand, which is less likely. So maybe Man in the Moon's feeling good about this. Maybe you want to contest the wage workers. I think there's a chance server 7 is the backup wage workers that Bowsley is pushing for this sort of line. But this doesn't exactly scream 5/3.
It doesn't. It could be a very sneaky 5/3 using cohort guidance program as well as some combination
that'd be
of workers and seamless. Like you can do some pretty wild lines with HB these days. So it could be a very sneaky 5/3, but I think even if Bowsley can get to 6, gonna feel very confident about his chances.
Right.
Starting with the Praxis, we might just charm our way through the Aquaceres Crew, letting the Drafter fire. If you look at the bin, there's no defensive upgrades. There's a bit of ice, so you could figure out what you want here. But if that charm Aquaceres goes, there's not that much ice pressure this turn. You're hopefully going to get it back with the Praxis.
Looks like they're leeching, tagging.
Oh, leech, yeah, right. You don't have to charm this.
Yeah, they lost the cleaver, but they've kept the leech.
And you can get a crew back.
Yeah.
And a program now, right? Because we're at threat.
All right. Correct.
So the question is if you're going for a breaker here. In terms of the cheap end runs, we know an ablative went back to hand. That hasn't been installed yet, so I don't think you're worried exactly about that as much as I think there are 2 in the list. So big question, what do you want to pull back here? Probably another Aquaceres Crew, because Crew and Charm gets you pretty far. Valentina, mind you, install clearing that tag, making money, threat 3 text. You like to have a Valentina join your posse of connections for sure in this sort of deck.
Right.
This could be also getting a buzzsaw back, like maybe thinking the plan could be something like crew through the Ancel and just hope there's like a magnet behind it.
Yeah.
Oh,
The
potentially.
rest of the ice on the deck is like, you can kind of count what you think are more likely to see. We've seen 2 pulses so far. We're missing a pulse, a magnet, and an MIC. We still haven't seen bronze and Eli's, which you can maybe click through, but there's the buzzsaw for sure.
But if
Can
you
you
click
even
through the
contest server
outside,
1?
You're not clicking through those. It seems difficult, for sure.
Crew coming back, buzzsaw, big leech here. Bowsley's list, mind you, very importantly, does not have a virus. So if you're counting on using those leech tokens to weather down some of that ice with Aquaceros crew, you are pretty guaranteed to bring down what you think you're going to bring down. And up, this is a board state out of nowhere. Man of the Moon now has 5 more clicks potentially to work with. So we'll see if he can make that pressure connect.
Welcome to the kickflip zone.
Yeah. I wonder, like, what do you go for? We're checking server 7, might as well. We'll see if that is the extra wage worker. Sometimes it's a spin doctor to give you more feel for Anoetic, but it's just a Rashida on the table. That's interesting. Sometimes you do that, put it on the table to keep the runner busy when server 1's the real narrative they have to worry about, but Hannah is going to check that for free for sure. 4 clicks left here. Cupulation.
Okay.
We're checking HQ. Hoping server 1 just doesn't happen. Maybe you can steal the Seamless. Maybe you can pull yourself back here. You can always last click, challenge the pulse, and take down the wage workers. Maybe buy yourself a turn. No res. Seamless is stolen.
The Seamless.
Yeet.
Calculating the Seamless, that's enormous.
There's only 2 in this deck here. You can go back on HQ, see all of it, take down the wage workers. Hey, I wanted that. It seemed like a good one.
Wow, this turn is very kickflippy.
You know, that's Sebastian and I kickflip. Running
again. Playing around Echo Project.
Yeah, you're gonna
Let's see if we can refine from the Seamless if we're just gonna cash it in and throw it into archives. I'm very interested in whether Man of the Moon is gonna run wage workers. Mind you, if there's a second Seamless in hand, you can still triple advance and wage workers Seamless, a 5-3 on the table. So Man of the Moon still has the abilities, and well, actually, is technically a credit short unless you.
Yeah. Oh, you can. No, you can't.
Yeah, you're a credit short.
You can't do it.
Sam,
send a message.
Let's get a big res. There's the broad MIC ablative.
Oh, it's not going to happen.
Server 1 is not the game here. The send a message was in hand. There has to be another 5-3 in the remote server, right? How was Bowsley was definitely hoping wage workers Seamless launch is going to square out another 5-3.
Yeah, that was
absolutely.
That was not getting that coup was not the plan. Admittedly, I don't know if I would have planned for a cupulation. You know, that was kind of we were kind of like, okay, Sebastian looked pretty out, but Man the Moon is kicking and screaming. He is not going down easy.
Eli getting res here, just annoying enough. Whether you want to spend your charm and your crew here, but time is going to be called relatively soon. This is really important. Time in the round. Man in the Moon here needs to find a 3-pointer, and it has to. There's no more 3-pointers they can steal.
Even a 2-pointer will do it.
And
even a 2-pointer will do it.
This is exciting.
Manuel will see 2 cards.
I believe.
Oh man.
Believe in the cause.
2 cards here for the top of our ID. We think there's a 5-3 in server 1, but Bowsley having one more turn can't score it. Access, nothing.
That's not gonna be. That's wow.
Well,
a nail biter of an ending.
Okay, well, Bowsley might have had a heart attack, but at least didn't go through.
What a final turn, seeing just the fistful of access, value that privileged access is, excuse me, crawling back with such an explosive 6, like that was like 8 clicks worth of value, the perfect seamless steal, the multi-access, the top of R&D, ice destruction twice over.
There was the remote.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Beautiful.
Well played. Yeah, a single advancement. That's the thing. The Rashida, if instead of a Rashida, you go for the advancement on server 1, Bowsley could have had it, but greeted the Rashida. Unfortunately, getting the cupped Seamless is so unlikely, but Man of the Moon found the line. That is going to be still a win, though, for Bowsley, so not feeling too bad about that Rashida, potentially.
Yeah, you're not going to say, well, that was obvious. That see, Bowsley, they thought, okay, they won't know. It's a secret. I can get away with it. But
yeah, not advancing was a good idea. Yeah.
Not if fucking cupulation hits that Seamless out of 4 or whatever.
Just worked out there at the end. So Man in the Moon will be dropping to lower bracket. Mind you, his brother Santa still the upper bracket. No
Nice.
player today will be leaving this round, but as of next round, we'll be leaving. 8 players, I think, are going to be leaving the bracket, unfortunately. So they've already had a fantastic run today. We're going to see a lot more fantastic Netrunner this evening.
Right.
Why is there an Equa project in the bin?
That's a question. How'd that get there?
What? When did that happen?
I don't know. All right, cool.
I just asked 1 second.
Yeah.
See if we get any information.
All right, we can report after round 1, it was almost entirely a corp sweep. Amaram, the only runner player, 7 corp wins. I did look at some numbers yesterday, and throughout the entirety of Swiss, Corporation does have the higher win rate, 55 to 45 Corporation favoring runner. Now, it is said a lot of times when it comes to open deck lists, that should favor runners more than corporations. Corporations put their cards face down. We'll see how the narrative plays out today, but currently corporations after round 1 are definitely the big victor here.
I reckon at the same time though, like if you're playing all these HB decks, these are the decks that worry least about open deck lists, because
That's
you're
very
just like,
true.
oh, it's precision design.
Yeah.
They're gonna store agendas out of a remote.
They play very honestly. You know, they're just like, yeah, no, I'm just good enough. I will beat you. I don't really care what you know. Also, to point out, after we did ask Balls, they explained that they were a bit agenda flooded the turn before, so they just chucked it from overdrawing. And privilege access doesn't access in archives. And if they left it in HQ, the cupulation would have actually been potentially able to steal both Send a Message and Ikawa Project. So chucking it might have actually won the game.
No, that tracks. You could tell there was a lot of flood there. We were no agenda score, 25 cards left in R&D. You just needed to get some access there. Get the tag with Manuel. Yeah, that is a very powerful HQ access if you can make it line up.
Mm-hmm. And that does happen. Sometimes you just kind of spinning your wheels for 30 turns, being like, please let me draw anything. I can play these, just please.
All right. Well, hey. Thanks for tuning in, y'all. It's the beginning of APAC Continentals. 80 players. We're down to 16 still today. Our final round before down to 8. We have a new bracket that might be up on stream so far. We're getting these sent in from Judge Cror. These brackets are lovely. I saw these for the first time earlier this year. This like nice visual. I'm a big fan of this.
Save image. 1 second. I gotta update my image on stream. Go get that bracket up just a second. This is the wrong image. Don't look at it. Don't look at this one. Don't look at this one.
Don't look at it. Don't pay attention to this.
Look.
It's
okay, it's good.
Fake information. It's misdirection.
That was last turn. Now we have this turn. Ooh, Augustus Caesar apparently lost first round, the top seed. That's intense.
That is intense. And I'm just gonna jump in quickly here because I think it's time to expose my extreme bias. On this stream,
I gotta sell my political agenda. This is the time.
I've gotta it's agenda time while we're between games. I'm desperately hopeful that this is the year we finally get an APAC champion of APAC.
Yeah.
Can you identify APAC players in the top cut? I'm not sure who is APAC here.
So our APAC players are Styx, Jai, Abstracted, and Arjob.
Excellent. That's a great showing.
1 quarter.
And who is the other one?
It's Styx, Jai, Arjob.
2 remain in the top bracket and 2 are in the bottom. So about a 50-50 split. Let's see if they can keep going. I did wish Jai good luck earlier today, so who knows? You know,
well, Jai's going to be looking to improve his placement from last year's APAC, where he came second.
Ooh, yeah. Well, you know, there's only one more place to go if you're going up.
Yeah, this is an incredibly competitive field. There's a lot of names here you probably recognize, either from Continentals finishes. I want to shout out, if I'm not mistaken, Hotel Foxtrot also was a finalist last year at, I think, the America's Continentals. That was, a year ago as of today from the West Coast. There's a lot of players. You don't have to be an APAC to play in the APAC Continentals. I do think we see a lot of names here that are West Coast players, which in terms of time zones is a bit easier.
Right.
I'll give a shout out to Abstracted too, because Abstracted has been playing for like less than a year.
Oh, heck yeah.
But like very like disciplined together player playing good decks here in the Melbourne meta. But yeah, it's great to see him doing so well. I also don't know who Cheek Fake is. That's the other name that I don't recognize.
I'm pretty confident that's Smurf.
Yeah.
That's Deer. Someone named Deer. I remember yesterday they literally responded. Deer. Yeah, the first question they got asked, they responded with their original count and were like, God damn it. because it took
Oh,
5
okay.
seconds.
I don't know if you're
Mystery
supposed to out
solved.
that up on stream, but okay, that's out now. What table do we want to go to?
That's what I was about to ask. Do we have any preference? We want to watch a top, or we want to watch an elimination match, or we want to
I
keep one?
think
Elimination match probably makes sense.
that's quite true. We could do Hotel on Augustus. That's an elimination match.
I'm interested in that
that's-
one. Yeah, I was interested because Augustus was top seed, and Hotel Foxtrot I find very interesting. Well,
It's a mega spicy P list.
yeah, it's one of those end of the line. See how they run.
Whoa.
I know we don't have to ask, but I still like to ask. Yeah, cool. Don't want to stress anybody out, in their elimination match.
All right.
It's a
So
really, really, really interesting personal evolution list here. It's got just one end of the line and one punitive counterstrike as your proactive kill. It's got one Urtica Cipher, 3 snare, 2 gaslight to find those proactive kills. And I guess it's trying to hit Lacosta on to see how they run, or Fuji, and those are your kind of kill options. It's really interesting.
yeah, you want to stick that double advanced card, seamless it, go for the kill. The one event line though, I'm not sure how you get that. Actually, excuse me, we have 2 copies of Gaslight. Yeah, that's important.
You got Gaslight, and I suppose that's how you get your end of the line on the turn where you see how they run is ready. You also got Blood in the Water, which gives a little chance to potentially score out if you don't quite kill them, but get them low enough to get it out real quick.
Now, on the runner side, Augie is playing that sort of Technico deck that you're probably expecting. In terms of the hot fire in this deck, we do have a Light the Fire, not the most important thing in this matchup specifically. There's no defensive upgrade, so it's mostly do you not want to deal with a trap, and there's no real traps. Otherwise, the most important card here, well, there's 2 of them. Firstly, Maw. If you can get those combo pieces out of hand, get them into archives, that's hard for Hotel Foxtrot to rebuild that. But of course, most Anarch lists that are trying not to die, Steelskin Scarring. Augustus probably won't be playing them unless he really needs the tempo, unless he face checks into something inappropriately or in a risk-safe way if you have that in hand. But if that card stays in hand, you at least have a chance of surviving that 1 net damage into 4 meat damage coming in from that end of the line, see how they run combo.
Yeah, Augustus just taking the option here of playing the most normal Hashiko deck imaginable, which is just, it's great. It does the job. It
works.
saw a bit of, it works. It was a bit of a struggle over ACC, it was not so good. But here it's going to be doing work, and has cut the Ashen, which is fairly popular this season. There's been a lot of internal chat about in the tiebreakers about where the Ashen Epilogue belongs in these deck.
Might hurt in this one since it's PE. They're going to kind of grind you out, but
I don't know if we're going to see a deck out. It's probably going to be a bit more proactive on HFT side.
It's a really nice
certainly,
list.
Yeah, but I think it is just a slight risk.
I'm pretty happy to see it. I've been trying to build this kind of PE list on and off, since See How They Run was spoiled, and it always feels, I don't know, a little bit, it's hard to build. So I'm really interested to see this one in practice. Reaper Function is a really interesting addition.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't just tempo damage with those for sure. I do want to shout out also in terms of structure of how this tournament works. It's important to understand in the first round, when first seed plays 16th and second 15th, that player that was in the higher seed got to pick the matchup. So they generally pick the more favorable matchup. At this point, once we're in the second round forward, you're always playing the matchup that you've played the side least of. And if that's equal between you and your opponent, it's random. So it's worth noting that all the matches from this point forward are entirely randomized. First round can be a bit more volatile. Here, we're kind of back to the sort of single-sided Swiss structure. Ice remote server.
Quick hedge fund.
We're sending it 9 credits.
Man.
This worst
Slice
case.
it
Ice
through.
Oh my god. Turn 1 flatline. Turn 1 flatline.
Unlikely, but it's not impossible.
They always have
it.
Oh, no. Surely not.
2-click game?
No,
No, it's all resources.
it hits purely resources.
You have to jack out. What if it's a snare?
It's
Oh my
never
God.
a snare, yeah.
Could you imagine? That would
Turn
be
on
next
jam
level.
snare behind Saisentan and you win the game would
Dude,
be
that's
so cool.
That would have been
That's the Aksu move, but he does it in PD.
that would have been funny. I would have been a very happy person.
Gosh.
I don't think Augustus would have been a very happy person.
2 daily cast now on the table. Shiko's going to also get that clickless card draw, which is really nice in this matchup. But Hotel Foxtrot has a Saisentan and is going to want to put something behind it. We'll see if that gets advanced. If you found that early Charlotte's, fantastic. I'm not sure if you're going to gaslight right away if you can, if you're going to grind down Reapers. But all the ice in this deck is either Tattoo Bola or it's going to hurt you.
Right. It's a Nancy, Anemone, and Saisan, I think. Which is
Yeah, and of course,
yeah.
Hotel's going to be trying real hard to stay above 4 credits to be able to hit snares as well.
It's
But this
down
is
the
a pretty
cleaver.
rich trappy P as they go.
Right.
Augustus getting down that cleaver before you lose it to damage. There are 3 tattoo bullets, finding a second Rashida to accelerate into turn 3. Hotel Foxtrot now again, the combo. You need probably Lacosta, otherwise you just want to do install advance, and then unfortunately you need the one of end the line, a seamless launch in hand, but with 3 cards in hand, and a Saisantan, yeah, it's actually kind of hard to contest unless you can exactly find your killer in the next couple draws.
Installs an R&D, installs in server 1.
This is very. This is good. Both sides are really doing what they want to do here. You know, Augustus is playing drip econ, like card efficient econ, which is really what you want to do against PE. PE's making money and jamming behind a Saisantan. Both sides doing, they're doing their game plan.
Right, it's fun stuff. Gets down the Nuka. That's nice.
Not another Rashida here. So in terms of the agendas, this is not House of Knives. This is not Sting. So if a card isn't immediately getting advanced, it actually kind of lowers the possibility space. Server 3 also building out kind of looks like it could be a Reaper function setup, but Hotel's not straight jamming into server 1.
Theoretically, yeah, they have one Regenesis in this deck, but there's nothing in Archive, so it doesn't seem like that was the plan, though it could be a setup to fake it then dump something later, but might be.
Yeah, having a 1 Regenesis puts the runner in such a weird spot.
That's
Do
so
you play
funny,
around
yeah.
it?
You're like,
This
statistically, it's not it, but
Install credit is definitely not exactly what you're expecting here. So server 3 and server 1 may be in combination, but Augustus here after the Nuka, 8 cards in hand. Hoshiko's probably going to want to touch something here and get another card. If you're trying to set up Blood in the Water and then a Reaper function, Augustus can check this. I don't expect table snare. There's the Gaslight. That's an important
Gaslight's a
trash.
great
good guess, Augustus. It's a good one to catch.
So the most important cards in this runner deck, he's gonna want that Echelon down sooner rather than later. Gonna want a DJ down,
Yeah.
Sooner rather than later, and a Moore is going to be absolutely critical to just pick that core hand apart and get rid of those combo pieces.
We're starting to riot.
Getting rid of the carver, getting rid of the second cleaver. Yeah, makes sense.
Don't really need the ice carver, probably, and that's a nice Maymay Aldite. Look at that.
Yeah, I like this one a lot.
If you donate to JNet, you can also have the Laser Eyes Salamander or Axolotl. There we go.
Lizard.
It's an Axolotl. I'm very sure on this.
No, it 100% is.
I don't know if I'm pronouncing that.
Server 1. Still, no, I think that's it. Still not moving. 2 ice and R&D. The multi-axis in this deck is twinning. There's 2 of in the list. 1 hit the bin on turn 1. Nuka finishing her research. We're on 9 cards in hand. Now, if Hotel Foxtrot doesn't push anything remote server, doesn't accelerate the narrative of the game, you're going to see that Augustus is just going to set up as much as is necessary. So here, you don't need the Buzzsaw. There's no code gates. You just need to find the Echelon. Once you get down, you would consider the Turbine if you have it. Again, you're still going to have an awkward interaction with those Anansis at 5 strength, that's for sure. And then we just want to start touching cards here. Touching HQ. Sure, maybe Snare is bad, but otherwise you just need to see what sort of pressure cards, what sort of kill operations are in hand, and hopefully the Kamal comes down. Well, there's that mouth. There's the Fenris.
There's the DJ.
That's everything you need besides the Echelon.
That's pretty good.
All right, we're getting set up.
Anansi is definitely the one thing because, like, even if you have a Turbine, Cleaver, Echelon, you still are really, really awkward to break Anansi. So it's like, do you install the Buzzsaw just for that?
Or I got 2 cleavers, right? Like, just whatever you want hits the table.
Just something that legally says Icebreaker on it. You know?
First card advanced. Server 1 now, that's an upgrade. That's a Lacosta. There's a chance Augustus could be cooked this turn. Now, we haven't seen any steel skins, but if you get the free advancement from the Lacosta, seamless launch, we're looking at a 6 damage combo there. Boomerang on Saisantan saying, I have to run it this turn.
Yeah.
Now, this 1 net could be 2 net. You're going to steal an agenda. Worst case is Fuji for 3 damage. So you could end up on 1 card in hand, but there's definitely steel skins in hand here. So the call is event. That last subroutine will fire. They're all the same. Could be the first one. We'll never know.
It's definitely a world where you die to punitive here, isn't there?
It's possible. Yeah, you could crack. Oh, you don't have time to crack Fermenter. Can you confirm checking there to make sure he doesn't lose the information in hand? So this could be up to 2 damage. Again, the agenda will always be 1 damage. If we didn't say personal evolution, gives the net damage on steal or score of any agenda here. Doesn't look like a Fuji, but if Hotel Foxtrot can set up an early Fuji here, this is really cool. Hitting a steel skin though.
Yeah.
Steel skin's great. This
Right.
this feels like it could be this looks well. It's a Fuji Lacosta. It's definitely a Lacosta and something.
See how they run?
Yeah,
that
this
makes
is-
sense.
feels-
And
That's
Lacosta.
the best case for
Is-
punitive.
That's
Yeah.
really good for Augustus.
Yeah,
Augustus has turned the corner there. That is assuming now the Hotel Foxtrot has in hand an end of the line and a copy of Seamless Launch. So we might see jam after jam after jam, 21 cards in stack here. We're still drawing through with Hoshiko. That echelon's only a matter of time before you break Sicenton and just install Advance. So here, if you want to get the kill combo, you're going to need 2 Seamless. Seems unlikely.
Well,
Playing a steel
you-
skin, just
you
digging
need-
for that echelon.
if it's, do you need? Wait, oh wow, they're gonna have a lot of kites, man. But might.
Yeah, 2 steel skins down is going to be really important. Hotel Foxtrot, no doubt he's tracking that. Mystic here, only 4 credits now. The Fermenter probably going to get cracked. There's no virus. Augustus is thinking here. If he wants to run the Sicenton, that's somewhere between 3 and 6 damage. The agenda too, if it's a Fuji, you could just Seamless and try scoring out.
Mhm.
But there's no cards in this deck besides a single Urtica that are advanceable, which I love the one Urtica in open deck list. Like, it's the perfect amount
That's
of
a great play.
suspense for
Just
both
in
the
case.
audience, yeah, and the
See-
players.
Technically, it might be the Utica. I just want you to know that. You know, you gotta. It's all about the mental damage.
Every
So Augie
Jinteki
thinking here.
deck just needs 1 Urtica, 1 snare.
Oh,
Are we just
raindrops.
raindrops
We're
into this?
tanking it.
Or
Oh,
just-
I love
Unless
it.
we want to go HQ and get a modifier here,
Right.
but
Please pause for a second.
Oh.
Mind if I undo?
Okay.
Okay, we're not taking it.
Target has not been chosen. I think we're good. It's a
that is a really important card in the matchup if you want to just smash
Yeah.
into stuff and hope.
Yeah.
Now, the most damage you can take from a single ice, but barring Sicenton, is 4 damage when a Nancy fires. Technically 3 damage if you pay 2 credits to that second, or I think it's a third subroutine.
Each one of them. You know, it's there. They'll resonate on you eventually, and then we'll check.
So
This
Augie
feels
needs
like
to-
maybe you have to tank it. It really
It's just-
feels like
it's-
it because if
It's so
Seamless
unlikely,
Fuji.
right? You need both Seamlesses
Yeah.
in the deck and the Singleton end of line. Like, it's exactly those 3 cards, of which there's only 3 in the list.
but
Why do you
what
need
if
2
it's
seamlesses? Can't you seamless
Don't you need
advance
one?
end the line? Wait,
Oh
Yeah,
my,
Seamless.
yeah, no, you're totally right. You only need 1 Seamless.
right.
Wait, that's way easier.
yeah,
Yeah.
And
Hold
it's
on, you
way
need to
easier.
run this.
Yeah.
I think you do.
Okay,
And I
he's
think-
taking it.
I would have
Alright.
been pretty tempted
Now-
to tank it and then have a click for Fermenter. If you're worried about punitive though, this is a little
Yeah.
spooky.
This actually, if this is a punitive Fuji setup, I'm not sure you can kill. Mind you, there's only 1 punitive in the list, so you're only doing 4 damage,
Thinking.
6 damage in theory, with the agenda steal, if I'm not mistaken. So it's unlikely to kill. It depends on how bad the Sicenton is. You know we're redrawing 3 cards with raindrops, but
Oh,
it-
just
it's
think
going to
of
be
the
very
call.
difficult.
The
We should
max
count the
is
heap
16.
here.
Count the heap. What do
We
we
could
count in heap?
potentially do 6.
There's 2
I
steel
see
skins in heap.
8 events in the heap. The deck is running probably about 18, 19 events. So you just want to check whether there's more resources or more events. You know that if he has an echelon, he might have installed it unless he drew last click. So programs is the least likely. Hardware is super unlikely. So it's between the 2. We're calling event here.
On event.
Ooh, pretty good hit. So we hit Strike Fund. That's good for Augie, Paladin, and Twinning. So 1 extra hit off the size and time.
Oh, that'll do it.
I think that's okay. I think that's okay for Augie.
It is.
Beanie,
real-
you were talking about not having the Ashen Epilogue and worrying about the grinder, and you know what? We are in a
We're getting
weird
there, aren't we?
spot here.
Wait,
no
wait.
labor rights, 13 cards left. Like, it actually is a
Yeah.
problem. Hotel Foxtrot has built a board state where we've made Augie run into a Sicenton
Yeah.
2.5 times now.
He's just said.
Yeah.
He's just said, "I'll eat it." And if that was an agenda, he'd look in a good place. But it wasn't. So now all of a sudden, he's just decking himself out.
We're going again. Surely the
doing-
echelon's in hand by now. Surely. Oh my days.
Come on, there's got to be something.
Says come to. He says
This
do
is-
it again.
This is
Again.
like exactly the coolest sort of open deckless netrunner, right? Like if you're playing JNet casual against a PE and you don't know that they're on a, potentially seamless, like you don't have to respect the Sicenton every turn, but it's because we know
There it is.
Echelon's
There
there.
it is.
The
Jesus,
window
also
might have
14
closed
from
here.
Ranger.
13 cards left in stack, 4 in hand. We still have Steve Cambridge, DJ Fenris for potentially a lot more cards over the next couple of turns, but we'll see what this in the remote server. Punitive is a bit tricky. It's
Another
another
Charlotte.
Charlotte.
Just saying, just trying to dare him to tank it again, but he didn't need to tank
Forcing
it.
the issue.
Now, now we can't just jam besides Slice and Ton. It has to be a plan. But that was a fun period in our lives, I think.
That's good, Netrunner, right there. We love it.
That was
Hotel. Now need to like set something up where it's like Fuji, Punitive, and then you need to get like anemones on server 1. Like you need to build some sort of like credit or card swing in a way that might not be expected.
Yeah,
There's
kind
also
of net damage that he can't just pay away.
Yeah, exactly. And there's not that much in this deck. Like I'm not sure if we're going to see. This could be the sort of territory where you visit the idea of table snare. We know Augustus has checked server 4. You're worried about just like eating Reaper functions for no reason. So I'm expecting this is where you're going to transition to either a really, really bold Regenesis with a setup in Archives, or you'll do table snare or the Reaper function.
Yeah, I think you're right.
There's Turbine.
Interestingly, that is a Turbine. I think it's going to be. We need to start getting some DJ value pretty soon. Yeah, there we go.
So now the worst case scenario is 3 credits on the piece of ice. Echelon gets to Renunci now for 3, totally fueled up. Anemone is still a credit. It's 2 damage if you get a card out of hand, and getting a card out of hand into the maw is a bit awkward, but it does save it if it's an agenda and you're worried. We are now expecting a lot of agendas in hand. 25 cards in R&D left. We've only seen 2 points so far with no filtering.
That's a little tragic. Caesar's okay on money for now. I guess I can get it back.
Continuing.
Same glass.
Steelskin?
Snare and Fuji are both very scary. It's going to be Steelskins, yeah.
He wants Steelskins. Wants more card draw.
So Maw has fired. This is a card that you often need to explain to players who are not familiar with the whole FFG card pool because it's weird. This is the first time each turn a runner accesses a card not in Archives and you don't steal or trash it. You randomly destroy a card in HQ. The corporation trashes it. Now what's really important is that has to be done while the card that's being accessed is being accessed. So you have to randomize this with a die if you're playing in person. So Augustus and we will know if the Hansei was the random choice and will enter Archives face up. Now, as you see, no face up Archives Hansei, that means an unknown card did hit the bin. So the Hansei is still in hand here.
It's an upgrade.
Double advance.
Lacosta is in the remote server for sure. Double advance could be Fuji, could be the Urtica. Augustus now on a massive, well, a lot of credits. Still a fair credit lead. Maybe the Hansei will change that. But we'll see here if he wants to check server 4, not res, not scored.
Yeah, if you do not want to cop 4 from an Urtica right now.
Yeah.
That would be
I was just going to say.
I mean, there's a Steelskin in hand from the thing, but still, it's unideal.
Yeah, you don't want to be doing that at this point in the game, but we're going for it anyway, and it's just a respect check.
All right.
Love the Urtica here. I was going to say Augustus really needs to deal with that Spin Doctor sooner than later if you want to rely on Maw, and now that's been pulled 2 face downs back in the deck, so if there's a Regenesis play, it gets a bit more risky here.
Urtica! It is the Urtica!
4 damage. You don't like it, but you get a more trigger.
Yeah.
We're down to 10 cards.
Oh boy, okay.
It's fine.
Drawing up, so we're avoiding. There is a world. You can possibly get a Blood in the Water score here if that's a Reaper function instead of 4.
4 has to be a Reaper snare, right? It has to be a Reaper snare.
I reckon it has to be, surely, or it could be a spin as well.
Yeah,
could be a spin.
That's true.
Could be a spin.
All right, we've only seen.
It could be an incredibly baller Regenesis.
All right, that would be great respect.
The sort of like interaction between Maw and Regenesis, it's so funny. Sometimes you're waiting there for the agenda to hit bin onto like a final click of the turn and you just rescue it. But just draw credit. Now with Hoshiko, it's really interesting. You're actually forced to mill yourself out if you're touching cards here. Now we're going to see a run on HQ every turn. You're hoping that these connect if you're the PE player with snares from hand to do more damage. Because otherwise, the big Fujis are just going to be holding in hand. And it's only a matter of time before Augustus is on game point.
Mm-hmm.
It's time for Augustus to start milking every last drop of value.
Oh,
that's a big hit.
We are game point now. Very importantly, the text on Fuji is when stolen. So you win the game before you have to pay the Fuji tax, let alone before you have to pay the PE tax.
Dirty laundry.
So what do we call that? Dirty laundry. It's just time to squeeze value from these cards.
Spin Doctor was server 4. There's definitely a 5-3 in hand if we're drawing into a HQ run. So Augustus can just send it back. You have to watch out that you're not running last click to hit snare. We got a Maw. We probably can go back here. Just credit discarding a card.
I think that makes a lot of sense. You're going to do a lot of clicking for credits as a runner from now on. I think you're going to make like 1, maybe 2 runs a turn to get your DJ value. Maybe you're checking archives for those more triggers, but you're in click for credit zone pretty hard from now on.
got
But
3
you also
cards.
don't need to spend.
I really hate discarding cards against PE. I just want to go in and say, if I'm discarding a card, you're discarding my card for me. 5 and 6 on table. There has to be a table snare here. Now, with a single Seamless in hand, which is eventually going to interact with the Maw, you're not worried about them scoring out a Fuji from the table from a never advanced state. There's no way to do that. So maybe you're worried about the Regenesis setup. That is the one thing that will put Hotel suddenly on game point, but it requires a lot for that to line up.
So if I'm not mistaken, the Seamless was actually trashed by Moore last turn.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Face up in archives.
Oh, no. Tragedy.
It's a tough one.
Seeing
I
what you
guess the
shuffle in here.
scariest dice. The scariest dice now is actually the second anemone.
Yeah,
The second
exactly.
and third anemones, right? Nothing else. You don't really care about anything else.
Everything else is just credits. Anemone is hard to beat. Now, when you shuffle back here, you're very happy to see 2 Spin Doctors get removed from game without a snare firing once. That's the sort of thing you can just shuffle back into your deck and say, like, oh, you're trapped in here with me for a minute. But we're Dirty Laundering. Let's see if HQ has it. Now, Maw, turn after turn. It's the second Anemone. The axis here is technically still safe. You will get the Steve Cambridge draw first. You'll be on 4 cards in hand, but if Hotel has a snare in here, can use the Anemone to drop your hand to more likely encourage Augustus to touch snare.
And this deck is getting mighty thin on the runner side.
5 cards. It'll be 6 after the Steve axis. We're looking for that Fuji.
Snares.
Saisentan. We hit the Saisentan as well, so still 1 unknown in HQ. 5 and 6.
1 unknown.
If that's a Blood in the Water Reaper function, you probably need 2 of them. We're checking archives. This could be game.
That's
GG.
game. That's going to be a Fuji. 2 Fujis. Oh.
6 points.
That's so well played by Augustus. Just clean as. Just clean play against this.
7-0.
deck.
Yeah, Hotel almost had the window, calling the call right on the turn where it definitely mattered. Now, for what it's worth, we actually don't know if Hotel Foxtrot had access to the one of end of line. It would have to be the last card in HQ, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe it got shuffled back face down from a Spin Doctor. That's the only other option. But that was a lot of Saisentan to the face. Is totally correct there. Well played.
It was close to decking themselves out, but not quite. You see, Augustus, they knew just long enough. That's all they needed.
Now that
more triggers.
Yeah,
and this is why Ashnet Log is a bad card.
It is. It just last.
You don't need it in this matchup.
Just don't die, idiot.
Yeah, exactly.
Run out of cards.
What's wrong with you?
Well played to Hotel Foxtrot, mind you, a finalist in our Continentals last year. Is unfortunately going to be leaving, but after a fantastic, mind you, the top placing or second placing, excuse me, Jinteki deck, if I'm not mistaken, had a fantastic run. So well played.
Getting to top 16 in an 80-player tournament is just absolutely incredible.
Yeah, very, very, very much well done. We have some time. Do you want to jump to another table?
Yeah. Anything of particular interest? As
Do you want to watch Emerim? That's one of the only Wayland deck I think in the top cut.
Sure, let's watch.
Do you want to? Let's watch that. And it's the only 419, the token 419.
Nice.
Hey, what is this? Oh, it's odd. Okay, the PE identity was on my screen for a while there, and I was like,
game was.
So this is an op deck that is very similar to the list that I believe Tuno played at the last major event. It's a sort of like Asset, Vladisa Burst, Grid, Hollowman, Op kind of combo, fast advanced score deck with Eminent Domain and Archers. I think this is one of the coolest decks in the standard format to play because it gives you so much player expression. Mind you, Op super heavy, a lot of text on it. The short of the long is once per turn when you trash one of your cards, go get a card that costs 1 less than that, res it, and install it for free. So you're going to see all these cards with trash can abilities. You're going to see all these cards that encourage you to trash your own cards. And right now in this board state, 3-2, 20 cards left in R&D, a lot of face downs, a lot of discards there. But 4-9, looking a relatively fair board state with Amakua, as much as Op usually plays a lot of viruses. That can sometimes be a problem.
Right.
No one is fighting fair here. Well, thank goodness.
Oh yeah, he mentioned the diversion of funds got knocked out of his hand. He did not play it to steal money, so.
Bowsley also won 2 missed bones. 2 bones. Can you believe it?
Yeah, 3
That's
spin
very unfair.
doctors. This has probably been very feisty. Now the
Mm.
multi-axis from 419, I believe we're looking at a twinning in this list. I'd have to check the list, excuse me, but
Yeah,
we're
that
halfway
sounds
through the
right.
deck. We're checking here. I want to say that this op deck actually is very interesting only on a single virus, so the Amakua actually can get pretty far. With 5 cards in hand after a lot of discards, you might expect some agendas in here. We're just finding a Sandstone, the other virus type ice, and Bowsley returning with the daily casts. This board state is not the sort of board state you're worried about. Massive a cat on 5 strength can be frightening. Not sure how that happened. I imagine the wall-to-wall just kept firing for a couple turns before the Maryland showed up. But Amarim doesn't have a safe server here and might need to find a time to purge out.
So what we're seeing here is something that is a bit of a problem for this deck, this odd deck, where if they just get a bunch of money and trash all your stuff, you do have a lot of trouble closing the game out or being able to do anything at all because you don't really have punishment. You don't have like Oppo.
Yeah.
You don't have, any of those kind of active policing or whatever, any of those punishment cards. So it looks like the way this game has gone, Bowsley's got, drawn 1 copy of Miss Bones, has a second floating around somewhere, and has just been removing the corp's ability to do anything, really.
I totally agree with you. Now, some runner decks find this midpoint slump when it comes to economy, where sometimes they're keeping up with the assets, and then I think the midpoint is defined when the Miss Bones runs out. But eventually, now this wall-to-wall, this Maryland, you can contest it, and as long as you can keep pushing out, maybe you can catch up. This 419 deck, I think, has a fermenter in it, but a lot of the economy has been expent already, so maybe Amarin can turn the corner. But I think you're totally right. There's no Oppo. We're pretty far away from affording the one of hostile architecture. See what happens here. Time to sound the Archer klaxon. I don't know if y'all played on Octagon, but Archer has a sound effect that's seared into my brain.
Awesome. That's so good. That's so old school. I love that. I mean, Archer is live. Like, you're not going to want to sacrifice an AZF to it, but it is real here.
And Emerald protected it, right? Like, you don't often protect into Amakua with an open R&D and 2 servers because you pay a credit to stop the expose so Amaku doesn't get to 5 to 6. So Emerald is saying the information of what this is, as much as you can run R&D twice, get some counters. But we're going HQ. Board control is free with Chesva.
Archer Intima virus. What if?
What if? Yeah. I think your credit's short, but it would be so sick. It's gonna happen at some point. Yeah, just 1 credit short.
No, that will burn him down.
That will do it.
The face checking and Archer is always it's a very satisfying thing.
This is why I didn't get to the top cut of this tournament.
I didn't.
Now we're touching cards here.
Hermes didn't play in this tournament.
Can be really big at disrupting this board state. We're seeing it powers that be, mind you, the sort of recursion card that you want to. It doesn't do anything on this board state, but it will push you forward. I think the best case for Amarim here is server 6 is another copy of Eminent Domain, and if he can score that out, he can get that Archer for free, which is a good cost attached to a massive sentry.
Yeah, 4 and a 4 for an agenda versus 0 is pretty good.
Bowsley now, not too many credits. Amaku is up at 6. If you want to break the parts of Archer that matter, that's at least 2 credits. Whether you can afford to check here. Bowsley has 4 credits for Miss Bones. If you want to deal with the Maryland, that money seems important, but let's see what it is. Just a boarding control.
We did see a Sandstone in hand before as well. That's look, this kind of is a bit bad. It's not very good to get through this. If you pop this for a Sandstone, that server's fairly safe. And if it is an Eminent Domain, you can score it. Probably start turning the corner.
Yeah, I think it's very likely here. You can pull on the 3-coster slot. There's only 1 Sandstone to the deck, so you're looking at an Afshar, 2 Afshars in the list if you want to pull it. That's 2 credits to get through, no matter where you put it, largely, especially with the Shibo or the Amakua. So Aket, advancing card. We know this is an agenda. It does look a lot like an Eminent. The boarding control pop here is going to put Bowsley slightly too far behind on credits to contest.
Minus he has a second.
I don't know if we can.
He's got to think.
Oh, you can't rewind that after the advancement.
I don't think you can rewind that. No.
Oh, decide if he wants. Well,
I think once you've already advanced, that's probably.
Yeah. We'll see if that gets resolved again. Generally, takebacks are super generous in this game, depending on whether information was gained. I would say an advancement is a lot of information. Very important to say I'm not a judge, so my opinion does not matter. But sometimes the interactions on JNet can be a bit clumsy. Advance to movement, indicate action, it can get a bit tricky.
Right.
Looks like that's not the case. Bowsley is in the air with 1 credit. The advanceable cards, mind you, is the cat have to be an advanceable card? Any card. This technically couldn't maybe not be an agenda.
Mostly as fine as they are.
There's a board control. We're going to get a 3-coster here. It has to be the F-Shore, I think. The 3-coster barriers are all accounted for. We saw the Sandstone in hand. But System of Virus, I love that.
Virus.
Come on back.
I think that's great.
Yeah.
I think
I'll
that's
try
good.
run again, baby.
Now, you might need to force it here because you want to force the Mavirus Purge on a turn that Op won't fire. Because if Op purges the Mavirus on his turn, on Amarim's turn, you can get a 2-coster. I don't think there's any 2-costers that snowballs from this. But getting the Mavirus Purge on this board stage to a cat is probably not the worst for you.
Yeah, that's probably best case scenario. And like crucially, one winner you're not going to cop an Archer to the Dome if the virus is rezzed.
Yeah, you might want to get this out of the way. We'll see if Bowsley calls it again. It does give a credit and an advancement from the Aket. That's a lot of value for Amarin, especially if Amarin can score out. But Mavirus, mind you, can purge at any ability window. Op is only once per turn. Also, super notable, this is an interaction that some people have rules questions about. When Op fires and installs a card, because the card is installed res, not only does it not force you to pay 419, it eats the 419 trigger for the turn.
Big money. Okay.
Yep. Looks like Bosley has also seen that line. You've got to force that Mavirus pop before you take something worse. So it makes a lot of sense here.
Right.
Mavirus purge out. We're going to crash into Aket. There'll be a credit and an advancement on the agenda itself. So Amarin, in theory, can score out, I think, SDS during deployments in the deck. If you can take down an Amakua, that'd be pretty great.
But
that's
I very much doubt this was
play.
an SDS, but
how cool would it be?
I mean, that would be like you read 6 years into the future where like you read something that Bosley wasn't even planning on. It just happened like that. You know, that would be
next level, Yomi.
And so,
that's the powers that be. We have the click to get that down on 7 credits, wall to wall. We're getting the credit, mind you. That is going to be exposed. Yeah, there you go. So now we can get a card from HQ or Archives. That's probably going to bring the Mavirus back. I think that's a snowball above the law.
Above the law.
Oh, above
Daily
the law.
That's on 6 credits seems quite nice here.
Oh, Bosley says that's very sick.
Amarim is now on game point. We tuned in just a couple turns ago. The board state didn't look amazing, but the Mavirus in the board control, and now that snowball forward the powers that be. This is why I love this op deck. It has such creativity to crawl back in ways you might not expect. It really keeps the runner on their toes. And we're going to get an ice on the table.
Smells nice.
That's a really nice play. I take back everything I said before about this board set looking sad, although that Hermes.
Return to sender, not enough postage. Try again tomorrow. So now Amarim has an unknown card in hand. It's likely the Anard. Well, we don't know what it is, right?
Oh, I meant is the sad trombone the Archer sound from Octagon?
Oh, it sounds sharper, if you know what I mean. Like it sounds like it would hurt you.
I mean, it's a shape.
Octagon,
but
it was like the proto JNet for like boomers. That's where we used to play for Netrunner, like 6-7 years ago.
Right. Well, okay.
Great.
So right.
Simpler time.
Yeah, I was born before the No, I was born after. I just said I was very old, so now I was meant to say I was young. Never mind. Let's move on. You know.
Amarim now has an awkward click here. Amakua 419 has been sated. Now the Aket remote server. It's tricky for Amakua to get up to 5 that soon, but of course this is a criminal list, so you have to respect those basic cards like Inside Job, like Boomerang. Bowsley's money has, I would say, stalled out. It's hard here to get the money back in. We've seen 2 Sure Gambles, 2 Dirty Laundries, 2 Bravados. Not easy to play all those cards. I think best case would be a falsified, and then you got to kind of guess what's in server 6. Looks more like an acid, but Amarim's been making some pretty sharp plays.
I think we've only got no falsifieds left in this list as well. Going into HQ here, okay. I think going for a Hermes bounce, maybe?
Yeah, that was very important at last turn. Oh, you're right, only 1 falsified. That's surprising, but that's the one way to get back here. Access here on HQ. Again, you definitely don't want to steal or trash. You can avoid it. You'd be happy with the steal and a minimum Sandstone. The 1 card in hand, I believe we knew.
It's so weird. These criminal economy is just so weird now. Like, you feel rich and then it all just evaporates and you can never get it back.
You just gotta.
This list is on 1 Mystic, 1 Paladin. There's the Boomerang you talked about. You can only break 1 of the subroutines. Now, still, if you get in here, you're going to be able to trash anything in the deck, I believe, with Miss Bones. So at least Amarim's going to get the credit for the trouble.
It's free money.
It's hard to get back in financially. This deck doesn't have on a bankroll. There's an IZF.
Oh, that's a big steal.
No bounce, but now that's game point for both players. In terms of the other
Yeah.
agendas in the deck, we're looking at mostly SDS drone deployments left. Those are chunky 5/3s, and only with 15 cards in R&D. And very importantly, every time op fires, you remove a non-agenda from R&D. There's a lot of agendas potentially left.
I'm thinking.
About 5 minutes left in the round. We drew a card with wall to wall. So Amaram here has potentially a window to get up that archer and push, but it's a bit expensive, as much as it will make you slip back on agenda points.
Right. Did we mention that the only falsified was out of the deck?
Yeah, we did.
It's out.
Okay.
It's gone.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, it's one of the best ways to get back in the game and financially, and it's you're right, it's a one event, it's gone.
Right.
We're looking at maybe one more dirty laundry to get back in financially, but Bowsley has not the time to click for credits, but definitely the need to.
It is kind of funny that everyone except criminals just gets to run HQ for their recursion, but because DJ Fenner's the same faction, you don't get to do the run-based recursion. That is
Just play Steve, right?
yeah.
No, but I hear
You can play Steve, but if you play anybody else, you can't. Steve's
Service
I've got
6.
to say, I really like this 419 alt art too. It's very cool.
The Elizabeth Mills?
Yeah, that is Elizabeth.
Yeah, the Elizabeth Mills alt art for 419.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah, she got a haircut.
Server 6 is pushed in.
We're going.
Now, the Maryland campaign, very importantly, this is like the value turn where it gets trashed for op into a one-coster. If we inspect the op list in terms of the one-costers, there's nothing that's going to be too bad for you here. So we'll see what Bowsley wants to do here. Again, ice on all servers needs to play around that Hermes, which will undo this. So are we going to touch a sandstone? It's likely there's a sandstone on one of these servers.
Going for Hermes power.
Yeah, but
Or just winning would be good too.
So the way that Amaran can close the game very quickly always revolves around getting that hollow man on the table. If the hollow man's on the table, you install the 5/3. Well, technically it needs to stay a turn unless you can do some op stuff and produce a hollow man. And at that point, it costs you 6 credits to end the game. Bowsley, mashing the powers that be. This is a heads up play, understanding that server 6 could be an agenda and we don't want to get back that. I think the Mavirus might be the worst case, not only to purge, but to produce the hollow man. I think Amaran here would be very happy for that to be an eminent domain.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're stoked if this is an eminent domain. Do you have any more fast advanced targets in the deck? Like one more?
I forget this card costs 1. Now it won't trigger this turn, mind you. Your
Mostly
beginning of
says,
turn
uh-oh.
cards have to be on the table for the beginning of turn trigger to fire. The checkpoint rule. So this is definitely going to be a win condition on the following turns, and might be a way that Amaran can score out what looks to be maybe a 5/3 in server 6.
That might be a 5/3.
Even in-
this is the
Yeah, and even in Bowsley's like current stake, 2 credits is like a giant number, right?
Yeah.
right. Yeah, because now they only have 1 left on their Miss Bones. The other one's in the trash. They only have 1 cred in their thing. They have 2. Honestly, these could be other hearts and minds, or well, they could be a lot of things, quite frankly.
There's probably at least 1 more Hearts and Minds on the table because Amaran needs that to stick to win the game.
Right.
Hearts and Minds gets you functionally 2 advancement counters, 1 for the unadvanced or uniced political text, 1 because it'll just slough off the Aket or wherever wall to wall wants to put it.
Right. Yeah.
So this is easily looking like game point. So
I like
Bowsley's
Minds.
options. Dirty Laundry, that can get you back in the game, and then you have to snipe the right things on the table. Other option, hit centrals, get a Hermes bounce. That one's hard, but if you have an inside job or a boomerang, you can send it and sometimes hope. You are on game point. Just touching 1 card can do it. I'm not sure Amaran would keep 1 agenda and 2 cards in HQ. That's been the server Bowsley's been running the most consistently.
Kind of in an awkward position for Bowsley as well because there's no more 2-pointers left, if I'm not wrong. So you need to touch like SDS or 2 eminents.
Yeah.
And either of those is really good for Amaram to score right now.
Right.
Yeah, you want the SDS, right? Well, it ends the game. You're hoping for the SDS.
That'd be so good. Yeah, you'd
Yeah.
love to be SDS. but
Bowsley is saying,
even if
take
it's not.
notes. They have forgotten what was in HQ.
Yeah, Bowsley taking notes. Very important if you
Nice
can do it. We're
call.
checking server 19 after a die roll. That's a Sphegator Excavator. It's a bit rich. I don't know if there's
Very
anything you can
powerful.
grab here. Sphegator actually trashing a 3-coster can grab a Holloman. That is technically a win condition on the table if it's a 5/3 and the Hearts and Minds go down.
Well, shite,
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
and
a-
a
that's
catch
an-
3 banger. So you're not going to trash. a
Yeah,
catch,
if
so
it's
that's a
SDS in
win.
server 6, you suddenly
That's a
a
Rashida.
lot of ways for you to win.
Not sure you can afford to trash the Rashida here. It looks like Bowsley might not be contesting centrals. 1 credit is a lot. It is actually Miss Bones credits. Rashida also, very importantly, can shuffle the deck, search for a -1 coster. That's probably not important in this board state, but Bowsley now just checking archives.
Maybe it's
I think that's
it's not
reasonable.
in there.
It's
Corporate
not there.
Town and a lot of ice. Bowsley has 1 click left here to defuse. Purging out the Amakua, that is a very important thing if you want to face check here. HQ last click, R&D, force a res,
Oh,
nothing
huh?
there.
Yeah, that happens sometimes. That I can definitely see why there are a lot of cards in there, but I don't know if there are a lot of cards that are trash like from hand for that. Bunch of
Hearts and
ice.
Minds might be too little too late. If the Holloman is still in the deck, the Svigator should close the game out. If we
Right.
assume there's a 5-3 in server 6.
Also, I don't think they ever checked 18. So that
Yeah.
could also be a second Hearts and Minds. There's potentially 2 win conditions on table. Okay, looks
There's
like
the
pop
Steve.
I think it might
Svigator. Pop that for
might be
La
fun, money.
Filomanda.
Almost all the assets in this deck are win conditions, and it's up to you to figure out the
Don't-
lines to make them work. So we'll see there. Akek
think
getting
it's
trashed.
Holiday.
The pyramids have been
Oh my
destroyed. But at
God.
what cost? This is the outcome you definitely wanted.
Oh,
SGS.
Hollow Guy
uh,
gets done. Wow. Great lines to close out. Wow. Very cool.
This op deck is so fun to watch. You give this to a skilled player
Amazing.
like Amram, and we got to watch Tuna play this a lot. It's just an absolute treat.
That is it is interesting there to be
It was
something to say.
Archer.
It is Archer. But,
Sick.
Jeez. So yeah, where are the agendas? They're
oh, and there was a secondary Hearts of Minds as well. So there were multiple win conditions.
You gotta show
He
all
might
your
use
win
the other
guns
one.
on the last
You
turn.
know,
you're
I'm not gonna.
working.
Well, I guess he did reveal his plans eventually, but initially, you know, he didn't put insult to injury.
Yeah, it looks like the HQ run's just missed. There's only 4 agendas left in the game. We're looking at 2 SDSs and I believe 2 Eminents. So there's actually not as many points as, of course, other op decks. We're pretty 5-3 heavy as much as all the SDSs. So just unlucky there on HQ accesses. And those HQ accesses not only are points, they're Hermes bounces. So sometimes when it rains, it pours. Sometimes when it doesn't rain, it's really not raining.
Right.
It looks like missed on HQ a few times there. So Bowsley doing a great job playing to his outs as well.
Well played, both players.
Well played
Was this
indeed.
a elimination game?
No, this
No,
was
it's not.
because
Oh,
remember
sick.
Bowsley won. So yeah, so Bowsley's
Yeah.
still in it. They just
Perfect. So both these players are going to continue on.
all right, they're going down. To
So
the,
that is
downtown.
round 3. We might be waiting for one more table to wrap up, but we have probably some reports in already at the end of round 3. It looks like it's a bit of a different narrative from last round. We're looking at so far half and half between Corp and run win rate. And again, first round can be a bit volatile. The upper seeded players are going to be calling the matchups they think, you know, are the favorite matchups. Some players look at round 2 and kind of try and maths around it, but we'll see those results coming in just shortly.
Right.
And we've got looks like we have reports. Our job still undefeated in the cut, putting and sticks as well, putting APAC on their backs.
Artiso and Giat are still going theoretically. I have loaded them up.
Awesome.
Currently, Giat is leading by a single point, 5-4, and it seems close to time potentially. So.
Is this World Tree? Man, I've been hoping
Yeah,
we'd see
this
some
is
World
World
Tree
Tree.
games because
There's
this is
a-
close to your heart, Andre.
There's
I
a
think
good
all
amount
the
of World Tree
tiebreakers have been
Arizona.
playing World Tree Arisana, yeah, since
Oh,
last.
we do love
tournament.
our World Tree Arisana.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Time has been called. It is currently Jat's turn, so 1 turn left here, only on 2 credits. As much as the money can suddenly appear with Arisana pulling out a Cubon or Coalescence Axis,
Right.
but card advance in server 1 definitely looks like, well, an agenda
looks
for
like an
sure, maybe
agenda's
even the
going.
winning points.
Right, and even if it's just a 2-pointer, since time's been called, if they get that through, that's 6-5, and Ritza would win RTSA. So I can see Giat needs to find a solution here. They're a little poor.
So almost all the tiebreakers are running different influence spends when it comes to the flexibility Arisana. Jat, I need to check his list. He actually might be one of the players that is playing Light the Fire, which is the tech you definitely want for the matchups, these sort of PD matchups with the Anoetic Manigarm. Now, you are worried about border control, and we know all the ices.
Right,
So if you can't get through the server, and currently the server costs like 5 credits,
Right.
if you can Light the Fire, get just about 5 credits, and then still run archives, which is maybe a bit to do all in a single turn, you can contest this.
Yeah, you can trash Miss Bones to light the fire and then go in and I guess you gotta hit archives, but yeah, with world
And you gotta-
theoretically.
You actually don't have to run archives. Even if you do nothing,
Yeah.
it's very likely you'll win on points, right?
Right, because they're not
Often
gonna
winning, so you
buy
have to
FA
summon.
out. Yeah, so yeah, you'll win on points.
So
you
how are we
don't
getting
lose
through?
others.
So it's
Yeah.
going to cost you 4 credits to break these browns. It's going to cost you probably 1, but maybe 2. So it's like 5 or 6 credits to break, depending if you can lose a click on the MIC.
Yeah.
So a
could probably
coalescence is going to
let
be one day to help you get there.
You can probably let the Brawn
Two.
ice install fire because Arteeza can res 1 ice maybe, and the worst case scenario is you're breaking a 3-cost ice. I think that's only a credit for you, so you can save 1 credit on double Brawn. It still will cost
That's a
you, I
good
think,
point.
3.
Right.
It's a really weirdly small number of cards in archives, considering
Right.
the state of this game.
Yeah, 3
theoretically-
spin docks are out. So maybe stuff got shuffled
Correct.
back. We see no fully operationals. Mind you, server 3, server 4, we have no idea what that is. Maybe we're
Right.
expecting a wage workers as a way to score out a 5-3 from server 1. I have no doubt the players have, obviously, both players, the corporation knows what's on the table. The runner might have also a better read than we have tuning in here.
Right. Well, people are spamming to help people.
So how can Ari get the credits? If we look at the bin, 2 coalescents are out. Now we're pretty sure, unless Jat is holding in hand the Light the Fire, he's going to have to use the Miss Bones and transition that off of a successor run from, say, Archives to go get the Miss Bones and turn it into Light the Fire. That means that Jat has to either click for credits or play some sort of run event. We could bounce Gatekeeper if you are holding a trick shot. That would probably be the best case scenario, but that means you can't click the run event because Light the Fire is a run, right? It's not a passive ability.
So
yeah,
Right.
there's
You have
also a
to
line
install it and
potentially
get-
where if Light the Fire is in hand or a Simmel chip is in hand,
Yep.
you maybe have to like get the Simmel chip down and trash the Echelon to get a Coalescence, and that just gets you there. I think.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, you can sell the Sentry Breaker. That does not matter for you. Coalescence would be plus 4 credits.
But it's
Overclock
gonna be
also doesn't work. Yeah, it's hard.
Overclock's not really good, and you have to take the MIC trash ability into account as well. So
Yeah.
I think
Can't
if
run
Seat
last
has
click.
exactly Simmel chip or Light the Fire in hand, I think it's doable. It's a very tight line.
Yeah,
I think
Is
you have
there
to have
any
both.
way that you can farm off Cubon if you like Cubon on the MIC to like make it a bit cheaper?
Yeah, you
It's-
can get an RA install on the
Yeah.
Cubone, that'll help
And
too.
you've got Cyberdelia theoretically, so that's
Yeah,
also
that's-
first
that's
time
actually
you break,
big.
you can
That's
get
more
like
money.
3 off of that using an RE mid run if you have a Cubone in hand.
Yeah, that means you
So-
can actually run HQ or R&D with the Cubon and actually generate a credit, 2 credits, depending on what subroutines you carry. Draft, or you can let one of the subroutines fire.
Right. You know where
Oh, but you have to break all for Cyberdelia, so it gets a
Right.
bit messed up, but that will definitely help on the server 1 run.
Right.
Okay,
We're checking server 4. We'll see if the Light the Fire comes out or whether you pull Economy here. Light the Fire is so important. I'm pretty sure it's a Light the Fire. We'd love to
It
see some
looks
core
like it
damage. Let's
is.
go.
Beautiful.
Alright, light that fire! That's the virus.
Don't
So
care about
shot.
that.
Can break MIC for 2 credits, gaining back
But
1.
it has to be this click.
It has to be this click. Action.
Action? Question mark? Thinking.
What's the
Okay.
action?
I don't know. There's one on res.
Yeah.
Well, there's 2 on res cards on the board. One's the agenda, but the other one is.
Also, just giving a Spin Doctor as
Right.
well.
Playing
like
around
just
Malia?
courtesy for Spin Doctor.
Right.
Or,
I think we're playing on Malia?
actually,
Yeah.
yes.
MIC,
Is that
here we go.
Is that in the deck?
I don't know. This MIC now, you have to fully break it for 2 credits. So that puts you at 2
Yeah.
credits. This means Jacques can break 2 bronze, but the first subroutine on Braun will fire. So we're hoping Arteeza doesn't have a 3 credit. The thing is, if Arteeza has a 3 credit ice and has to res it, unless server 3 is a Marilyn, or sorry, Rashida, Arteeza can't even score out. Unless
Gotta be
it's like
Drafter,
credit
right?
seamless. Yeah. And even then, you can break a draft or subroutine. You just can't break all of it. So it's forking Arteeza in a way. You can res your ice and not score out, or you can let me in.
Yeah,
Right.
because Drafter potentially gets you. Oh no,
Passes.
that doesn't do it.
Is this credit perfect?
I think it is.
Now, if you install a Brown with a drafter, that can get interesting. The thing is, whatever's in server 1 is blanked. Spin Doctors are all accounted for. But the question is, if you res this, even if it ends the run, that should bankrupt both players, unless there's some way you install on the Tranquility, get credits, seamless launch, advance.
Server 1's an
Magnet.
equal.
Okay.
No, if it's an equal edge, it gets
then-
trashed.
Right. Oh wait, it gets trashed. Never mind. Right. Yeah, you win.
Okay, so Yeah, just the play
Right.
forcing RT
Yeah.
to 0 so they can't score out.
This needs to be a 4-2, and I think you need to have double seamless in hand and an upgrade.
I don't see how you get there.
Or a
From
single
0, you can't.
seamless upgrade, because you can do install upgrade, gain 2 from Trank, seamless advance.
Luminal's already been scored.
Oh, sure. Okay.
So we have to check this Rashida.
we're
We can't
checking it
trash it, but we might as well check. Parisha coming down.
Oh,
Okay, we
getting
can't
closer.
trash it
You
now.
can trash it, baby.
Oh, that's so good.
That's sick.
That'll do.
That is covering all the outs.
RTSA's left the game. Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. No, it's okay. We're all good. We're all good.
Okay, everybody's fine.
Probably not a great look to rage quit on
Yeah, that
on stream.
Alright.
So we can
Yeah.
assume they're not doing that.
they're both
So
at
if
0
Artisa-
credits.
Yeah, cool.
Very
Has
poor.
a seamless into something to install the tranquility guard. If you do credit seamless, if it's a 3-2, which this list I think is only on Luminal is a 3-2.
It's only Luminal, yeah, so it'll have to be
Yeah.
something that makes 2 creds and seamless. Single.
Oh,
Oh,
wait a second.
Right, it could also be an asset because
Is
there's
it?
another drink. Draw.
Oh yeah, you're right. It could be an asset draw. No.
Play the
no,
credit.
not
I
quite.
will do it.
Wow.
Shot getting there on
Well
time.
done, Jot.
Arsana double turbine and playing just the most important light the fire I think I've seen this side of whatever part of Borealis that came out in. Well played to both players.
And that is what it's there for. That is exactly the use case of
And,
that
like,
light to fire.
Didn't even
Real
play-
talk again. The tiebreakers publishing their list, talking about all the inclusions for that flex influence in a meta that's half HB. A big portion of that is PD with Anoetic Managarm. Yeah, that seems good.
Light the Fire came out in Midnight Sun. Which was the first.
Oh, 2 seamlesses on the bottom of the deck. Jot knew
Oh,
they
so
were
burn 'em.
there.
Oh, yeah,
cool.
that'll do it.
Thank you for the context, Jot.
nice.
That's sick.
Thank you, comrade. Yeah, sometimes we're not here and you burn those. Tragedy.
So every game we've seen has been absolutely banging in this top
Yeah.
card.
Yeah, it's been
Right.
great.
We have been getting banged all day.
Shout out to Artisa, mind you. Unfortunately, leaving the top 16 there alongside 7 other fantastic players, but just a phenomenal ride throughout the APAC Continental. So, well played.
You try, boss.
God, I love that. That Parisha from hand just to check if it's a Rashida is just so incredibly sick, as well as Deer pointed out in the chat. That's like giga brain. to
Yeah, exactly.
be tracking that still at that stage of the game when it's 51-minute game, all these complicated things have happened and still got enough presence of mind to do that.
Right. That's how you. I mean, I guess that's how you get good at netrunners. Eventually, you just start to being like, yeah, that all that just stays in there.
All right, I believe we have some results to look at. So
Wow.
we're seeing a couple more runner games won here. We might have a new bracket up. Actually, I think we just do Crore. You're the best. Thank you. Mind you, Crore, judge, tournament organizer. Shout outs in chat for some OP hype. We unfortunately have a couple players who have left the bottom of the bracket there. We saw Twaduva, Hotel Foxtrot, RTZA off screen. Unfortunately, Abstracted also hit 13th place there, leaving a competitive field. We are down to... I said 8 players are going to eject. It's 4 players. Yeah, that didn't seem right at all. That
Well-
is so much better.
Well, they'll be
This
joining.
bracket is-
Well, eventually there will be 8 players out total.
Eventually
Not
15,
this round,
yeah.
but
Oh, man.
eventually.
Tragedy
All right.
on table
Right.
19. Adil Banjai, APAC, team kill. Oh no, the humanity.
Oh,
Oh.
the pain.
You ID,
It's
right?
bad,
That's what
but-
you do. You just ID because you're on the same team?
Yeah, that's what you're allowed to do
Yeah.
that in this scenario. What does happen if you draw on time? And
The highest seed wins,
the highest seed.
Yeah.
Okay.
based on the Swiss rounds yesterday, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's
No,
why
no,
I'm
that's
asking
just-
you.
No, that's totally cool. That's a great question. It's just I don't mean like the highest seed of like what's happening today.
Right.
So like a lot of players will know that when it comes to time to be like, if I'm ahead on points, that's good enough because I'm the first place player in Swiss, which
Right.
that's an Augustus claim to have today.
Yeah, Augustus can ID the rest of his games and win. We don't know if his opponents will take them, but he could.
Now, round 3 is flying. We are left with just 12 players. We have, again, 4 very important matches here on that last life. Is there any way we want to go? Do we want to see the tiebreakers knockout? Arj or maybe Isawak?
We could see that one, and there's an Iswak. Love Iswak.
Yeah.
Made it to the top cut.
Yeah, we do love Isawak.
Okay.
We love Isawak.
Yeah, we love Isawak.
We love Iswak. We need to chant for Iswak lovers.
So this Iswak deck is very similar, mind you. The current deck list of the week. Shout out to Wenjong, who did absolutely fantastic. A player, mind you, of only 6 months, making it to top 4 at American Continentals, playing an ID that a
Incorrect.
lot of people.
It was the
Sorry?
last. It was the last deck list of the week. It's currently been replaced by a PD deck.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah.
That list is interesting. A lot of people don't know what Iswak does. A lot of people are rooting for Iswak. I think it's the most liked deck on Netrunner to be this year. The idea with this deck is that you have that sort of fork play. Iswak can score 2 agendas, win the game. That's always pretty cool. But also we have that punitive. Now, of course, open deck lists, more people are being introduced to that deck. I want to say the results of that Iswak deck list. Going into this event, we've seen 5 Iswak players. That's the most Iswak players in any event in the history of Netrunner. Now, that list got a 46% win rate. I do think that list is very strong, piloted by great players. Of course, it can get results, but once the cat is a bit out of the bag, that the punitive is there, you're not just like bumbling into archives on turn 2 and getting punitive out of nowhere. And that's definitely not going to help with the list, but we're in open deck lists. We're going to see how our Jorb can take this sort of angle and force Jai into a situation where there's no winning line. Jai, I believe, I'm going to say pretty confidently playing some Hoshiko. Actually, no, maybe Jai's on.
No,
Jai's
Jai's
on Ari.
Yeah, Jai's
Yeah, that makes sense. Don't put down your deck. He's finally realized that Arasana was what he should be playing here. So
Right,
we're about to jump into an exciting matchup.
It's another World Tree. I think all the Arasanas, the top ones, are World Tree now.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
I mean, this deck, to me, this matchup should be like super Ari favored. I'm pretty sure, based on just like looking at this list. You can hush the data loops. You can build you can deal with the humongous ice with your turbines. Like it looks super Ari favored on paper, but in the last Continentals we saw Wenjong smash through a bunch of Aris. So, but yeah, this is a bittersweet match either way. But I'm really looking forward to it.
Right.
Yeah,
I always
specifically
love the
this
pain.
Ari. Sorry.
I say I love the pain when things hurt.
Oh,
See, as George said, fairly sure the outcome of this match will be a bit sad regardless of who wins. Exactly.
Let's skip it and get a beer, says our job. I think this is a good outcome too.
Yeah, you know what?
Yeah,
we just both lose.
Can we get some like dramatic? Can we get some dramatic, non-copyrighted music to play over the top of this next match? No. Okay.
I don't. Well, I could. That sounds like Wake.
This matchup, I do agree, might be tough. There's a lot of tech into this. I want to say there's only one Stone Ship Chart Room. That's obviously a really important card when it comes to don't die to stuff. Right. But we have that built-in Air Blades, the one deck that's unironically playing Air Blades, playing Hush. Woo! There's a lot of tech. Even if you keep around things like Simulchip, self-modifying code, and on top of the Lily Pad, you have so many ways to draw an unorthodox paid ability window. So it's going to really come down to our Jorb pushing the game at a speed that Arasana cannot get everything down on the table and is forced to interact, which, let's say, like, this list our Jorb is on is actually, it's on 3 punitive, 2 seamless, so it has fewer spin doctors playing more bird barbecue, the simulation resets. He needs to get that first counter on the Iswak, or at least get the second score to get the counter, because if you can win on 2 agendas, the game can be shorter than you'd expect it to be. That's probably where our Jorb needs to sit here.
Okay, Inactivist has suggested that we could just theoretically sing Duel of the Fates a cappella, and then it would not be copyrighted.
All right, I'll take the harmony.
Okay.
I'll do the drums.
I don't remember it that well. We'll figure it out. Okay, our Jorb was considering looking at the list here, but ended up wisely deciding not to.
Yeah, our Job's just taking. I know because our Job has been playing for like a really long time. He's I think from Sydney, it might be Canberra, but has been playing for a really long time. Really strong player, and I think has just kind of popped back in recently.
Right.
Hey, do we have a shout out for an upcoming Australian Nationals?
Oh yeah, you want me to do that?
Please.
Do we have it? We have a video, didn't we?
Yeah.
Calling all Netrunner players.
Yeah,
for the first time ever, Brisbane, Australia will be hosting a national championship tournament. Come along on the weekend of July 20 to 21st for 2 days of fun and friendly competition at the George Williams Hotel in the heart of Brisbane City. We've got a great venue and some great prizes to give out, including an exclusive alternate art card illustrated by the talented Mauricio Herrera. Find all the details on alwaysberunning.net. Search for the Australian Northern Nationals. Hope to see you there.
Awesome.
Our mics were live and then they weren't, and now they are again. Hello, everybody.
Oh,
I kind
Welcome
of
back. The game
We're
is
playing
just
now, we're playing.
underway. So let's set the stage here. Iswak Adaptix, you might not be familiar with this one. This was the Boreal Cycle Jinteki Identity. Love the flavor with this card. There's some really good narrative stuff up online. 4515, it says, whenever you score an agenda that you did not install nor advance this turn, place 1 power counter on this identity. You win. On 1 fewer agenda point required. Let me try that again. For each hosted power counter, you need 1 less agenda point to win the game. So if you get 1 counter in a deck of entirely 5/3s, you're winning on 2 agenda points. There is so much support that's been coming out for Iswak abstractly. Things like Hollowman, things like Business as Usual. Seamless Launch has been around forever. Lacoste has been around forever. All of these cards don't advance cards. They add advancement counters. And that works for Iswak's text.
And what's the exploit is, or the selling point of this one is that once you score that first 5/3, now you're on 4 points, and now the runner has to check every single thing that goes in the remote.
Now you're on game point,
you just lose.
and then you have the deck contains Fujis and punitives. So if they do say they're on game point and steal your shit, you don't win on points.
Speaking of Fuji and steal it, you should take the Fuji here. Bottom the Hansa and Charlotte. Go take the Fuji. If you can steal 3 points and not get the punitive, which maybe it's Rashid and server 1, maybe you draw that, you're probably in a good spot.
Right.
This is potentially a risk for Jai, but as soon as you steal 3 points, you can never steal a 6-point bacterial combo, and you're never worried about that very unfair punitive. So maybe some risk here, but if I can see an early Fuji, I usually try and take an early Fuji.
Free stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, installs that. Telework.
Jai might be leaving it. We're taking it. There's a risk here.
Jai's taking it. You could die.
You could. You need 2 punitives.
Yeah,
it's hard.
It's unlikely.
It's unlikely, but if Rashida hits double punitive, you can technically do it. And this list has 3 punitives. If this is Rashid and server 1.
If it's a shader into double punitive, then our job deserves it.
That would be very funny.
Unlikely, but if you have it.
Nuts. So be it.
Yeah.
That's sometimes just how it be. Let's find all together. Drawing 4 cards. You are allowed to you have to click to draw once to get to 5 cards. Punitive into punitive, both of them being trace 5s. You're far ahead on money. Does Arjorb have it? You generally won't tempo punitive. That's very important. So if Arjorb doesn't have it, this might be a window to just continue to push on.
But if you
the simulation reset draw cards, I don't know what that
does.
Technically it does.
Sim reset, you trash cards from your hand, then you shuffle that many cards from archives into R&D, then you draw that many cards. So technically you lose 1 card overall, but it does draw cards. So if you had Simu 1 punitive or even no punitives, you could trash everything in your hand that was not your punitives to draw a bunch of cards to try.
Right. Okay.
He does draw a card, which makes me think he has 1.
Have it.
It looks like Jai lives to fight another day.
All right. But
definitely a sigh of relief there. Telework card in server 1 without advancements. I think worst case is another Rashida. This is not a Regenesis deck, so you're not worried about that suddenly 4 points. Arjorb has to work on this, so maybe not the Rashida. That's it.
I think Jai's just a sigh of relief has just echoed across through the skyscrapers and the canyons of Singapore.
All right.
As we see.
Are there a lot of canyons in Singapore?
I'm talking about like the urban canyons, between
the urban canyons. I see.
The urban canyon.
The grand urban
through the hawker centers. Yeah, it's sweeping through the hawker centers, floating over the Jurian performance place.
Spin Doctor in the remote server drawing up here at the start of term. Arjorb knows it's only a matter of time. We haven't seen a World Tree just yet, but he probably has to start getting to work. We haven't seen a Charlotte. That doesn't look like an upgrade. Install advance. If you have a seamless, which is only 2 in the deck, you can start getting to that Iswak, but this looks more like a Charlotte if you ask me, and that's at least very good to push you forward. But Jai definitely has the time here just to hang out with Nuka and start setting up. We'd love to see a World Tree smashing into HQ, trading that telework, the last 3 credits for 3 credits of value more on whatever resource you think is the next most important. And there you go. That's the start. Hit HQ. Let's go.
One thing I love about these World Tree decks is it's one of these decks where it's correct not to draw first.
Yeah.
A lot of the time, which is just so weird to get into your head.
Bad fundamentals. Yeah, I know. It's so good.
Exactly. But it's so fun. I've been loving this.
Tactical is the touch from HQ. They're trading the 3 credits from the telework to 8 coming from the daily cast. Throwing out a lily pad. Yeah, a lot of these lists are running multiple consoles. I think Jai is probably on the full suite of, actually 2 lily pads. So that means he probably has 1 in hand or a hardware he's looking to trade in the next couple turns.
I would expect to see a hard wearing hand come down probably next turn, because
Yeah.
you want that lily pad rolling as fast as you possibly can.
Our hunter there in the club, she's at work, so that is going to be start a turn, gain 4, draw a card. It feels really good when it happens. You do have to remember you spent a click and a credit on it. Still, obviously very good, and La Costa is going to make that very free relatively soon.
Yeah. It's always nice when Charlotte Castador drags people back to black sites.
There it is. You're hoping for La Costa. Otherwise, we're looking at 2 Anoetics. That is a change from the Wenjong list. I also want to shout out when it comes to the ice. The difference between this and the Wenjong list, you still have those lovely data loops, but we're looking now on Vampire and Nasos. We're half the 3 Anansis, the Boto, so it's just a couple more beefy code gates. Coalescence, with Arsan's ability, you don't care. It's going to be trashed anyways.
By World Tree, baby.
What are you grabbing here? Just another Coalescence? Looks like we're tempoing forward.
Let's get that money.
Bank.
Now, Jorb here probably needs to find an ice for archives. If you can ice up all the servers, it sometimes gets a bit more tenuous, a bit more risky for Jai to run. Now, if you do run into something really terrible, Anansi is the worst case scenario because you can't Fazarum cheat into it. But you definitely want to try and get the World Tree runner to have to work, to pay credits, to produce programs to be able to get that free value. Because otherwise, it's just an absurd click to run archives, draw a card, install it for -3.
Very effective.
Yeah. It's a wonderful little value engine. You know, it's Charlotte. People sort of thought, oh, it's an NGO replacement, but no, it's a campaign. It's a complicated campaign, but it's a very good campaign.
Right, you know.
I hear you, but have you ever installed Advance to Charlotte? It feels so good when they don't run it, and you just like get 7 credits in a card. Like, it is messed up how cool she is.
That's she is fun. Big fan of Charlotte.
No, I got burned because every time I tried to play like the Ag Glacier, I would have 3 copies of Charlotte just glued to the bottom of my deck and just went.
Oh, that happens.
This is not for me.
Yeah,
for what it's worth. That's important in Isobak too. This deck is only on 3 hedge funds, 3 Hanseis. Like, when you see the bacterial programming sort of lists with punitive, you're assuming, or at least if you looked at Worlds last year, your digital life was the big unfair quote unquote economy card. And this list, if it doesn't stick a Charlotte, actually struggles to res those like 3 Anansis. Even the original version of this list, I think, had the giant snake, the Cloud Eater.
Cloud Eater. Spicy.
But Arjob in the money. Arjob's fired a Rashida. Arjob's played at 2 hedge funds, played a Hansei review, couple of ticks on the Charlotte. Like, you're feeling pretty good about your economy right now.
Right.
And you've blocked off that archives run, so it's a lot harder for Jai to get tree value.
Right.
There's that lily pad from hand. I think we could have guessed. So we'll see where Jai thinks is the weakest server. The card on archives, we have a chance, or an HQ is a Tattoo Bola. I think we saw that before it hit the table. So the question is, can Jai force those reses? Something was Hansei. If it's a bacterial programming, I think you're relatively in the safe. You can get some money up, probably get some sort of card draw redundancy. If you're on 5 cards and an SMC with the lily pad, you're technically totally safe.
Ostensibly. But there could be the 3 punitives. There's 3 punitive deck, right?
Yeah, this one's on 3, which is actually notably different than the 2 seamless, 2 punitives. It has fewer spin doctors, hoping, again, those birds were tossing away enough recursion and enough flexibility. But that SMC means that Jai now understands if he holds it or if he cracks it while running. This might be a non-World Tree turn if he wants to play a bit conservatively here.
Right. Poor birds.
Thinking here?
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that you don't want to run into here. Like, Anansi is, of course, just really bad.
Great.
It's not like the World Tree trigger, because your only real answer to it is Fazarum, which is also quite bad.
Right, and you're still sad.
Yeah, for the uninitiated, Anansi, it's a massive FFG 8-cost sentry with some pretty cool utility subroutines. But specifically, if you don't break all the subroutines on it, it is 3 net damage. And that means cards that bypass don't break subroutines. Enjoy your 3 net damage.
It's very sad. Hush can deal with that, but otherwise there's not a lot of sneaky ways you can really deal with Anansi. It is very resistant to most methods. You know, it's got 3 subroutines, so Boomerang doesn't get it. All kinds of things. It makes all
notably one of the ways that you can beat this deck, and players probably over the last week have had the most practice against Iswak that they ever have had, is that if you can deny the Iswak ability, you're denying so much. If this deck have to score 3 agendas, that's a lot of work. So I think there is a priority here. If you just keep trashing Lacostas, the deck with only 2 seamless launches can actually struggle to make the ID ability relevant. Just like targeting exclusively Lacostas gets you pretty far.
Right.
So we'll see if Jai prioritizes that. Jai is still spinning up. It's only a matter of time again. Once we start figuring out what the weakest server is, breaker into cheap turbine. And at that point, it all comes down to, can you do something unfair with data loop?
Right.
Arjorb thinking here at the start of the turn, lots of cards in hand. Mind you, Charlotte does do that. We've gone through 20 cards, only seen one Fuji, no recursion. Your guess here that there's at least 2 agendas in HQ, and Arjorb might not be comfortable pushing them behind a single piece of ice.
Right. I better install a second piece then.
Yeah, you need 2 or 3, I imagine, to force like
Probably.
different breaker situations, which Jai probably can't produce. We're starting with a simulation reset. Click 1 is a bit interesting. You're hoping to get a better hand. Every time I play simulation reset, I draw a worse hand. Throwing out 4. That might be a flood, or just saying these cards are on average worse than the average card. Double exclamation mark for Jai. That is not a common play.
Right.
So Arjorb just fishing for something better here. The 2 cards he kept, that's where an interesting conversation is. What are you holding here? I'm imagining you hold every punitive. I'm imagining you hold every seamless. That could limit the options of what you're guessing is held.
Probably.
Shuffling Spin Doctor and Rashida back in. Mind you, that's a singleton Spin Doctor. Only one of in the deck, so spending recursion on recursion. But now 2 more clicks to push into server 1 if we want to. Overlaying the Charlotte sometimes feels bad, but you need to make your ability relevant sooner than later. I just don't know if you could beat single SMC.
Yeah, SMC, it's unfortunate there.
Oh, we're advancing that manually too on the Charlotte. That's interesting. So, but the longer you do this, like the longer Ari can set up the Doom ring.
Right.
And then all your taxing is just not going to be for anything.
Right.
Jai needs to find a weak server here. Second ice on server 1.
It's looking like they're going to do it next turn, because this lets them trash the Charlotte for 3 instead of over-installing on it. So it's looking like they're doing that. Jai might be able to push into HQ. There might be some agendas in there, since it looks like they're, getting ready to trash Charlotte.
Yeah, with the Daily Cast on 2, Jai has a big incentive here. Now, you can trash the Coalescence to cycle your programs and start building that Ice Suite or that Icebreaker Suite. I think Tattoo Bola still is probably a likely ice here, and if Arjorb spends 8 to 7 credits resing a piece of ice, I think you're fairly okay with that idea, considering we probably can cheat through most of it. I think Anansi is definitely the worst case scenario here.
Yeah, Anansi's the one you really, really don't want to see. Boto is kind of a bummer too. But yeah, most of the rest, you like if it's Vampire and Asa or if it's Stars and Tan, you pull out the Fazarian Entangler and you get through there pretty happily. Anansi is the scariest boy, as is always the case in these decks.
There's a Propeller, Breaker from hand.
Right.
Cheap Tattoo Bola, you're paying a power counter until we get that Turbine down. So this Propeller can actually have a pretty big shelf life. It doesn't trash itself when it's empty, unlike some of the newer power counter cards from the last couple sets.
Mm-hmm. It's always nice when it doesn't do that. It's some cards do feel like
it's lovely tree food, this one.
Why not?
There we finally get the poke here. So we need to see, this needs to be something big. Undo, click, overclock. Okay. Self-modifying code. It's probably going to get some use regardless of the board state here, and Arjorb is going to feel a bit less resing something taxing. Feel a bit less great.
So I wonder what Jai's going to do here. There's a Daily Cast on 2, which is a really nice trash target a lot of the time, just to pull out the next one, keep the value train going. But on the other hand, I think if you're Jai, you probably want to make sure you are prepared to deal with Anansi in particular. So you need to work towards getting your Echelon plus Breaker board state.
Yeah, I imagine with SMC here, you pull Echelon almost regardless. The Code Gate and the runs. Like, it's only Thimblerick. You can eat a Vampire Nas if you need to. So, Propeller set up perfectly. That was the one card from hand you saw. I think it was a big chance had to both on HQ. Not seeing a swap here. Okay, we have the swap. That would give information. You'd hate to touch a Tattoo Bowl in HQ here, but this is the last paid ability window for Jai to use those 4 credits on the overclock.
Right.
Yeah, you got to assume the overclock is the SMC is getting cracked. Is it going to be Echelon? Surely.
So now Jai, after the access, might daily cast into another Nuka if it's an option. I think that Coalescence can cook for another turn. You probably want to use that on a later turn to get your Breaker Suite. But we'll see here.
Now that's interesting.
Okay.
Now if you take that Tattoo Bola, it's not as bad.
And that's very cool.
Maybe this becomes the Echelon.
Crashes the Coalescence. They might be trying to build up that Breaker Suite right now. No,
Just getting the turbo.
Oh, turbine.
That might suggest
Alright.
that Jai has breakers in hand, and we touch a
What's
Hansei. Do you take a Hansei? I'm not sure it's the most important, but sometimes you just take whatever you can with accumulation.
It is also kind
Always
of
be Cooper
probably. I think you might want to keep up the pressure. It's now the econ's pretty good, but
Taking it. It's yours. You can heat it up, extract it for its raw elements, turn it into gold. It costs a credit to do it and then another credit to use it, but Jai, just keeping the cards in hand there, it looks like one daily cast is going to leave. This is not a program suite I think I've seen before, but Arturb actually might have a remote server in the next couple of turns that he can push into.
right. All right, now we're at 32
Charlotte,
and
credits.
it's looking like the hot favorite in the chat is RJ.
RJ, yeah, I think that's pretty good odds of that fellow, but I'm not sure. RJ is pretty good too. It's a rough matchup for RJ.
Oh, Jorb is drawing. Probably not happy with what he has in hand. All we know is a Tattoo Bola, but this is going to push a remote server.
Still
looks like a Daniela Anoetic has to. I'm imagining Daniela Anoetic, which is the setup for the next push.
Right.
Is it? Yeah, it has to be. It's the only cards it can be.
You could stack two Danielas. It's
They can
an option.
Yeah,
you just can't res two, right?
So yeah, they can't both be resed, but anything that's not a region, you can put an infinite amount of unique cards in the same server as long as they're unresed.
Right. Yeah. Sure. And it's not La Costa.
Region is the only one that applies even when unresed.
Now, Anoetic. How many ways do we have to beat that? If we look at Jai's flashy influence spend in the Arasana World Tree shell, this is not having a light the fire. This one is on, I believe, No One Home as one of the options. We're on a single Phaserum, so that actually should move some influence around. I think that's how we're seeing the accumulation here. But there's no pinhole threading. It's actually kind of difficult to deal with Anoetic. You have to deal with it kind of head on, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, you gotta get rid of cards in hand, which isn't, you've got accumulation, but that's only one. Unless they're all cards of trash cost. You might just have to.
Yeah, I think the philosophy is that your breaker suite is going to be so efficient that you just run through all this stuff and like
you're just gonna have
to keep.
Yeah, all your breakers are at strength 7, so we'll just keep running.
Skunk Void is a huge bummer, but if it's just Void, you just go, all right, just keep trashing your hand then. See if I can.
Buzzsaw hitting the table already at 5 strength. That means that there's no Koge in this deck that you're breaking for fewer than 2 credits. Vampire Nasa, mind you.
More than 2 credits.
Yeah, sorry. More than 2 credits. You're right. I said it backwards.
Yeah. Which you might not be wrong. I don't know the code gates exactly, but I know that wasn't what you meant.
Sure gamble for 4 credits. Jai on a healthy 16 here. I think he does need at some point to get down those air blades. Mind you, we still have 37 cards left in the stack. That's a lot of cards, but the air blade's the one way you can eventually deal with those data wards or data loops, excuse me.
Yeah, and is Jai on Hush in this version?
On what?
That's going to be
Hush. There is a single one, I think.
That's correct.
Probably going to be a big part of the plan.
One Hush.
Arjar, we'll see if we have the push in their remote server. Start of the turn, we get that Charlotte. We're drawing 2 cards a turn. Again, only one agenda's been out. We did see the 4-card shuffle, the simulation reset, so we're assuming a punitive in hand, a seamless in hand, but Arjorb needs to consider pushing here. The longer turn by turn that you wait, this Arsana board state can build so much faster than you can put threats on the table.
Absolutely. I mean, if you're talking about healthy threat credit totals, 36 is certainly up there.
You've got enough to, if you don't have enough to res your stuff at 36, you might have too expensive ice suite.
Yeah, still drawing is rough here.
I guess we've got all the agendas in those 23. This is kind of the worst. It's like there's like the inverse of agenda flooded of I have a window and I have nothing, and so I just have to wait until they can break in and then I'll get them.
That's awful, yeah.
No, we finally found it.
Like we're seeing a push.
Charlotte, mind you.
Deck wants to like hit. Okay, and we're seeing in advance.
Yeah.
So
okay, this is good. Yeah, Arjorb next turn can threaten the Isowak. If you get the free Lacosta, and then, well, technically you still need double Seamless, so it might be a turn. But if Jai contests this, mind you,
You could
it's
also,
worth keeping in mind credit totals, double punitive. If Jai keeps a similar chip on the table, Jai is entirely safe when it comes to double punitive, unless Jai ends on turn with fewer than 5 cards in hand.
you could also just accept that this one is not the one that you get the bonus point on, and just advance it if you don't have the right seamlesses. Which is
it's not ideal, because then you drag them through the remote play and it gets a bit worse. But Arjob's drawn half his deck. Like, he's got to have a seamless.
But
I think echelon on the table. Now no ice is. Hold on, I'll do this. No ice cost more than 3 credits.
All right.
I did it. I think that's the case now.
You.
It's the on encounter that can be slightly annoying.
Right.
So we'll see if Jai feels like Jai wants to contest again. Daniela, that does matter. That is cards out of hand. So you have to be able to draw up to deal with punitive. So you need to draw up first, keep the simul chip. You're going to probably draw clicklessly during the run with Lilypad Arasana or Lilypad World Tree. So you can maybe consider contestant gear. The worst case scenario is probably a data ward. And if that's the case, data loop, that'll make you reconsider partially through this run at worst case.
Right.
Yeah. Jai's very practiced at dealing with punitive Jinteki decks as well. Don't forget, because Augustus
so true.
Like most of last year, terrorizing everybody with them. So Jai's played with it and against it plenty of times.
Gotta make someone on
and going into HQ.
Okay. Going to HQ, see what we can
touching HQ here.
Maybe going for the legwork.
Exactly, yeah. We might go and throw the couple at the corp. You can see 3 cards in HQ. We're still working on a World Tree target here. Arasana, also, you can install stuff here to punish this run, whether you have a Pichachan or Cubon. Mind you, the priority is Jai's, and it looks like Jai's passed.
Quick question. Can you use a cupulation to get an additional 2 cards and then simul chip that cupulation back and then nab one of those?
So you can't do normal paid ability windows during an access. The only ones you can do is the access one. So like the text that's on cupulation.
Okay, so you cannot do it.
There's no window in the window.
Yeah, there's very few things you can do.
Question. Do you just does the corp just never res ice now, and you just build credits so you can punitive them? Like, what do you even? Okay, hey, that's a punitive. Oh, that's a punitive. Oh, that's a punitive.
That's all of them. Hello.
That is very good for Arjorb. This is where you need a simul chip. You need to grab the cupulation back. The DZ is probably not as important as the simul chip there.
Oh, he is. That is.
Oh, that's spooky.
Well, that lets you know that, hey, when I steal an agenda, I die, but it's. Woof, this
is the big difference between the decklist of the week, mind you. It's on 3 punitives, so you actually can beat. Technically, it's hard because you need to land all 3 to beat Lilypad card draw, let alone. They could get worse with Stone Chip.
It gets the air blade for those data loops.
So spicy. How many Stone Chips are in the bin?
1?
2?
2.
Okay.
Mildly concerning.
That is
now Arjorb might score out here. We're pretty sure he doesn't have double seamless because we've seen obviously 3 of the cards in hand. So it looks like we're just gonna score out and say Isawak is gonna matter on the next one.
Right.
Back pro, everybody. We have some time to stretch our legs. We're going to look at 7 cards. We're going to do whatever we want with those cards.
Right.
This one takes a minute. It's a bit harder on JNet. You can trash them. You can draw them. Reordering them is really important. Jai hasn't prioritized running R&D, and I think it kind of makes sense here. But now you know the top of R&D. Jorb will have full information about it. Notably, this deck is on 1 Spin Doctor. Sometimes knowing the top of the deck is a curse because you know the agendas are there, and then the runner runs them. You know what's going to happen, but bluffs all around, that's for sure.
Right. A lot of options.
I mean, I think what econ boosters does Jai have left in the deck? So there's 3 creatives still to go. There's a gamble. There's a couple of 1 coalescence, and there's 3 muses to get your coalescences back. So I think there's a world here where Arjorb just goes look, I have 35 credits and 3 punitives, and I'm just going to put you just have to deal with this.
So Jai needs to get back with a simulchip, trade a DZ for simulchip, and consider getting accumulation back, I think, to steal one of the punitives. Now, Jai also can threaten, like, if Arjorb is not resing any of this ice, which is pretty unfavorable. The turn that you res a Vampire Nasa for 7 and Jai breaks it for 2, like, that feels as bad as it sounds. But if that's the case, Jai can just go for a Cubon and just start farming, build that Magnum Opus by running HQ. Like, that's probably the way that you can push yourself back into the game a bit faster. But I think Jai is actually relatively safe. If Jai just pulls out a Stone Chip Chart Room, keeps around an SMC, a Simul Chip, and just says, like, I can actually probably survive triple punitive as long as I keep cards in hand.
Yeah, keep cards, get money. Yeah, Cuban's probably going to be a big factor here, just doing a bit of that farming, as you said. Is it 1 in this list?
All right, I'm back.
JNet had an update that told you what Bacterial did. So now the two players are either talking in chat and explaining what's happening, or you're going to see it, because it's kind of hard to tell if you're not tracking. Now, that update was rewound, unfortunately, for technical reasons, so it's only a matter of time before we get that Bacterial programming technology back online. Shout out to the JNet devs. You're all great.
Technology just isn't there yet.
Miss Bones coming down. Cubon, there you go. That starts, and just trashing La Costa, dealing with these assets, these upgrades, excuse me, on the turn that they don't matter, making Arjor pay for them. And we know with 3 punitives in hand, like, you can't actually fire Anoetic that many times.
Yeah, that's it's smart play here from Jai. Underrated play is like going through these remotes. It's same as PD, like clearing out the hell remote where they're not trying to score. Kind of an underrated move.
Yeah, make the corp pay when it's awkward. There's the Anansi. It's only been broken for 1 credit with Cubon. Yeah, if that's a tattoo, I look like a fool. Cubon, mind you, getting trashed if the host ice is returned to hand is always a bit ugly. But Echelon for 3, once you pass that, Rain and Reverie FFG card will give you 2 credits. And there's the data loop. So I'm not sure. Actually, you technically need to use the Airblades here, because if there's an expected Daniela, you can't deal with at least Daniela.
Right. That would be mildly annoying.
And Jai actually breaking this correctly and not just hitting the break all button. That's how you know he's a good netrunner player. Doesn't just mash the break all.
Hey, the amount of time you save for that button is worth the extra credit every 6 games.
Yeah, but the best JNet players, the best netrunner players, they make enough money in their decks that they can just mash the button to go faster.
Yeah, you need that. We need the bell curve meme for this one.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. So we're through here, mind you. Data loop. We're now expecting this remote server to be Anoetic Daniela. Daniela's interesting. If you want to trash Daniela, you have to shuffle 2 cards from your hand back in your deck. If you want to steal an agenda from a Daniela server, exact same text. So Jorb is thinking here probably whether or not to res the Anoetic or just let it go without a fight. Because we're pretty sure if our Jorb fires Anoetic, it's really easy for Jai to run this back. It's going to use an Airblade counter and only 2 credits, if I'm not mistaken, some propeller charges. And that'll leave our Jorb with a hand of probably just punitives, which it's definitely a look. Yeah.
It's a look. Okay, are we going to see Daniela res too?
Probably at a minimum. That's the taxing one that doesn't cost the corp too much.
Yeah, the nuker on the board makes that pretty sad though. Because Daniela is just add to deck, right? It doesn't trash them. It just
no, yeah. I think it's. I'm not sure if it's bottom or if it's shuffle. I think it might be shuffle.
I think it's bottom.
Yeah. Okay.
It's 2 random cards to bottom, I think.
Yeah, in random order.
Yeah.
I think you're right.
That is. It sounds correct.
You know what it's time for. You know what it's time for. It's time for the sneakies. It's time for the Mavirus res.
Right.
It's time for the 1 net damage. Oh,
there's no Mavirus in this deck.
Never mind. Never mind.
What would the Mavirus res do? Oh, the 1 net damage.
Yep,
and then they can't trash it. You're right. Brilliant.
Yeah.
Does Jorb have 3 punitives? Are we like Balatrode here? We got a 3 of a kind.
Yeehaw. That's
Now Jai runs back.
Then when he gets seamless, he'll have a full house.
We're spending a propeller. We're spending Airblades. We're spending only 2 credits. Drawing a first one that's bones. This is actually a turn that you can conserve one of your Airblades if you don't think your card's that important. Overclock, definitely a luxury spent here. You're not cost. This server's not that expensive to run.
You're turning your Cuban into real bucks, which is nuts. Yeah. Luxury. I think, you can look at this and go, look, I don't know if I'm going to need this overclock that much anymore.
Probably not.
It's kind of doing the same thing.
Yeah. So we're through. Anansi, mind you, for 3 credits returned from Cubon. That was house money from the overclock. The data loop as well. The propeller counters running out. It's actually going to matter eventually. Airblades, we are going to use some of that Netrium to fly through.
Alright, I've just realized I have a secondary thing, so I don't have to make the stream look when I want to look at cards, but I've just been making them look anyways. Sorry, everybody.
Going on an adventure altogether. Breaking the end of the run. I don't think our Jorb can fire the Anoetic a second time.
Then you don't have 3 punitives.
All right, are we voiding again?
Oh, that's so expensive. Daniela, though,
you
need a resit here. Yeah, I don't think you can afford to throw out your potential win condition. As much as that win condition does look like it's a bit of a prayer.
Hey, you know, sometimes that's all you need. That's what you gotta understand. It's not about the yeah. Thank you.
You gotta dream big.
Working on it.
Gotta dream big. Play to your dreams. I mean, you're
reach
out.
for the stars. Play to your dreams and outs. Yeah.
Should speed up. Yeah, you do have to keep, mind you, these are all timed rounds. The finals might not be Anoetic. Punitives are gone. Hardrobe is saying I win with the server.
Right, this one, this handles it. This is, so I will do. Jai says they should speed up. 9 minutes.
All that's in hand is 1 punitive, almost definitely.
Maybe they trashed the punitives earlier. Punitives were never the play. Their brain is too large for us.
12 face down cards in archives, and while I'm not expecting those to be agendas, mind you, that early Fuji steal puts Jai off the potential of stealing 6 points and bumbling into punitive. Jorb is going to be jamming. Now this hand has to be double seamless for this to be the final turn of the game. Lacosta double seamless will get you that Iswak, will close the game out. Now, are you playing around that? It's unlikely. If you force the Anoetic to fire once, you can't have double seamless. So the question is whether you run this or not. Now, if Jorb draws just about anything that goes on the remote server, we're looking at still 3 unaccounted for Rashidas. I do think server 1 is likely Rashida or Charlotte, but Jai says, this cost me very little to find out. Let's go find out.
This looks like a very good run to me. If they void you, you check archives. As you said, Andre, they can't double seamless you. You're putting the pressure on. You don't want to be voiding all over and over again, voiding all over the place. You know, nobody wants that as a corp.
Now, Jai might be forced to make a World Tree run at some point to refill the propeller by getting another Fractor. I'm assuming a Cleaver will come down. It's the same cost to do all this. But also, we have finally exhausted the batteries on our inline skates. So Data Loop 2 might demand a World Tree DZ into self-propulsion. Oh, second coupon. This is a 1 credit server.
Free money, baby.
Jeez.
Hooly dooly, just truly. We're in.
Sharks everywhere. We're getting lampreed.
Yeah, there are lampreys, aren't they? Oh, spin dock. That is free Anoetic technology. There's so many Anoetics left in it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, if there's a spin doctor in the server, but why would there be a spin doctor in the server? It was.
This Anoetic is fired 3 times in a row. It's sick.
This void is absolutely. It's so deep. It's so wide.
You're not fucking.
Jorb is holding on, just protecting Daniela at all costs.
He says,
no. This Lacosta is so important. Trick shot R&D, res some ice. I'm not spending as much as you. If it's a tattoo bola, Jai actually might be in an ugly spot here, but we're looking at 2 off the top. We're going to trade that propeller. I imagine it might just be that cleaver to come through.
Oh man, the next level play is trashing a DZMZ for another airplanes.
And honestly, yeah, we're going back in.
But right now we're at max man.
Jai might just go back here.
Or you could trash it for it.
I mean, you go back because even if they void, it's free. It's free money.
Are we getting 4 voids? Oh man, I just realized like, Anoetic Void is just basically reverse Charlotte, and it's so good still.
The anti-Charlotte.
You put in Charlotte.
Trick shot. Sorry.
You put in Charlotte. You put in Void. That's the thing, is we charged up Void.
It's infinite.
And then we. Literally forever, never runs out.
Now we're going to put 2 cards back on top of our deck with Data Loop. Those are your choices. That actually means Daniel is safe here. Did Jai goof this?
I don't think so, because you still
contest Anoetic.
Still trash everything else. Like, you can contest the Anoetic, you can contest the Lacosta.
It's also really unfortunate that Anoetic and Spin Doctor are in the same server, because that means Jorbs has no potential to bring an Anoetic back. The list is on 2, but that's obviously a powerful way to close the game out. We saw how much of a fight Jai has to put out here. Now Daniela will stay because that's an additional cost. Jorb has to res it though. Oh my god.
And it's the 4th void. Oh my god.
No, you do not get in.
I've
No,
never seen this.
No.
This is sick. This is so cool.
Just absolutely yeeting the entire deck into the void.
Lost card
blades. Oh, we're going
No. Back. Okay. We cannot get a 5th void. It is technically impossible here. Jai is just fighting the server.
I hate this server so much.
I feel like I'm Sicko's yes here. It's just perfect. It's just
this is incredible.
Is there a way Jai can die from this somehow?
If there's a virus, but open deck list, right?
Right.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the deck list now.
No, it's totally safe. There's no damage.
Okay.
You know that one-off Angelica that's in the hand. You know.
Yeah. Does Daniela have secret text like Angelique does? You know, you learn about that in a weird way. Yeah. Okay. And are we making a profit from this run, or is it just credit neutral? Gross, man.
It's credit neutral. It is gross.
Credit neutral run. It's credit neutral. We can't void a 5th time.
Sad.
2 unseen cards. Okay. So Daniela survives, which means that obviously Void and Lacoste are gone. That's going to be a problem. Miss Bones is eating well tonight. If Jorb top decks a Fuji, install advances it, and then you'd have to have 2 seamless in your hand after a mandatory. There's a chance here that Jai can struggle. But we got Nuka, we got Airblades. It's not going to be that hard to contest this on the following turn.
It's sad.
Yeah. I mean, surely this is next turn Jai can just slam Nuka and go into the archives, right? There's a lot of stuff in archives. There's almost as many face downs in archives as there are cards.
That's RNT, yeah, I know. 2.5 through an ESA game, but Jai's just been working on an Anoetic, finally getting his target.
You know, we were asking, how does Jai deal with an Anoetic? And the answer is, you just keep going. You don't stop.
Slam it. This is it. We were talking about it.
If you install enough Q-bonds, any run is free.
Jorb drawing up, not an easy spot to be in. Hedge Fund getting up to 14 again. We're pretty sure the punitives have left the area, so it's up to Jai here to close the game out. You have to respect Fuji. At least hit Nuka before you start touching stuff. 2 Fujis, you don't die to on archives because you'll win as long as you have 2 cards, but we're coming up on 3 minutes. The higher seed here is our Jorb. Jai actually has to close the game out within the next 5 to 10 minutes.
Which seems very
doable.
Reasonable. Just saying the lag's getting bad though. That's never good in these situations.
I'm sure it's fine.
We're checking archives.
You know, our job is DDoSing. Trying
3 cards in hand. Mind you, we might have missed it, but a lot of those cards on top of R&D were known. Spin Doctor did shuffle there. Miss Bones is being returned to Nuka.
There are no agendas in archives. There are 3 punitive counter-strikes in archives. Punitive, off the table. It ain't happening.
Jorb's win condition now is entirely Lacosta and Seamless based. With only 2 Seamlesses in the list, you don't have to run anything in the remote server unless our Jorb does install Advance or install an upgrade, because there's just no way to get ISWAC text to matter with the current deck list.
And also R&D is just loaded, right?
Yeah. HQ2 probably has an agenda in it for sure. There's a send a message off the top. 6 points for Jai. Jai can probably click for credits for the rest of the game.
Yeah, this is hard to close out now for our Jorb.
This is unfortunate. We knew this would be a hard matchup, and our Jorb fought tooth and claw, just getting Anoetic to fire as many times. But Jai now can sit back. This matchup, when it comes to the win condition, these our Sonic decks don't often run. Well, we have 1 conduit, but that's it. We're not on the sort of cataloger versions. That card hasn't made that big of a splash in Shaper decks, but Jorb jamming.
It's almost like the Lou decks where you would just, it's very hard control. You almost don't need that multi-access. You just don't let the corp do anything else.
Right. The corp just doesn't play the game, and you play the game, and eventually you get it.
Yeah, exactly.
You know.
So best case scenario, Jorb has 2 Seamlesses in hand. Scores out, Seamless Advance, gets to 6 points. Ties on time, higher seed. Jai is going to check the server.
Jai is not interested in this possibility.
Yeah, Airblades, the server costs nothing Daniela will be 2 cards from hand. That's for sure. You're still safe to steal up Fuji, let alone Fuji text doesn't matter when you're on game point.
Yeah, this
Again,
server is a sure gamble when you're on this server.
This makes money, yeah.
If you, what is it? Yeah.
I don't know what you're expecting here. Can't be a spin doctor. Rashida and Charlotte are both possibilities. I'm not sure if you just jam an agenda in here. Seems slightly safer in HQ, but...
I mean, in the end, it's not safe. You're just trying to get something to happen.
2 animatics in the bin. It's a Charlotte.
Time in the round. Okay.
And that's time in the round, and that's going to be it.
That's why Jorb has a fast advance plan to gain 3 points.
That's the game. Jai here can try and win the game or just click for credits and will win on time. Jorb, unfortunately, scoring corpse, getting to last turn. If you don't have something in the remote server, you got nothing. Just taking down Daniela as well. Jai drawing up. Well played to both players. Our Jorb, the top placing Jinteki. Unfortunately, one of our APAC players knocking out another. That is going to be...
How could you do this, Jai? You are
that is both of our Jinteki players out of the card.
Right,
we're left with only HB, maybe an NBN still, and probably I still think the op list is there. Yes, I think it is for sure.
It is. We're in a purple world.
It is very purple.
It's a purple world, and you're all just living in it.
Jorb had the double seamless.
Oh, he done it.
Yeah, he had it.
Oh shit!
Oh my god!
The combo.
You put on our job put on a show here.
Yeah,
he did.
Jorb.
Yeah, well played to Jai. That is a hard 100%. Matchup. Jorb still holding on to the outs. The triple punitive. That early Rashida had a small chance of closing the game out, but unfortunately, Arsana has all the solutions to the problems you could present. Can you present the problems fast enough? Unfortunately, today the answer was no.
No. Tragedy.
But very, very, very well played from both players there. Yeah, we sad to see another APAC person drop out. We're done, right? I don't think there's any point jumping in.
Well, time was just called. Yeah, we probably don't want to exactly jump in.
We could go bother them, but
actually, yeah, why not? It looks interesting. Charlie has one more turn here. It's 3-5. If Arsana can get one more 2-pointer, that is going to put who's ahead on seed between Styx. I think Styx is, I believe, below Santa. So
Santa's 5, Styx is 9.
Okay.
So Santa can get a point.
So Santa needs to find a 2-pointer on this turn at a minimum. Right. We're looking at a full breaker suite. Excuse me. We don't have a berry breaker. RD is iced up. I think Styx is actually on a core damage version. So Jared Dunham Memorial Grid might be on R&D.
Cool. Maybe.
But this is the weird core damage sports deck. I was actually really excited to see this. Oh, yeah. 2 cards are in server 1. We're overclocking. We're sending it centrals. I'm not sure World Tree's fired this turn.
World Tree.
It looked like it might. Turbine probably wasn't installed.
There's already been a run this turn.
Yeah.
So World Tree is not happening. Oh,
Elevagao was a start
that's
for sure.
1 point.
That's the point.
But that's not 2 points.
If that's the Memorial in R&D cost a pretty penny to run. I think 8 credits. So the question is, can you make another Axis here? Drafter, you can technically break only 1 subroutine. I'm not sure if Arsana's text has interacted with this turn so far. We've seen trick shots, 2 in the bin, protected by an upgrade. Sports Metal gained 2 credits. Now, if you have agendas in hand, you might draw to dilute that, or sometimes you might just play it cool to not attract any more attention to that HQ run. Charlie can click for credit, run HQ, not steal Iqua, but any other agenda you touch will bring you to a win.
Right.
Oh, unless Styx actually could have an agenda in server 1, right? So Styx actually could win on top. Yeah.
Any more 2-pointers left? Yeah, there's like Mega Priest, so yeah, 100% could just get to a straight win as well as a timed win.
Right.
This deck's on 13 agendas. It's only 1 Iqua because there are more slots for ontological dependencies. There's a single core damage, so it's just a 3-2. We're looking at no seamless launches, but with an Audacity and a fast break. If you give Styx 1 last turn, he can do just about anything.
He's a wild man.
Oh, this is a cool deck. Wow.
Yeah, it's cool. It is actually quite cool.
Yeah. Moon Pools, there's Nightmare Archives, Hendrix's. Wow.
Okay, so we might be seeing a future Jinteki deck, NetRunner DB deck of the week here, everybody.
So On the last turn, Nightmare Archives is so interesting because obviously you can't take the negative points, but if you take the core damage and Styx gets a final turn, then like Styx suddenly has like ridiculous agendas with absurd numbers on them, and that could be a way to close the game out, especially with a fast break. I just want to double check that time was called on whose turn. It looks like it was called on Charlie's, so Styx is definitely going to have a turn after this, while Charlie only has 2 clicks. There's a chance sometimes Arsonic can pull a Peach of Sean and have more clicks, but I actually think the last deck we saw, Jai was not playing Peach of Sean. Checking archives, Jaguarundi one fast break out. That was discarded. So I'm pretty sure Styx is going to keep a fast break in hand if he has it, because that's such an important card when time is coming up. We're running back on HQ, breaking one drafter subroutine. Final access for the runner here.
Breaking the installing one. Can we snag a 2.0?
Yep. So we can make it now, pad the hand. You can add the fast break back if you need it, but it might just be one agenda in 7 cards at all. We're adding the fast break. Single access here. Nightmare.
That's not what you wanted.
Devastating.
Taking the core damage, actually, I guess it doesn't matter. You're behind on points, but Styx now can definitely score to 7 with the fast break. And some of the tricks. Agenda in the remote server looks like a Mega Free taking it to 7. Well played.
Nice.
And that's Mr. Styx, the 2023 Australian national champion.
Nice.
Taking a game on stream there. We love to see it.
Congratulations.
After this, it looks like there's 2 players that might still be undefeated. So that should be between making sure notes are correct. Confused about notes. I think Cheek Fake won. So that means our Cheek Fake will be playing against Styx for the upper finals. Whoever wins that is going to be waiting for a couple rounds until the lower bracket sorts itself out. But we still have, I believe, 2 players that are undefeated, which in this field, that is quite a lot of work.
All right. I mean, it had to happen to a couple people, but.
Now, Corpse back on top, mimicking what we saw in the first round. Only 1 runner win. That was the game we saw Jai against Arjor, but otherwise Corpse sweeping across the board. We still have the NEH deck in there. It looks like the op deck is remaining, but otherwise it's HB all the way down.
Round 4 is paired. It's only 3 left.
Oh, we've got the tiebreaker team kill.
Oh.
These
lining up well, yeah.
These matchups have been horrific.
I imagine.
Oh no.
Oh, this is an interesting match. Jat versus Sebastião, mind you. I think that's the last Anarch in the list. I think. Do we still have the Essa in the top cut? Otherwise, we just saw Augie. We just saw Jai, but Jai versus Augie, that is the team kill, and we have not seen the NEH today. That's anyone's choice, really, where we want to go watch.
All right. We could go. Hold up. Sorry, my brain's not.
Sheep Station is the name of the Australian team, right? I believe
No,
they had
no. So the phrase I don't. Oh, is there a new Australian team I didn't know about? Like
I just remember the Australian players with like the sheep T-shirts at Worlds last year. They were so nice to meet.
There's Australians.
Oh, that's awesome. We've got this phrase saying where like you're not playing for sheep stations, which is when you're saying the stakes are not very high. That might be where it's coming from.
Sheep
if I'm not mistaken, in Australia, the sheep outnumber the people.
You think of New Zealand?
Yeah,
I think it might be both.
New Zealand, definitely. I think it is both.
New Zealand, definitely.
We're not going to get into the New Zealand sheep jokes on stream.
Why not?
So we have our new updated chart. Thank you.
This is a family friend. This is a family-friendly stream.
Yeah, but I could get my stream key revoked on the first thing I ever commentate on the official channel. That'd be really funny.
Speed run.
Yeah.
We have
commentator role removed.
No, we're not doing that. No, this is a positive stream.
I would never do anything that would violate.
And there's no New Zealanders on this stream anyway, so who cares?
Right? Yeah.
Am I gonna out myself for not understanding this bracket?
I think
no. I think we're fine.
This turn.
So we have 8 players who are eliminated. That means we're left with 8 players. So are there 2 players not playing?
Santa isn't playing, and I know they're not out because they were not down last time.
Yeah, what's going on?
Yeah, I think this chart is missing a couple of players.
Because
there's 3 rounds. No, there's not.
We haven't paired, but they're not. Everybody's paired, and they're just not included because it's
weird.
Some people are just it doesn't need to make sense.
It kind of needs to make sense.
No, that's Croy's problem, not ours.
So
Yeah, we're
Santa
having-
should be in lower bracket. So I think there's some lower bracket players that are waiting for other lower bracket games to face off. Okay.
Possibly.
So this is probably correct. Apologies. We don't have a visual bracket to look at. Sometimes I require that. But I do think, I think there's lower semis that were waiting for other table results. So there are more players in this. Again, there should be 2 players waiting right now for results because we do see the bottom 8 players. Why I wanted to bring this up is very important. If you do make the top 4 for this Continentals, you do get an invite to the Intercontinental Championship, one of the rare invite-only tournaments that NSG runs.
Right.
The date for that is upcoming. I believe it is dependent on the availability for all the players. I believe 4 players from each Continental is invited, and I think the winner of the last Intercontinentals is invited. And that is always just such a fantastic tournament to watch because it's a mixture of this like show match with it has a different like structure with 3 lives remaining, and it's just some of the most fun. Top 5. Oh, thank you. Oh, because it's 555 plus 1. That lines up way cleaner. Yeah.
Let's see. You want to watch Caesar versus Jai? We haven't seen the Near Earth Hub yet, and I think we've already seen Man in the Moon, and we've seen Precision Design.
Sure, I'm down.
That Near Earth
it's
Hub.
going to be very emotionally taxing for many of us in the stream, but
well, that's the thing is that I really enjoy watching that.
Okay, so we have 5 minutes till the round starts. So let's talk about the NEH deck. Bologna got banned. This happened a couple weeks ago. The last standard ban list update, NBN, a lot of people said, just kind of rotated, basically preemptively, before the FFG rotation that's happening at the beginning of next year. Now, since then, at tournaments, NBN has kind of fallen off. Before the SBL list, NBN lists were everywhere. There was the way that HB looks today, you could say NBN looked just a month ago.
Yeah.
Now, this list is interesting because some of the major tournaments right before the ban list, we did the ES Fly to EMEA tournament. I know I streamed on my channel, and some of the top placing decks were all these like 25 asset Reality Plus decks. They're playing a lot of the new HB assets from the recent set, things like Working Prototype, not Corporate Hospitality, Warm Reception, excuse me, and then they have Opera Research and some of the meanest tag punishment, and they're just putting assets on the table. This list that Augustus is running is basically that Reality Plus deck with slightly more influence because of Near Earth Hub, with slightly more card draw because of Near Earth Hub, and then we're just changing the Bolognas and we're playing the next best thing, Degree Mill. Now, Degree Mill, if you want to steal it, you have to shuffle 2 cards back into your deck. That can be ugly when it comes to things like Self-Growth Program and already cards being returned from the table with the thumbs up from the Working Prototype. So that actually can snowball in a weird way. It's sometimes hard. Arasana, mind you, doesn't install a lot of cards, so maybe Degree Mill is not that rough.
But you also want to have cards on the table for your World Tree, so it can be
for sure
inconvenient to have those cards that you wanted to trash to disappear back to your stack.
Now, the deck is also running Amani.
Yes, I was going to say.
Huge. You were, yeah, okay.
Yeah, the big snowball, the early Amani, if you've seen that into kit decks, returning, Orcas and returning the Lavisomu. World Tree is not that different.
Right. There's a sad day.
Yeah, it costs more than 5 credits, which means it costs infinite credits.
Right, there's literally no difference. Those numbers are the same.
There's literally no difference.
Right. There are 2 Amani Sanais in this Near Earth Hub deck.
Both players keeping, which I saying I'm going to regret this keep. Excited to see what that means. But Augustus definitely wants to push out here. AR Enhanced Security. This is not Reality Plus, but if you can get that down, the Arasana deck is not particularly good at removing tags. Some of the RE decks, Tekken, a Valentina, that hasn't proven to be relevant in too many matchups, especially without that much NBN in the meta. So if Augustus can get those tags to stick and get the cards on the table, push forward, this is potentially a snowball of an NBN deck.
Right.
Yeah, the big difference between this and some of the other ones that we've seen is it's not doing the crypto crash thing. So a lot of these the R plus decks were doing you really want to hit crypto crash into Amani and then the game's just like over. But this is more just building a big scary board like Warm Reception and Wage Workers gives you this insane click compression.
The game has not begun yet, Lava.
The runner can keep up with.
The stream should not be stuck. You should be able to hear things.
One card that I saw a lot over this weekend is tiered subscription. just as like an econ card, obviously it costs nothing besides information because you largely want to pre-res it into the runner's runs. But as a zero cost card, it is something that's really cheap for you to res and de-res, to flicker with the warm receptions, which if you're trying to get those prototype counters is relatively valuable. Obviously there's other things you could be resing and de-resing. Things like Maryland sometimes make sense. Spin Doctor is obviously pretty wild. But that is a card that I think I've saw more this weekend than we have at any other tournament series.
Yeah, I think
Sorry.
you're right. This has been a really, I don't know. I mean, this meta has just been really interesting to watch develop. Just having what, like 10 HBs in the top 16,
Yeah.
or is it
Yeah.
more? That's just like, that's weird.
It is.
It's very
It is
unusual.
12 HBs in the top 16.
12 HBs, and they're largely very straightforward, like quite reg decks.
No,
you know,
some of these decks are the same deck that's existed since like basically since System
Forever.
Gateway has come up, or since it's the System Gateway PD deck with not that much new in it. And like that deck has been around for a while. Everyone knows it's good. Everyone knows its fundamentals. It does make exciting net runner. Sometimes it just draws phenomenally, but it's an easy deck as a newer player. If you want to start somewhere, that is a great place to learn the game at a high level.
And
it looks like we're off.
We are on. We're off to the races. We're getting an install and a draw. I think we're probably getting some lag because Augustus kept his hand and has had ample time to think about this turn.
It's that NEH draw, just putting that
maybe it's
banner in the
something real wild.
Yeah, the draw changes it, you know.
It's all, everything's gone. The whole thing's got to be changed. But yeah,
now,
getting 3 remotes. Classic opening.
Pressure on centrals. Worst case is
Freezing.
maybe a trick shot. I don't think you need a burner right here.
They always have the trick shot. They always have.
Always do.
Every time.
Oh, Prisha starts great.
Prisha first turn.
Yeah, the deck only has 1 upgrade, so the text on Prisha is not going to matter. We'll start touching these cards. Cringe ass attack.
Cringe.
You can probably leave that.
They do have a good point, because now you see me not zooming out is the correct move because we have Prisha.
Now, only checking 1 card. No One Home is that preemptive Oppo research tech. This is one of the few trace cards in the format that says, I'm going to have a credit check on top of what is mildly a credit check. Oppo is not exactly hard-hitting news, but it looks like Server 3, not a Rashida. Server 3, not necessarily an AR enhanced security. So, Jai getting the prototype is definitely a good start.
Right.
What could it be? There's not much that you don't res there.
That's a good point. Like Lady Liberty, you'd res a fundraising. Maybe you don't res a warm reception.
If it was okay, we're icing it. So Lady Liberty seems kind of reasonable here. I think you would res warm reception there all day, right? Because you're just getting.
Yeah, you would. Because you can pre-res a Spin Doctor. Yeah, I think you're right. You definitely would.
Yeah.
Now Jai incentivized here to check. The question is, how soon can Jai produce that World Tree? We're touching Server 5. Gonna res a second Spin Doctor, just trashing the first. Nothing really worth shuffling back in besides now we will.
Now we shuffle the first.
So this is not a trap deck. It's not running checkers. It's not that sort of like end of the line kill combo deck. So Jai is definitely gonna check Server 4 to get a Prisha worth of value. Maryland for 1 seems fair. These sort of decks, mind you, are not running hedge fund. All the money comes from the table.
Hedge fund isn't real.
Augie still not resing Server 3. Server 6 for the card draw. Server 7, you can beat Prisha. Jai has a misbone somewhere there in the next 59 cards, but the hand here, we've seen no filtering. This is not a daily business show deck. No federal fundraising. There must be agendas in HQ. While there's only 10 in the deck, you draw 2 cards a turn with Near Earth Hub if you're doing the thing you want to be doing.
Yeah, Augie's just saying, you know, all right, that's a nice Prisha that gives you 2 credits a turn, but I can just keep doing 3 assets like forever. So come in. You got to figure out a game plan here.
I think, chat saying Server 3 being Amani actually makes the most sense, I'd guess.
Yeah, Amani makes sense too.
You need to protect them to stop the World Tree.
Your Amani targets are pretty nothing right now, but
yeah, but
if we saw like
it's value.
If we saw World Tree into Steel right now, oh man, Amani is gonna
do some work.
Do some serious work. Okay, we got another working prototype.
Thumbs down for this robot eating the Prisha credits. 7 and 8. We'll check those too.
Why not? Just for funsies.
Yeah, I wonder how much Jai's playing around what Server 3 looks like in Amani and saying, I don't need install cards. I can just play events, use the floodwaters, and start checking the table a bit. It is an Amani Server 7. It's an AR enhanced security.
Well done, chat.
Good call.
3 credits. Here, you don't need to protect any of these cards. If they're returned to your hand, pre-show just refills itself. No one home costs 0. You're paying 3 to save a click. I don't think you pay.
Right.
Now, we could get Oppo here, but for Augustus, this is not Reality Plus. It costs you almost all your money there. Now, you can just spend a click here to install the No One Home. I don't think you're going to use it here to force the retrace.
Is that mega mind games to get the No One Home back? Because you're like saying that it's saying that the Oppo's coming. Is that what's going rather than the Parisha?
Yeah.
Or maybe.
Well, you don't want to return the Parisha, right? Because it refills. I guess you can't use it, but yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, it is technically it forces Jai to do something to play around Oppo. Oh, another AR on the table. That's great for Augustus as a start there.
Money.
Trace 3. We're gonna bounce on No One Home a second time.
Right. No, it's too quick.
That is a really good setup there, assuming the money will slow Jai down and bounce something because it doesn't have the time to check the second server. Augustus has a start here on 0 credits. Jai can and probably will contest the money here before going central servers, and we have discarded now 2 cards to archives. Jai, trashing the money, might have the confidence to transition to World Tree and start building that Shaper engine that is very, very powerful, as we've seen throughout these last couple of days, let alone last couple of weeks. Up.
I mean, this money is going down.
Oh, it's going to be stolen and put into a pot.
Oof, put in the pot.
I hate when they put it in. That's a tea candle. I hate when they steal my shit and put it on a tea candle.
Do you think Send it HQ? You've seen 2 agendas out of 10. Now, Degree Mill is technically going to force you to shuffle away the compilation and Parisha. I'm not sure if you're required to steal a Degree Mill now. Not that you're worried about Threat 3 considering the economy, but you could just send it to C. I don't think the Degree Mill in hand is just going to be a Degree Mill in hand for the next couple of turns.
Yeah, if you compilation. Okay, well now you could get the Degree Mill. I was going to say if you.
You're very happy to send that.
Oh God, yeah.
Coalescence back.
Yeah.
That's not going to worry if you're going to try and steal a Degree Mill right
that'll
now.
do.
Let's go. This is the time to do it.
Yeah.
Pay credit.
C3
Oppo Research Project Beal a ping.
Not bad.
7 credits. The Coalescence. Cupulation's going to come back later and later. We have some information here. Augie just going for the Oppo Research. Mind you, the No One Home is in hand. So this is a bit of a desperation play saying, Jai, please slow down. But Augustus has slowed down just as much. This AR enhanced security, the Cupulation beats it. You don't trash cards. You take them. They're yours.
You own them.
You're allowed to go home with those if you play in paper.
And then you're encouraged to. I'm going to put a bounty out at my next tournament. How many cards you steal forever?
Yeah, I just like bonus points, so like you just
gotta catch them all.
We may not be playing for sheep stations, but we are playing to pick up your entire opponent's deck and put it in your own deck box.
Yeah,
I play for keeps. Yeah. Oh, there's a tiered subscription. This is probably going to stick for a turn now. Jai is going to be taking tags if you want to get the Parisha down. This might be a turn where Jai doesn't want to run. Tiered subscription, mind you, is going to line up relatively well with the 1 run per turn with the World Tree, but Jai has no board state where he really needs to interact with. This could be a good time to set down and go to your job at the telework, or play a daily cast and click for credits and drop maybe a bit. But this might be an uninteractive turn, and see what Augustus does on the following. Yeah, we have no tag, right? There's no Valentina here. Oh, simulchip, Miss Bones.
We have asset tech 4 days.
Yeah.
Now, the way that you want to play against AR and security is not dissimilar to the way that you play against something like controlling the message. This is the first time the turn runner trashes a corp card, which is exactly why Miss Bones, while it might seem with overkill with Parisha, you want to trash multiple things in a turn. That's the easiest way to say, okay, I'll take 1 tag, trash 3 instead of 1 per each turn.
Yeah, Jai's in an interesting spot here because it's the No One Home deals with tags, which is great. You don't really have real money unless you symbol chip back that Coalescence, then you sort of have real money, but you do have this giant pile of fake money on the Bones, which is going to get you probably a long way. And I wonder if Jai's just going to be like, all right,
another AR?
Oh! Okay, now the first time you do it, you take 2 tags.
Assets have armor now. That's a lot of tags.
That's so many.
Okay, buddy.
Now, Augustus's list, very importantly, only has 2 real tag punishment cards. 3 tag punishment cards. Starlit Knight, which you can beat with Hush. You can deal with that in other ways. Self-Growth Program and Shipment from Vlad. So if you're able to cupulate those cards, you actually relatively can float tags for the rest of the game. If you just grab those cards and just don't let go. Now that's hard. They're one ups. This deck doesn't have a Gaslight, but Augustus here, like this is probably a game where Jai ends up tagged, and you don't rely on resources in this deck. This is not a twinning multi-axis deck.
Yeah, and this is spooky because like like you said, every asset now costs 3 clicks and 4 credits to trash.
No, yeah, you can't.
Like you're not doing that.
It's problematic.
No way. It's mega problematic.
You know, I really.
When you're on 0.
Yeah. You don't
Message
need money.
I mean, that's not good net runner. That's not good value. What are we drawing for?
More cards.
Yeah, Jai does have an econ problem. Throwing out the Airblades, that does hurt the Starlit Knight if you get to a certain spot. Message Chesto eventually. But now we're just putting stuff on the table. The cool thing here is if you don't run, you don't really have the money to res that much. We haven't seen Rashida yet. Maryland's are a bit far away here, but just putting cards on the table and saying, hey, that's 2 tags. That's a lot of tags. Interestingly, No One Home also only fires on the first tag a turn you take. So if you want to trace your way through AR, it's only one of the ARs. It's still better than nothing.
But if
it's not 2 tags at
Rashida,
once.
it's so good.
Yeah.
Like it's a massive deal if you can hit a Rashida here. Because that's gonna be enormous acceleration.
This is where you need to find the second Amani. Even a Lady Liberty, once you can afford it, becomes a genuine win condition that Jai is going to be forced to reckon with and end up taking those tags. You can get a 1-pointer to a 2-pointer to 3-pointer. Actually, scratch that. There's no more 1-pointers. So it'll be 2-pointer to 3-pointer. That technically closes the game out. And that's obviously a bit of a pipe dream, but it is a line.
I mean, we've seen Augustus. He won with a 1-3 before on that line now.
Oh, cool.
So he has won with Lady Liberty as a win con before.
Coalescence Flicker with the Simul Chips. No Lily Pad, yeah, but Jai is now up to the money. That Jai can consider playing things like the Sure Gamble. We've seen 1 so far. Not sure if you're going to check the table. Again, you can check the table and not trash. If you steal an agenda, it's not that bad for you. We're pretty far away from an oppo that actually matters.
Could be going for a Coopulate as well. You can Simul Chip your Coopulator. Your Coopulation now. Maybe.
Yeah, well, I'm so interested how Jai's going to use the Cupulation. It does beat AR and security. That might be a way to deal with the eventual Lady Liberty. Maybe a Sanzen City Grid. That's another win condition. Rashida in server 3 into a Maryland. Getting the credit from the tier subscription mattering so much. Server 10 not being res, so no federal fundraising, we imagine. We've seen, again, 2 prototypes so far, 1 shuffled back in.
Yeah, that daily cast is starting to feel a bit scary now.
Iced up server. We're assuming on these few credits, you're looking at some of the cheaper end the run gear check stuff. Ping is annoying for sure. We're discarding a card and 2 more on the table. Wage workers would be phenomenal for Augie to continue to building a board and maybe potentially threaten out some agendas on the table. Jai struggling to get the money back up.
Yeah, it was a good start for Jai. Like kept on top of things early, but like Augie is gonna snowball hard from here.
This is turn 10. Do you remember what the Art and World tree looks like? I've heard it's really good.
It's so nice.
It can't be that great.
It's a Liga. It has to be good.
Horticultural.
It's a tree. I'm not big on trees. Like I'm
not big on trees.
Yeah, I'm really more of a bush person. You know, like trees.
What do you find? Do you find trees intimidating?
No, it just feels boastful. You know, like why do you have to be that tall?
Like, what's the best case you get a tree in here cheaply? You have to discard one and maybe simul chip one back? Because Jai can't cheat out that cost. Maybe you can. You need an overclock and an SMC. It's still expensive. It does recoup its cost relatively quickly with Coalescence Flicker. But Jai is just saying, I'm going to see the top of the deck. Hopefully I can steal a Degree Mill. Maybe I'll do 1 Oppo. We're at 6 credits. That Oppo will be coming. You can beat that with No One Home. Cubone on the table for value. Get out of him.
Another Beal. Well, now we're at game point.
Now Degree Mill does not have relevant text. Top of R&D is unknown. If Augie had an Amani, would he resonate into an unknown R&D axis? Maybe not, but...
No way. Not there.
Yeah.
And what do we got? There's 2 2-pointers left and 3 Degree Mills left and no AR and enhanced security. Any agenda is a win for Jai.
There's only 5 agendas left on the deck.
5
22 cards. A lot of draw. We did see a discard here. Maybe a spin duct on the table. Throwing out both tag punishment cards and an Oppo. With these in archives, you can go tag me.
Ooh, you can. You absolutely can.
Yeah, Jai says, wow.
5 exclamation marks. Augustus Caesar might be flooded.
DD time?
There's no
Might be
DD in
flooded.
here.
That's
Is
a
there?
great
There's no deep
No.
dive here. It looks like a deep dive
Oh,
play.
deep dive.
No,
Okay.
look, slots are limited, you know.
Yeah,
Lots
real
outside.
limited in this Arsana deck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cards chosen carefully due to limited slots. Oh, we're
We're
going
going
back.
back. Any single could be it. Nothing.
Not this one.
If it was, I was definitely going to make a lot of jokes about that. Was the they
Oh,
trash a
World
World
Tree
Tree from hand? They're giving up on the World Tree, or they
No,
maybe they have another
that'll
one?
be
Nah,
simul chipped back
That's
probably.
a simul chip line. That's a simul chip target.
You're saying.
Yeah,
I'm
either
pretty
there's
sure it's not
another in
doing that much
hand.
anymore.
Prototype
Oh,
start.
no.
That daily cast might return to say it's a Lady Liberty. Now on 1 it doesn't matter. On 2
Doesn't
it can
do
easily
anything.
matter. On 3 can win the game in 2 turns. But that prototype might just be money. It looks like we don't have enough things to flicker up and down to res. We haven't seen a reception just yet. But Augustus drawing the card that was known at the top of the deck probably needs to find a piece of ice. But on 2 credits, you're going to have to get that ice on the table and hit that prototype a couple times, drawing deeper into the deck with the new servers.
I think you're right as well. Oh, we got a second subscription. Okay, we are not seeing a bounce on that daily cast. But I think you're right. I think Flood is a good read here. If you don't want to be discarding those tag punishment cards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe there's understanding that Augustus knows that Jai can just not trash everything and close the game out. Like, it largely hinges on entirely the Lady Liberty and a Sansan, which the Sansan is nearly useless now. There's only 2 more 3/2s. That's not enough for Augustus to win the game on, so Degree Mill is going to have to matter.
There's a world here where Jai just goes, gets World Tree out of the bin with Simul Chip and just goes like ham on Conduit as well.
Yep. Yeah, Conduit's always an option. You can keep it like the Lady Liberty and say. I think there's a chance also Augustus Caesar will put 14 and 15. Those could be agendas. This is the sort of play where you see Jai's clearly not checking. Just put them on the table. If a wage workers, that could matter, but if you have the headline, you need to get that scored. You can't hold agendas in hand.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, you got Lady Liberty down, so now you're trying to hold agendas in hand, but then you don't want to, and it's a whole thing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
if
I
Augustus
mean-
can score at a 3/2 on the table overclock, are we going for the Liberty, or are we just going to charge HQ
think
here
we're
and get an
going
SMC
to
from hand? R&D.
No, that's
Okay.
where they put out the World
So this
Tree.
is the tree. This is the tree.
Free
think
credits for the tree. Crashing the coalescence. Unless you want to go with the accumulation.
Yeah,
There's
the
a tree we're
coalescence.
planting. So save 3 credits, spend 3 off the overclock. World Tree will now fire. Probably getting rid of the cast unless we can use Arasana here. Parisha, again, Miss Bones will do enough.
That took a
There's
while.
the
There's the
conduit.
conduit.
There
We're
it is.
full
There's the conduit.
sending.
We are sending. We love it.
Now you have an Amani. It's too little too late. Any agenda steal will be the game. You'd love to bounce a full conduit. Maybe Augie can do that on skill.
I
But
keep
that
saying,
took a while.
bad card.
It's a bad card.
Which
This deck
one?
has no Mavirus. Augustus is going to have to manually purge. Trashing Rashida going to take 2
Ooh,
tags there.
trash.
So
That's
just saying,
kinda
I
bad.
know
Well,
where the tag punishment
Yeah,
is.
you
You
know
can
what
just
the tag
send
punishment
it.
is. You do. Just don't worry about it. Just smash that. Just slam that conduit button. Just win. Lol.
See 2 more cards if you continue
do
to
it.
trash cards. And mind you, Miss Bones only works for installed cards. You can definitely go back here and see 2. Could easily be the game. There's still 5 agendas left. All of them going to close the game here for Jai. Thinking about the trash here. Looks like the federal for
fun
2.
to win.
Running back here, you can see 2
Roll
more
back.
cards just holding down. Now NEH gets so awkward because when you draw, you're forced to draw another card, breaking R&D lock every turn. Nothing.
Oh no, nothing.
Nothing.
Is the tomorrow? Are we going to see 2 turns in a row of Lady Liberty action?
Yeah, baby, they're all in HQ.
Federal
I reckon
fundraising
they
is going
are.
to break lock even further. If you can get an ice on R&D that's taxing, you would love a Starlit Knight here. I think that's the best case scenario. Even a Mess in the Chesto might be a problem. You don't probably have a turn to purge, so the Lady Liberty, if it finds a 2-point with the fundraising, barely breaking lock. Actually, does it break lock at all? Beals!
Project Beal!
I'm telling you, they're in hand.
They're in hand. You gotta hit HQ. But you ain't got no
Shy.
breakers down. Well, you got...
Can see
Jai's just going to.
a lot of cards in R&D or can send at HQ. Both of these are possible lines. Now, you are not going to produce the accumulation that easily. It would have to be a hardware install to get the last simul chip. That's a possibility that would trade your conduit. So you can probably sweep multiple things. The question is, what's the ice on HQ? But that conduit is so tempting. And Augustus probably wouldn't make this play unless he was confident that he was holding most of those cards in hand, most of those
Right.
agendas.
Yeah, I think your line is Jai. Like, I think you can slam conduit, but you can at least just kill the Lady Liberty.
Yeah,
You
just
can
trash the Lady
do that.
Liberty.
Why not?
You don't
can
care
do
about
it.
tags. Just do it.
That's not...
Yeah,
You know, and
I'm not
let's
going to
just,
worry about it.
let's just close that
Yeah,
one
Miss
off.
Bones.
Let's not let that happen.
yeah. Just take that tap, turn it
However,
off.
you could
Normal
just leave
leaking,
Lady
turn
Liberty on
off
the
the void
table
tab.
for funsies. You know, I mean, let's make this game interesting.
I'm interested.
You are interesting.
Yeah, I'm interested.
I'm interested.
We're going in there. Now, Jai
jamming.
might keep the Labity for last click again. It is totally free. It has 2 tags, but we're going to trash cards on R&D no matter what.
Ooh,
Coalescence from Arsana.
That's nice. That feels good.
Now, what do we trade for what? I don't think the list says Pichachon.
Not
Not sure what else we want to get here.
Muse for Cupulation.
It's in the heap. Oh, for Muse. I don't think these decks are running Muse anymore.
Yeah, they are.
Are they? We haven't seen one today.
Yeah,
you're right. They're on a full play set. Of course they are.
Yeah, I know about these decks.
MU might be a problem, but yeah.
MU is not real.
Oh yeah, MU might be. MU is a problem. No, you're right. That's a good point. I can't read.
I also can't read, so.
That's a clear.
that
calling
makes sense.
a ping on HQ here if we want to get the pressure.
Alright.
This is a lot of cards, mind you. Most of these are unseen. Federal Fundraising breaks lock. NEH will break lock safe. If you run back, you're only seeing 1 new card without a trash there in R&D. It's hard to imagine seeing that many untrashable cards.
Alright, well, they might just not be trashing paid cards. Maybe they're poor, trying to get in there.
Yeah, it means Jai might want to keep money for contesting HQ. Again, if you're putting into Cleaver, the most you're expecting to spend on a break is 1 credit.
Right.
A message will take your money away and the run 2 on a high code gate. If you have the Fizzarum in hand, I believe we've used the Arsan ability already this turn.
Alright, okay, there we go. Getting the Lake Liberty.
Get that out of there.
It's proven Jai hates freedom.
Get out of here, Lady. Bring me your poor, your harm, your suffering. I don't know the words on the Lady Liberty, but neither does Jai. That's why it's in the trash.
Your poor humble man.
So this comes down for Miss Bones money. Maryland campaign also is going to break lock potentially. That's something you always want to keep in mind on this turn. But Jai can probably play full control here. Is it worth checking 13 and 14? The thing is with if it's a Sand into a 2-pointer, it does not close the game out. Like a degree mill is going to matter. The question is what on the table matters for degree mill. If there's a wage workers, that's not enough.
Federal fundraising is maybe good to kill. But I guess it doesn't do very much. If it's drawing you cards, then like, okay, Jai's going to kill Federal fundraising.
Yeah, there's a chance that Jai just wants to use the Miss Bones before it might be bounced with Prototype. Now, bouncing Bones is not phenomenal because it technically refills Bones relatively quickly. So we'll see if we check 13 and 14.
Would be a huge deal is if server 13 and 14, one's an Amani and one is a 2-pointer.
Yeah. If that was the case, though, would you have done that last turn instead of Lady Liberty? I think you'd still Lady Liberty. No, because it can save to this turn. Yeah. The thing is, there's only one more 2-pointer in the whole deck.
Warm reception.
Warm reception.
Maryland, we'll see if it's shuffled back. It wasn't shuffled back.
Not,
That's
which is
very
a good
important.
Move. That's a good play. Yeah.
There's still 4 agendas in the game. It looks like Augustus is actually installed double advance with ice with warm reception. This looks like a mess in Chesvo. Jai should not struggle to break a single ice in the deck. So now you're forked. If it's a Messna Chesvo, you're going to want to Fizzarum it. If this is potentially the very many subroutines on the Sentry Starlit Knight, you just need to find an Airblades or a Hush. The question is, can you just face check this, find out, and run back? I don't see a single ice that Jai can't deal with.
Augie is just saying, have it.
And with World Tree, don't you always have it?
You pretty much always have it. I think you do. I think you face check it and then just like
see
run
what
back,
it is.
Because worst case scenario is like mess in the chest, so you can still get Fizzarum off a Cleaver trash.
Yeah.
If it's Starlit, even Starlit doesn't do it because
you just grab Hush and go back.
Oh, you get it. Yeah, or you get Hush, whatever. Like,
or Airblades for hardware, right? Like you have so many options here. This is interesting. There's no other advanceable cards but not agendas.
Yeah, I don't know what ice is doing it for you here. So Rev Knight is a bad face check, but then like it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, you only need 2 to get through it if you want to pull out your Fizzarum from the deck.
Because every advanceable card in here is a win. So yeah, I don't know. I think it's
Gus is just hoping like you need to score at the degree mill in hand somehow. 2 ice maybe gets a bit closer, but it's hard to do all that. If you want to set up for another turn, you're probably going to lose at the conduit. So Jai now has a fork here. I do think checking the remote server is relatively easy with the World Tree, but if there's 4 counters on conduit, that's a big number.
Yeah, but I mean, I think either way is safe, right? Like you can just hit 16, hit server 16. You know what the ice is. If
then you conduit,
run, you win. Yeah,
then
you
you
can't
caught
do
it
it.
with
You
the
turn
world
your
tree, then
cleaver
you
into
come
your
back. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You just well tree your cleaver into whatever breaks it.
So it is a Starlight
It is
Knight.
the
That's
Starlight.
obviously the best case scenario here, but unfortunately, that threat vortex
Not
is
enough.
when the runner encounters this ice. It gets eaten by air blades. It gets eaten by
Hush
Hush.
just comes down from
From the
hand.
grip, even.
Devastating.
That is a GG from Augie.
Oh, Devo.
Got hard counted. Tragedy.
Top
There it is.
of Swiss, undefeated yesterday on this NEH deck, if I'm not mistaken. But Jai figuring it out.
The first loss that this NEH has struggled. Yeah, some pretty nasty flood does look that way. But also there's only like nothing left in the deck.
Yeah, 2 agendas in R&D again. Seeing those tag punishment in archives, I think there's a read there. I'm not being that scared about the conduit. You can tell Augustus playing to the outs. Unfortunately, with all those 2-pointers, you know it's not about that send. You have to score a 5-3, and that ain't Bologna. That's when it matters most. Not that Jai doesn't have Bologna money, but it's like the Green Mill doesn't do anything when you're on game point, unfortunately.
Jai, two agendas in R&D, so yeah, they were all in HQ. Augustus Caesar said they were pretty flooded.
Yeah.
Look,
apparently
well played from both people here.
Yeah, really well played. Unfortunately, that'll be the end of the line for Augustus, but again, top of Swiss. Just Augustus has been on a tear these last, I want to say a year now. With the fantastic finishes across so many competitive events. Definitely a player to watch. I'm not sure if Augie is playing in person at EMEA Continentals, but that's a very safe bet if you need a bet on a player for sure.
Any preference on Jet versus Man in the Moon or Styx v Fake?
Cheek Fake Sticks are upper bracket. Maybe we want to do Jat versus Man and Seb.
Someone also said they want to see the Seb, so I'm here for you, legal salsa.
So this Seb deck we gotta see once again. This Seb deck didn't perform as well as the corporation. And so far the Seb list doesn't look that different than what you might expect in a Seb list. Now we're 6 points. We have the Aguaceres crew. If you look in the bin there, 1 Devil Charm is out. We have a Leech on 1 counter, so we are immediately destroying 3 Strength Ice if we want to. The remote server has the bad stuff in it. Anoetic Managarm, and Jot with the install. If we look at the archives, there are no seamless launches in here. This could be the final turn. If Jot does seamless advance, you know how it is in these PD decks. Man in the Moon might take a big think here. The problem with the Seb deck is pressure is limited. If you can find your one-of copy of Manuel, if you can get a tag, which is pretty easy with an Hannah and Aguaceres crew on the table, that is what you have. But this deck doesn't have Euro. It's all about just touching cards in a pretty straightforward way.
And look, this remote looks right. We keep turning up at the end of precision design games, and the remote looks like a precision design remote.
And the remote is exactly the same every time.
Yeah.
We're charging with Hannah. It looks like we might just try and brute force the Anoetic Managarm. That's very difficult because we only have 1 Managarm double click that we can spend on this. We don't have the money. So no matter what happens with the Hannah tag, you don't care too much. Gatekeeper's 1 credit. Whatever ice gets rezzed here, it's going to get deleted immediately to Aguaceres Devil Charm.
If there's one thing we've learned this stream, it's that you can always just smash into Anoetic Voids over and over again.
Eventually,
but the spin doctors. Yeah, it might hold. Now, the problem is with the Managarm first, again, for those uninitiated System Gateway special, you can force the runner to interact with the Managarm first before you're firing the Anoetic. So that is going to leave Man on the Moon on 1 click. Now, that will be 2 click once Hannah peels away.
That's Managarm. Yeah, UI blind, Wolseley. Continue.
So, Julie, that is a cool way to get an additional click. You technically spend 1, gain 1, but that comes in off of the Seb tag on Hannah. That's really cool. That's now a 3-click turn we got left here.
Oh, that is mad.
Do we click a card?
What's happening?
Julie doesn't work because we've already used Hannah.
Oh, no. First time each turn.
It might not matter because it was installed for free anyways, but first time a turn is first time. I think Man in the Moon is just realizing
that. He's like, wait.
Yes. He might have messed the math on the turnout, but
We've done a mistake.
Oh, that's unfortunate. The turn was going around it.
Otherwise, they're going to have 2 to pay through again and then force that down.
Yeah. Yeah, the math was to have enough clicks to pay Managarm twice and force Jat to not have double seamless. But unfortunately, Julie not lining up with the rest of the squad, just different game plans when the team falls apart.
Things.
They weren't talking to each other. You got to communicate.
Now it's hard to get this take back potentially. It's obviously you can't beat the Managarm Skunk Void. I'm not sure if Jap would have rezzed that ice there because clearly he doesn't have to, but some information was gained. So this can be a tricky one to rewind. If that's the case, though, Abraham basically has to just fire centrals and hope that you steal another 2-pointer, or you still have the click and 2 credits. You can run R&D, run HQ, and ideally grab anything.
Yeah, I would say that, like, I mean, it's not great, but I would say that even the finals of the Continentals not rezzing an ice is
info,
right?
Yeah, it's definitely info.
You're info.
But you can smash any single ice.
We're past on Doom Prior unless you're feeling generous. It is worth noting that a lot of times this needs to be decided by the judges just to not put pressure on folks, which, like, it is what it is. Generally, Netrunner folks are like super. Yeah, sorry, but you don't want to put your opponent in that spot, unfortunately. It's totally fair.
It is fair.
Now, Man of the Moon can still send it. No ice is going to keep him out unless it's an MIC, and you still can steal something from central servers. That's so unfortunate, the Julie timing on such a well-planned turn otherwise, besides, of course, that unfortunate click.
That's right. Well,
pretty spectacular kickflips, I've got to say, out of this. What we've seen of this Zeb deck, like, really going to the limits of that potential that you can do with this weight.
Honestly,
1 in 12. Again, this is only 18 points, and this is a 44 card deck. So you're looking at 8 agendas. That means there's only 2 agendas probably in central servers. Could even be in archives protected by the Spin Doctor. Jot here can res an MIC and close the game potentially if he has everything he needs in hand, which maybe he doesn't.
It's double seamless, right?
I'm gonna control F seamless. 1 was added to HQ. So we have at least 1 in hand, if I'm not mistaken, with the obviously the PD ability.
And looking at archives, there's none in archives. Where there's only 12 cards left in the deck. I reckon you've got pretty good odds that there is a second seamless in hand.
Yeah, for sure. Drafter. Now this is just a tax of resources. You can Aqua Ceres Crude for 2 credits and a tag and a leech counter. You don't have to use the Devil Charm if you don't want to.
But then you'll float a tag.
That's, I think, fine. Does this deck have greasing? I don't think it'll matter.
It's not a good thing. I don't know.
Yeah, there's 3 greasings, but we're blowing it up.
We're gripping and ripping.
1 card, this could easily be it. Can't steal Aqua, no clicks, no credits, but if it's a 4-2, touch an agenda, win
that architect deployment test.
Spin Doctor shuffling 2 in, of course. That's going to return to Spin Doctor. Now, if there's agendas and archives, they're totally safe here. If Jot has the win in their mode server, there's no tricks to happen here. It's all about this last access into what's going to be 14 cards. We think it's a 2 in 14, a 1 in 7. Not the best gambling odds, but
let's hit it.
Spin Doctor and Gatekeeper back, an unseen card. Pause for effect. Pause for big effect. Nothing.
Put on show, and it's not it.
Does Jot have it? Double seamless into Nico will close the game here, but he still can fight for more turns if he doesn't have exactly what he needs.
Thinking about it, just making sure.
Thinking he might not have everything. Now here, R&D wide open. That, in terms of like the recursion, there's still 18 cards left in the stack. 2 Aqua Ceres Crews are out, and all 3 Praxises. So the only recursion here, I think, is 1 more Laborites, and then the very expensive Ashen Epilogue. Man of the Moon down on 1 credit. Patchwork sometimes can cheat that. But here, you need to keep cards in hand. You need to threaten to res some ice and Anoetic. So single advance at a minimum. You need to draw a bit, probably put an ice in R&D, and then just hope he can hold down for 1 more turn. I don't think there's agendas in archives if Spin Doctor was used that way, but that's always something you can check.
Iqua and R&D, was that?
It was an Iqua top deck for the stream. Oh my!
Oh, wow. Oh, that's dramatic.
Oh, that's interesting.
That's so
is
interesting.
Making a lot of sense. Thank you, Man of the Moon.
So
that's great context.
Now if you just ran R&D instead of that one, but instead you got bamboozled.
So now Jad has 2 problems. If there's an Iqua on server 1, Iqua on HQ, that means firstly there's only 1.
Okay.
The Iqua might be in server 1 now.
So maybe that was a
virus?
Virus. Yeah.
Okay.
Not an agenda. Yeah.
That means that there's 2 more agendas somewhere. R&D being iced up is suggesting there's one agenda in there. Obviously, you can use that as a bluff. But now, Man of the Moon understands if you can fire Anoetic Void, Jot is not going to be able to keep a Seamless. And this hand needs 2 Seamlesses to threaten to score out, or 1 if you advance. Anoetic Void being a bit of a liability here.
Yeah, Jot needs to draw, really. Like, otherwise...
But then you're drawing last click, and everyone's going to roast you. Advance. Okay, so this now is seamless. Yeah, seamless advance.
No, this is still we're still gonna roast Chad because like if that's the echo, you can't score it without a seamless.
He has a seamless in hand.
Desperation. Yeah, but not if the void triggers.
Right. So the outermost ice has to be relevant. Because we no longer have Aquaceris.
There's also the thing that like it's very, very hard for Man in the Moon to get into that server and touch an echo.
Yes.
Like if you spend 2 clicks on this Managarm, you still can't afford it.
Anoetic might not matter. There's a lot. Now, Man in the Moon needs an amazing card in hand. Patrick, unfortunately, with 1 card in hand, doesn't do anything here. He can also just run a lot of stuff and force a lot of ice reses. In terms of the stuff that pushes Jot forward, we've seen 2 drafters in the bin. So there's actually not that much. It might be just like, worst case, you res an MIC and lose. You can break 2 click losses with Buzzsaw and still have most of your turn left over, but you probably just have to force money out. Jot needs 3 credits to score out here. Seamless advance. It's hard to force 9 to 10 credits.
Yeah, and even if you do, it's just relying on R&D you're kind of relying on R&D, I guess. So we're doing labor rights.
Why did Jot think so long of that turn? Does he have another Ikwa in hand?
Definitely could be. It is complicated. I reckon another Agenda in hand is a pretty reasonable.
Because that is like probably the line regardless. Like you put the Agenda remote server, you ice up R&D, you advance it. So clearly, like it's not bad to think about it, but I'm just there's the suggestion here that the board state's a bit more ugly than Jot wants to portray it as.
Potentially.
Labor 8's shuffling back in another Labor 8's and 2 Strike Funds. Those are fantastic top decks into Patchwork, but that's added into 15 other cards.
Yeah, it'll
thank you for credit. Respecting Ikoa here on the run. A lot of ice will just stop you here. Basically, everything that's not a code gate. Oh, it's an MIC. You can get through this.
Pretty good.
It's going to cost you your Leech and your Buzzsaw. Now, you can purge if you have a virus in server 1 to stop this from happening.
Well, you've got the Devil Charm will do the job there.
Oh, yeah. So true.
You can at least pop it because like it protects echoers.
Yeah, if you have the win here, you can force the credit and then still pop it. Well, because if they can't break all of it, no, you're safe here. Because if you break, you have 2 credits. Yeah, you have to break all of it, and then
you're safe from Echoa.
Yeah, you force the break first, and then you crack it. I reckon.
Yeah, all day.
Leech getting used again. Buzzsaw, 4 strength ice gets a bit expensive. 3 strength is where you want it. Now you have to break all the subroutines here. Luckily, Man of the Moon has the credits, so this needs to be exactly a non-Ikwa Agenda on top of R&D. There's probably only 1 left in the game.
Yeah.
MIC, you can crack it here for sure if this last turn.
Click, doing the trash just to make
no clicks, no credits. Click. Final axis. Nothing.
No.
Shot. Seamless launch, double advance, going to take it.
Oh, more precision design.
Good game from both players. I would love to know what Shot has in hand. They're either taking the time, which like definitely take the time, you have it, or whether things were a bit harder than they looked. But Man of the Moon, mind you, Continental's winner from last year, or sorry, Intercontinental's winner from last year. I should really check my notes, but obviously a competitive, massive competitive player.
He
will be leaving the bracket.
He banned the Summer Showdown. That's fun.
Yeah, huge shout out. Man of the Moon's been running fantastic online events. The New Year's one, the Summer Showdown that was just about a month ago. They're phenomenal events with great prize support and bringing in huge players. So shout out to Man of the Moon. Just a fantastic tournament organizer.
Yeah, we'd love to see it. And I think that was the last game of that round.
We had, yes.
Yeah.
So the one matchup that we didn't see on camera was Cheek Fake. Mind you, I'm pretty sure our Smurf player playing against Styx. Styx, I think, took their first loss, so Cheek Fake is remaining undefeated. I'm not sure if that puts Cheek Fake waiting for the finals. I don't know what the bracket exactly looks like, but unfortunately, 2 players leaving there would be Man of the Moon and Augie Augustus Caesar. We have a lot more games to come. I believe that was just round 4. On that note, I hope you all who are watching are having a fantastic time
If you want, I'm coming for you.
Sorry?
Oh, I threatened them if they're not having a good time.
Oh, wow.
I'm just.
I need to bid myself adieu. It's late at my part of the time, and there's some fantastic people that are just ready to pick up microphones. I'm going to be joining in chat, but my name is Andre from the Metro Grid. I want to give a huge thank you to everyone for joining this tournament, for watching, for having a fantastic time, for commentating, for organizing, for judging. There's a lot of effort that takes to make these things as fantastic as they are, and it would not happen without all your work. So thanks so much.
Thanks so much for being here, Andre. Love it.
I'll see y'all later. Enjoy the rest of the tournament.
See ya.
Ciao.
Oh, we're going into free lunch now.
It turns out you can have a free lunch.
You can.
So we're going into lunch. How long is that going to be? We're just waiting on some comms from Craw.
Yes. Dr. Craw.
And how many rounds, Dr. Craw, MD? And how many rounds are we going to have left after this?
Alibi now. I don't think too many. But maybe a few.
Yeah. Okay, this is against when we get back. So we have, it looks like in the next round, we should have that graphic up on the stream soon, but it looks like Jai and Santo will be facing off. Jat and Amarum will be facing off for the pleasure of facing against Cheek Fake in the finals.
Mm-hmm. They'll be having fun. And then they got to do more. And 30-minute break for lunch, everybody. So.
All right, get some lunch. Get hydrated. Get some nutrition.
Don't drink water. Water's bad for you.
Drink water. Don't drink Monster. Drink water.
Monster
drink coffee.
Only.
I mean, this is APAC, so you're allowed to drink a VB as well.
Anyway, see you all in 30 minutes.
Calling all Netrunner players. For the first time ever, Brisbane, Australia will be hosting a national championship tournament. Come along on the weekend of July 20 to 21st for 2 days of fun and friendly competition at the George Williams Hotel in the heart of Brisbane City. We've got a great venue and some great prizes to give out, including an exclusive alternate art card illustrated by the talented Mauricio Herrera. Find all the details on alwaysberunning.net. Search for the Australian Northern Nationals. Hope to see you there.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the APAC Day 2 Top Cut. Lunch break is wrapping up now. We've started up. Some tables getting set up. I am here now with Riel and still the Promethean. Hold up, I have to wipe Andres's name from the record. He is no longer with us, unfortunately.
Andre, never heard of Andre.
I'm Andre. Oh no, I am no longer Andre.
Yeah, I'm working on it. Listen.
Yeah, we are blessed and privileged to be joined with American Continental Champion Riel to tell us what everyone's doing wrong.
Yeah, I figured as the champion of the first and therefore most important continentals, I figured, it was appropriate for me to come in and commentate on the lesser continentals.
Well, this is also kind of an exciting one because
the most important people in the world, so North America was obviously the most important continentals.
Yeah,
that's definitely what I've heard, mostly from Americans.
Right.
Yeah.
You see, I try to represent my country well. Anyways, we might do table 27. We've been kind of stalking Jai for a little bit, so.
Oh heck yeah!
We'll go.
We can't keep stalking Jai. No, I want to see the orb.
Yeah. So that's what we're not doing. We're going to Ob, so we're not stalking Jai. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Good. We'll jinx him.
Yeah. I mean, we will. Anyways, we've got it on the. Hold up, I gotta go up and see if people are yelling at me for having it on the bracket still. No, I'm sorry, that's no moon. We cannot stream Santa Fish's tribe. Been stalking them too much.
Yeah.
We're watching
putting too much pressure on that poor boy.
Yeah. No, Jai's good, but are they that good?
We've got a very shenanigans heavy remaining few players here, right? We've got like a lot of World Tree Aries left. We've got this fancy Ob. We've got I don't even know what Deer's on. We haven't seen Cheek Fake, well, I think is Deer on stream at all. Cheek Fake playing unbelievably normal decks and still the only undefeated person in the cut. So maybe that's the trick.
That's the thing. Being a weirdo doesn't pay off. You gotta be normal. I hate it, but
I disagree. As the person who was the only continental champion in the chat right now.
Okay. Sorry, I trust you.
Being a weirdo worked really well for me.
It's really hard, you can just pull that out literally anytime you feel like it.
Right, like literally anytime I say anything, you can be like, I disagree as the only continental champion currently on the cast team, and that's just it,
Yeah, basically.
Anyways.
Okay, so these people are both from the same town. They're both in the same meta. That's cool.
That's nice.
They're friends. They could have played this out in real life, but they're choosing it to share it on the internet with us.
Right. I think that was during cons. I think there were 4 people in there, and they were and then in first round 2 of them paired up, and then they were like, we could just play this IRL, but they had to play it on Jinteki. That's the rules.
It's not as good for the stream.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah, if these people played IRL, it'd be more difficult for me to stream them.
Yeah, you'd have to get over there, get the camera equipment out.
Right. And honestly, I do not have the time tonight to fly to what I think might be Russia. So
St. Petersburg?
Yeah, St. Petersburg, that's in Russia. Yeah, I do not have that time, unfortunately. So
what's your commitment?
Listen, I just it's far away. I gotta go to work on Monday.
That makes sense. No, look, I'll let it go this time.
Okay. But next time you fucking shoot me if I don't fly to Russia.
I will. I'll hold you to account.
Thank you. I need that to keep me honest. Right, and yes, actually,
so we've got
team receipts.
How long are we waiting for this game to kick off?
Eventually.
I'm looking in the announcements channels. I'm not seeing anything.
Yeah, they're not posting anything. Maybe there's a secret channel for real winners. Right.
Is it in the judge calls? No. Hey, Riel, are there any QTM people left in this cut?
Maybe. I kind of just woke up, so I don't know who's left in this cut.
Well, it's someone. Who is it? We've got like We got
Oh,
Man in the Moon, Cheek
Deer's
Fake.
in the tournament.
Yeah.
Is Deer in QTM? I thought Deer was in like SB. Is Deer in QTM? Okay, cool.
Deer is multi-playtest group drifting.
I see. Okay.
And look at this. We've got 3 installs.
And we got an opening bones.
Wait, I
the
thought
1 in
Clearing the Message was a
66.
podcast.
Just get
Is it a test group?
Oh, and Styx is still in.
Styx, nice.
Oh, Styx is QTM too. Okay, so there we go. We've got good representation across the board.
Right.
Yeah.
We've got a couple of tiebreakers in there, and we've got
Let's
a couple
see
of
if-
APAC people in. More importantly,
Let's see if we can get another QTM versus QTM finals.
I would love to see a tiebreaker versus QTM final. That would be
Right.
so tight.
I think,
And more than anything, as I've said before, I want to see an APAC champion this year.
right. I think Giant Styx is still APAC. I've heard supposedly APAC's West Coast. I don't know about Maramus yet, but I don't think they are. I don't know. It's really late. The fact that I'm aware where I am right now is kind of a miracle. So yeah, we're gonna say it's Giant Styx.
Not in Russia.
Yeah, Russia's
Yeah.
Russia's basically Australia if you think about it.
Russia's basically Australia.
Yeah.
It's a lot colder. We don't
Yeah,
really do.
but you gotta understand that like Australia is cold if you go there when it's cold. So
I mean, I'm in
Here's
Australia
the-
and it's cold right now.
Here's
see,
the
exactly.
problem. Is that in Russia people stand right side up, and in Australia they're the wrong side up.
Right, the upside down.
I'm the wrong side up.
Yeah, you gotta get your ground harness. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean,
this
I am
might
strapped
be
Oh,
It's an Azef.
Azef.
as if they're Zeffing, so they had to trash something. then
Dump
they-
it out of coalescence.
Okay.
I mean, you like seeing the coalescence hit. That's pretty good world tree food, so that's not so bad.
Mm-hmm.
Azef is a card which famously doesn't exist and didn't kill me in the finals.
Did you? Oh
Good.
wait, but you won in the finals, so it didn't kill you in the finals, right? That's good.
It's not a real card.
You don't want to die.
Yeah. It definitely didn't have to go to a second game.
Oh,
because
you
of-
did die in the finals. Okay. Listen, I was tired. I didn't watch that one. You gotta understand. I'm kind of like brewing here at like a lower level, so you can't get that complicated on me. You know.
Yeah, we've got some questions about the stream, but it looks like the stream looks pretty.
It
okay
looks
to me.
good on my end. So either my stuff has been messed up, or I don't know. Maybe I'm streaming just to myself. I mean, in the end, I am the most important person here. So, but it appears
Yeah,
it's fine for everybody else, unfortunately.
Okay. Well, yeah, it looks like it was one person raising a big alarm, but that's okay.
Right.
We're up and live. We're live. Keep it locked. Don't go
Right.
anywhere.
Don't
There's no
don't
escape.
touch that
There is no
dial.
escape from the stream. You can't turn this stream off. It's gonna follow you around.
Right. In fact, I know where you live, and I'm gonna show it to you. I'm gonna bring my phone, and it's gonna be on, and it's just gonna be me streaming, me talking to you
Yeah.
the entire time.
We've hacked every smart device in your home, and you're
Right.
getting this stream.
Right. I live in your house, and it's good stuff. Just clicking for creds, installing Ice Check 90.
Looking at installing nice. That's good. Is it? I mean, this is really interesting. Scoring an SF so early. It's an interesting line. You don't see that
It
very often.
is.
Going down to like 0 credits.
Right. Got some early points. Well, again, got a spin doctor, and they did other things. It's, I don't know, OB stuff. I don't really understand.
Stuff's good.
I don't really understand what's good for OB. It's one of those IDs that's just a little too big brain for me. So like, it's just like they do that, they trash something. I'm like, that's probably good. It seems weird,
Yeah.
but they know what they're doing.
So the goal of Netrunner is to take cards and move them into different zones.
Right.
And Alp is very good at moving
It's
cards
like-
from one
it's like
zone to
football.
another.
You want to get the football in the zone, but in this
Yeah.
one, the football is every single card in your deck. So
Yes.
cool.
Real, what's your favorite zone to move cards into or out of?
The score area.
That's such a
Oh,
good answer.
I
And that's how
see,
you get to be a continental champion, folks.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I see what's wrong
yeah.
here because mine was archived, so that's definitely I can see.
Well,
the
the other good area to move cards to is the heap from the runner's grip by
Right.
doing damage
right.
greater than the number of cards they have in their grip.
Well, but then that ends the game, so you can't move any more cards to their heap. That's an inoptimal thing. You want to make sure not to kill them so you can keep moving cards to the heap. It's more efficient.
But if you think about it,
I don't think.
It's kind of like moving infinitely many cards from their hand into their heap.
How so? Because it isn't.
Well, because it's functionally equivalent. If you did infinite damage, or if you did 1 damage more than the number of cards in their hand.
Well, yeah, but that doesn't mean,
So it's basically like doing infinite damage. If you think about it.
If you do infinite damage, you get to pick up their deck and put it in your deck box and leave the room.
The fact of the matter is, you can just do that anytime you want. Like, Netrunner people, they don't tend to be strong overall. They won't stop you.
This is true.
We're getting a trick shot play.
We're not getting trick shot.
Are we just straight trick shot and we're not getting like a World Tree SMC situation here?
Oh, it gets an exact trashes there, Parisia.
Nice.
That's decent trash, 0 cost.
Where are we going with these 6 credits sitting pretty on trick shot?
I should join the game as a spectator.
That might be good. Then you know what we're talking about because the stream's a little behind. I mean, it's up to you, boss. I'm not going to tell you what to do, but.
Well, I'm not normally allowed to because I'm not normally one of the streamers.
Right. Well, that's the thing you got to understand right now. Is now you're one of us. You're
breaking
wearing
contract if you don't.
You're wearing our skin. Ooh, the powers that be is down.
Goople gobble.
Exactly. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Tammy Joe streams. I think people were complaining they weren't getting the unhinged no sleep commentary, and I've got it for you. Top Cut's where it came out. You had to just be patient.
Getting a solid 15 minutes into the game and realizing one of the cast, or 10 minutes into the game, realize one of the casters is not actually watching the game is pretty hype.
That's good for unhinged commentary.
I was watching the game, just at a delay.
Well, yeah, but it's complicated. Quite a lot of swearing. I'll show you what's swearing, you nincompoop.
Oh, that's a bad word.
That is. There's 1 credit left on Miss Bones. They've really been using the heck out of this Miss Bones. Like, I feel like a lot of the time Miss Bones goes down, it trashes a couple things, just sit there. No. Giat uses every part of the Miss Bones.
This is when you want to get the tree and turn the bones into like a daily cast. Then you really use every part of the Miss Bones.
That is so much value.
Yeah. And Scarius, I don't know how to be Australian. I'm sorry.
That's all right. I've got you covered, mate.
Cool. It's good because I'm also not that sorry. I was doing it. No, I am the mod, hopefully. I guess Andrew's is
Andre,
the smart.
Andre, let us run.
The smart person in the cast has left. So
World Tree!
It's tree time.
Happening!
Yeah, and
all on board the tree train.
We're fetching it. This is the most efficient Miss Bones I've ever seen.
That's really peak efficiency.
Oh, dear Lord. Yeah, that's a lot of credits.
Right. You ever use a Miss Bones to get...
Oh, it's eminent tonight. Oh, this is big. This is a good one.
I mean, that's what, 11 plus 8?
That's pretty spooky.
19 credit Miss Bones. But you had World Tree involved. Yeah. This is just like that time where they were in that Latin American country.
It's like you're just having to do a maths test here. You're like resitting your SATs, trying to work out what's going on with this Miss Bones.
I know what happened. They installed an iChart, and then I was just doing other things. The original iChart referenced that show, so it was more obvious then. Now it's less clear, but that's other people's problem.
It's like the important. I think it's Xiaot's problem because Xiaot's now facing down an archer on a remote. What's Xiaot going to do about it? What's he going to do? How are you going to do this? You can use Fazarum Entangle. It's really expensive.
Right.
Still.
Right. Yeah. I guess eventually you get Echelon, and then you pay the same thing as if you use an Entangler. But a lot of these OB decks have Mavirus, and that's real inconvenient if you plan on it and then they dump it. But you have a Simul chip out, so if they dump it, you can just get it back. But
this is, I might be wrong, but I think this is a one Mavirus up.
Yeah, a lot of people have been cutting their Maviruses since the Nopkari ban.
Right, viruses. Yeah, there's only one Mavirus in here. There's 3 upgrades total.
Mavirus.
A Mavirus, a Hollow Man, and a Vladisibirsk
Very
Secret.
nice.
And it is
That
my
Vlad grid
virus.
is so spicy.
It is something. She adds thinking.
Huge fan.
Lots of thinking to be
We're
done.
getting, considering maybe we're going to try and tree that Simmel chip, maybe turn it into a lily pad. Don't know.
That might be nice. It's
Gotta
good to get that.
Got to keep track of how many things get fed to the tree. Like, what's our garden score? How many things have we put in the tree zone?
Right.
One.
That's
Just one so far.
It's like mental health clinic. Trees. You trim the tree. It's
Yeah.
No, I don't think this ARI list is running any memory diamonds.
It's that they. Oh, that might be on optimizer.
Yeah,
That'll be on optimizer.
obvious. Yeah. So I don't understand how that's anything like mental health clinic.
Oh, well, it was just because it's a tree and you're feeding things, and the mental health clinic has
Right,
the
but
person
mental
that's
health
trimming a
clinic-
tree. They have
mental health
they have
clinic-
clippers and they're tripping a
Right.
bonsai tree for their. It's not about the.
Right,
it's about the lore.
But it increases your maximum hand size.
Yeah, but it's about the lore, and the
Hey,
lore
can we
is.
talk
This is a
about
lore
how
for
it's
up
called
corner.
maximum hand size, even though the zone is your grip?
No. Thank you for asking.
Okay. This is not really a great last click burner, is it? You can't go back and get that eminent domain.
Trash is
You
the.
can leave them. You can leave the eminent domain.
There's a Hollow
It's
Man in
just-
there. That's interesting. I think.
So Hollow Man is kind of okay because you don't care where that Hollow Man is.
Yeah, you might bury the extract because the Hollow Man and grip, and they can't search it with their virus at instant speed or something.
Yeah.
And the eminent domain you might put on top for a dead draw. Hollow Man on the bottom. Okay, they're like, no, don't install it because also they might not have a clear way to do the instant trash right now. I can also get that.
Yeah, I think this is a fine play. You don't want to let them have another eminent domain. That's pretty scary.
Right, that is another archer. Maybe it's another
Yeah, it's
archer. I mean,
another
it could
archer.
also just be anything expensive. Yeah.
Yeah,
Burner-
exactly. It's pretty scary.
I think if Burner said the corp randomly puts 2 cards from hand on the bottom of R&D, it'd still be playable.
Potentially, but letting you pick is nice.
Oh yeah, I mean it's a very good card.
Yeah, it is a good card. You know what they say about burner? Why is it a burner? What does the name mean? Because
Burner, I hardly know her.
Okay, thank you. I say there we go like I was intending on you making that joke. I wasn't. It just happened, but installs
I
are
mean,
clear.
going off the art, it's like a big bit of graffiti going off the art. Oh, we're just getting an eminent anyway. We don't care. We're just doing it.
Tammy Joe streams, you mean bring them home. And yes. Except for that one, I think. Is that one on bottom? I thought it was top, but
That
then
one,
the bottom one.
that
No,
one puts
that-
them
they
on
just-
top.
that's just
unless
another
you
one.
pay to.
Yeah, bring them home.
This is
So many eminent domains. So many
is just-
archers.
just ripping eminence.
Oh,
There's
baby,
2 archers
just
out
keep
of the deck.
going.
It's like turn. Now we are play indeed.
Now we are play. I agree.
Now we are play. That remote's pretty good.
Right. You know what they say? Just install 2 archers. What are they gonna do? Oh, a new secret card
They
to
just
take
break
them
2
home,
archers.
which only I know about. Hashtag scoops.
So we talked about we discussed this earlier. If you spoil the name of cards, playtest cards on the stream.
Well, that's not a playtest card. That is a card that is only standard legal while playing within Tammy Joe Stream's home. That is actually the
Right, I
official
see.
rules. All tournaments in there
That's
are
different.
allowed to play take them home.
Okay, so we don't need to send out the robot dogs.
No, I've
That's
deployed them anyways, but we don't need to. I'm just doing it for fun mostly.
Can you stop them?
No, they're robot dogs.
Okay.
You think
Well,
I'm
good
giving
luck,
it away?
Tammy Joe Streams. There's robot dogs on their way.
Yeah.
Rest is up to you.
Alright, so right now, theoretically, Amarum could be on game point with an SDS out here. But, they'll need to get something to score that out. Yeah, they have 3 SDSs.
2 SDSs now.
Yeah, 2 SDSs, and that's for only 3-pointer, so... Potentially, the Hollow Man's in the stack if they can get, like, a Mavirus out or something. Potentially they could do it. This Archer is still kind of a problemo. And
Yeah, Arch is just a hard man to break, as it turns out.
it's expensive, you know. He's a very functional guy. He's, you know, something propeller. Okay, and then they're about to world tree that propeller to be trashed to get something else. Maybe your echelons, your turbine.
Okay.
Maybe echelons in hand.
So there's
a deer in the headlights raises an important question.
Mm-hmm.
Why did they call it burner when you burn in the HQ of Chiller out the R&D?
That is a good question.
That's a
I don't think they really answered that.
Well put.
It's a plot hole in the lore of Rebellion Without Rehearsal.
I mean, I think that question really answers itself. You know, I think it's pretty.
That is what I was just like audibly laughing at earlier because I'm an idiot. But I'm glad you said it specifically. I was like, no, I won't read it out. But thank you for you.
But Scarius has given us an actually good answer to our question. Right. Piece of art that's good.
Okay. They installed wall to wall specifically to extract it to then put in a Rashida. I see.
It's called value.
That's brilliant. That's the big brain.
You're Robin.
You know, we're Ob. You know, these things are too complicated for my small brain. But
we dug up our wall to wall, which is like advertising. I think we dug up our ads, and underneath it was a bounty hunter.
Right. You know, she gets the job done and then some. Good job, Rashida. We need more cards. Go out and get them.
Oh, we definitely need more cards.
Right.
And more credits.
Right.
Jat needs a lot more cards.
Right. Down to 35. Who gets a no free lunch installed?
But there's a long way to go before Jat can go through this Archer.
Right. You know,
we need Echelon. We need like.
You know, if the OB installs an eavesdrop on the that could theoretically be. If there's Hollow Man was on the bottom, but they have reshuffled. They could have drawn it again. That could be a Hearts and Minds in 10, which would also let them never advance a 5-3 out next turn. This is kind of a you gotta run stuff turn, but Amaram is probably aware of that. So there's some kind of problem going on here.
Well, if you want to get an SDS out of your hand, the safest place in the world is behind that big scary Archer.
Yeah. He's a scary man. He terrifies me. I cry every night thinking about him.
He is a scary man. He's been scaring mans ever since, you know, the very first core set when it was just shooting an apple. And now it's look, he's taken his apple, he's turned into this guy.
Right. Now he's
still scary.
Right. You see that then the original one, you were in the danger zone.
Mm.
You know, that was a television show.
Hearts and Minds is probably not never advancing a 5-3 in this situation, unless there's a wall-to-wall on the board as well somehow. But
right, yeah, they don't have something to put it on. Okay, I may be a fool, but
in the future it might be.
That could be a spinny or something.
Yeah, it's also very possible that there is a Hollow Man or a Mavirus in play.
Yeah. Well, it's either there's only 3 upgrades in there. It either has to be a Mavirus, or it's a Hollow Man, or it's a Vladisaburst. And if it's a Mavirus, you can res it and then search for it after Jayat doesn't trash the Mavirus, if that occurs. And if it's a Vladisaburst, then I don't know, but that just seems like you probably wouldn't install that one. So if it's the Mavirus, or a Hollow Man, there's a Hollow Man on that server either way, so you got to do something now. And I'm not sure if
exactly. And our pool of upgrades is fairly small, but there's a lot of things that it could be. Ideally for the Corporates and SDS, that would be perfect. Right. But it could be, you know, any number of the 21 assets in the list, and we're just going, hey, try and get through this really expensive Archer.
It could be a bait potentially.
You could be trying to score the 5-3 with the way that Hearts and Minds never advances a 5-3 is if that's a Vlad grid in server 9 and there's a business as usual in hand. That's how you do it.
Yeah, okay.
Because you can do the
so you put one on there, and then you put a right. Oh, there is one business as usual in this deck. You are correct.
Yeah, that's the combo. The business as usual plus Vlad grid, where you use business as usual to advance the Vlad grid and the agenda.
Okay, so there are 3 different ways this might be never advancing a 5-3. It seems decently likely that's in there.
Yes.
All right. Jets taking their time. Okay, no rush. This is the bottom table. If you get knocked out, you get knocked out. So you gotta, if you can win this, you gotta find the way.
So having a look at Jot's deck, the ways that Jot can deal with this is the one of Fazarum Entangler
Why are
or
Aristo's glasses so small?
Echelon, and that's pretty much it. So it's
Right.
some kind of trickery to do that, but maybe this is like a border control, and even
Yeah, border
though
control
Jot probably has
problematic.
access to, yeah, and like Jot can probably break this archer like once, but
Right.
more than that's gonna be hard.
Twice would be difficult. At 4, and then 1 for border control will get you down to 4, and then you can get through the archer. You could theoretically run twice if it is just a border control, but you got an overclocking. The overclocking in
Oh,
there
yeah,
to use the
okay.
world tree to get something.
So we're getting.
Okay, they're installing a turbine,
Oh.
and they're probably
Whoa.
gonna. Are they then gonna world tree trash that to get an echelon or serum or something?
Yeah, surely.
Yeah.
Oh, installing the turbine off of Ari, and then perhaps you can reinstall it with the Simmel chip. Oh, this deck is so cool.
It's so cool. I love this deck.
Okay,
Oh,
there's
we
There's
ran
the
Echelon, and then I
Echelon.
think you're right. I think it's Simul chipping it back.
Yeah,
Yep.
and Simul chip will get it up to 6, so then it'll be still be 4 to break, which sucks, but
Yeah, you can let the corp gain 2 credits.
Right.
Shrug.
Yeah, I think we're
I'm
very
sure
likely
it'd
to see a run down 7-9 right now.
A trick
RNG.
shot.
Trick shot.
Yes, trick
All
shot.
on.
Right.
Okay, double turbine, fat echelon, fat cleaver.
Trick shot's so good.
It's a good
It's
card.
a bastard.
It's certainly one
Every
of the
time I read
cards that
trick shot, it's
exists.
got. Every time I read it, there's more words on it. It's incredible.
I know it has
Right.
so many clauses.
Right. No, Santa's in a different game. He's not playing this round.
Okay, we're getting past that archer. What's this going to be? Are there code gets in this list? Probably.
See, this is why
it's
you
like-
should play
There's
Kit.
Afshar.
So
No.
everything's
There's
good.
Afshar.
And there
Afshar is
is
crazy.
Hortum. 1 Hortum and 2 Afshars.
Okay.
That's right. If you're not playing real Kit Peddler, you're not winning AndroidNetrunner.com.
This game's called, I
Evidence.
thought it was called Android:Netrunner.org.
Currently, 100% of Continental's champions have been playing Real Kit Peddler.
Correct.
Well,
There
let's see if
is at
that
least-
statistic changes today. Oh, we got the Afshar onto the remote.
Oh, that's tragedy.
That's a bummer.
Right, yeah, that
It
is a,
tragedy.
Sometimes you do kick flips and then you just face plant. That's just part of doing kick flips.
Well, they kickflip
Check
back at
server
you.
10
They
at least.
Yeah, you
judo
can check,
kickflipped you. You got to check server 10.
might as well.
Vigator, sad. Vitor. But you still kind of have to trash it, right? Because
Because they could trash.
they could.
They could
could
trash
trash
that
the
Afshar
Afshar,
now and then get the Hollow Man if
Yeah.
this
Get the
one's
Hollow
on a
Man.
virus.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
A Hollow
Yeah,
Man is just
trashing speed.
he's the man and he's hollow. He has
It's so
nothing
scary.
inside of him.
It's so sad when you trash a Vigator excavator. 0 to res, 4 trash cost. Come on,
Big money.
that's not fair.
Is this game? Oh gosh.
game.
It is
It's
the Hollow
so
Man
sad.
next game.
Whoa!
It's game. Just do it. Just do it. Just win.
Nice one,
Just-
man.
Wow.
Just put
Nice one.
agendas into the score
Hammering.
area.
Yeah.
Champion of Russia. That's going to be the end of Jot's run, sadly,
Yes.
but a phenomenal effort.
Yep. Good job. Good try, buddy. You almost got it.
Yeah. Very fun to watch.
Yeah.
Really well played by Amram too. Wow, I'm seeing the power of this deck. Like it's
Obies,
so good.
good. They can just declare that they have this card now. We've changed their mind. Ooh, How the Grinch Stole Christmas. Jai versus Santa. Ooh, that's a humorous name. Now we'll watch them.
Let's watch them. And this is Jai on his very cool Asa deck.
Right.
But I think he doesn't like facing off against Ari very much, I believe. And this is looking like Ari's very set up already.
All right. Man in the Moon, that's his brother, I think. Oh, it's APAC Rematch of 2023.
Yeah,
yeah,
because that was the finals last year was Jai on Tao versus Charlie on the outfit.
Nice. I was
Yeah.
not here last year. Well,
Where were
technically, I was in this apartment, so I'm physically here, but I wasn't like playing Netrunner at the time.
Oh, you weren't playing Netrunner at the time. That's cool. How long have you been playing for?
I mean, I've been playing on and off for years, but I haven't been like doing it like more seriously with the community until pretty recently.
Nice.
Kind of just been like I bought System Gateway and stuff, played with some friends a bit. Well, I don't know if they're friends; they're Netrunner buddies, but we don't hang out outside of Netrunner.
They're not friends.
Listen. They show up like I see them like 3 times a year, maybe. They're very busy.
We're all busy.
Yeah.
Everyone who plays Netrunner is my friend.
No, I definitely have enemies in this community, 100%.
Who's your number one enemy? Do you want to out them on the stream, or is that do you want to
All
keep it?
419 players.
Ooh, fair.
Anyone who plays 419 is my enemy.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
You know.
You never have fun games with 419.
You know, the 419 player has fun than those. Are there any good hydration emojis? I don't know. Maybe.
Just water, I guess.
Just drink water.
Put water in the chat. Water for Jai in the chat. You have to water Jai so he can grow up into an APAC winner.
Right.
Are you familiar with the origin of the name 419?
Yes, and it's
something
good. But you got to tell the people. Tell the people.
Yeah, someone had something about a Prince scam. I think that might be related.
Yes.
Yeah.
The classic Nigerian Prince scam is called a 419 because that is the area code that you would get a phone call from about that particular type of scam.
Nice. Fun stuff.
Have you ever been scammed, Real? By a Nigerian or otherwise?
I have not been scammed by a Nigerian. I did one time go to the interview for a MLM.
Right, yeah. They kept sending me those things that were like, would you like a job? Would you like to buy something from me? And then try and sell it.
Yeah.
That's always fun. Yeah, I've gotten those emails in my spam, but I've not sent them any money yet.
I was in college and I got that for whatever reason the college that I was at allowed Cutco Cutlery to hand out little things.
Oh, because colleges don't care about their students.
It's eminently true.
Hollow Man trash that prevents a potential never advance here on something that might be in servitude in the game.
Ooh.
Oh yes, it's often not Nigerian people. That's just kind of the stereotypical one. Yes, Tammy Joe. Anyways, continue.
Sure. Okay, so we've got the wage. We're clearing out the board a little bit here. Hollow Man's going down. Wage Workers is going down here. This does limit Jai's kickflip potential quite a lot, and it limits the fully op ability, I guess, as well.
Also, the sorts of people who do scams being not Nigerian is relevant because my father was a fraudster.
Nice.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is interesting.
I'm proud of
you. Specialized in investment fraud.
Oh, there's another Hollow Man. Okay.
Oh, jeez.
There was a second Hollow Man. The first Hollow Man was a bait.
It was misdirection Hollow Man. Well done, Jai.
Hey, I don't know if anybody's thought of this before, but Hollow Man might be a good card.
No.
Hollow Man is a good guy.
What are you on?
In the chat.
I was just hoping the second wasn't there, but the second was. Yeah, Hollow Man was involved in the winning of both games in this round.
It's a good card.
It's certainly one of the cards of all time.
Yeah, you can res it for 2 and then just do all kinds of shenanigans. Can't let it live. Yeah. We love never advancing 5/3s. It's never advance is good Netrunner. Just simple facts.
It's good stuff. And then it can also fast advance. It's very versatile.
It's fantastic. We love to see it. So we've got Lisan Al Jaib's in the chat. We love to see that.
Right. If who?
Who's left? What's going on? What is this? Android Netrunner?
Android, netrunner.com.net.www. New lower bracket showdown image. Yes, they get to switch back to the bracket.
Lower bracket showdown.
I think.
It's going to be Jai on Arasana versus Amarum on Ob. It is kickflip. Central.
Oh,
baby.
Fun.
Someone's fallen off their skateboard.
Right. I love turning it on the bracket because I'm still mad at people who told me the stream was frozen when it wasn't. I was just being difficult. Leaving it on the bracket intentionally. Santa Claus is in 5th. Misses whatever that was in 4th.
But snagging an Intercontinental's invite, I believe.
Yes, tragedy. But wait, is this 5th get you one? Or
I think 5th does, doesn't it?
I thought it was top 4, but some of these people.
It was top 4 last year. It's top 5 this year.
Nice.
Unless anyone in the top 5 already has an invite, then it rolls down.
Well, 5th place definitely gets one either way. And we do notice on this bracket image, 5 is colored yellow, which might be related to that.
Mm.
You know, it might also just be the show that NBN is number 5. You know, it's the 5th best corp right now faction. So, who knows?
Yeah, definitely. It's just after Ampere. Pretty good place to be.
Right. Classic. And I love pairs. I'm actually not that big on pairs. But, fun stuff. Yeah, Ampere's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm more into trios.
Yeah. I'm an Apple gal, if I'm being honest. Granny Smith. It's also green, but it's like better green. Alright, so we have Giants, and then I guess we go for those top thingies.
We'll have to wait till the next image to see if the yellow means an invite. That's good. We need some more clickbait on this stream. Stick around and you find out if yellow means an invite.
Does Santa go to Intercontinentals? Does anybody who didn't make top cut get thrown off the mountain? Who knows? You're gonna have to stick around.
Is Intercontinentals is it even real? Is it going to be even a Netrunner tournament? Is it going to be a battle of physical strength?
Is Intercontinentals actually just a place where they're going to try to sell you Cutco cutlery?
Possibly. I'm hoping that Intercontinentals this year is going to be very real.
Mm-hmm. Hopefully.
I'm looking forward to it.
Do you get it? Do you get my joke?
It was really it was really good.
Did you get the joke?
Yeah.
Oh, right, it's you,
The joke is that I'm real. Yeah, that's me.
Nice. Damn.
This is the first time I've made this joke, and definitely the first time anyone's ever heard it.
That's good.
Yeah.
But every time you say something definitely is, that means you're lying to me.
That's definitely not true.
See, but how do I know it's not true if you just said definitely? That word means it's not true.
Real, how much have you been lying on this stream on average, would you say?
I'm sitting in my chair. I'm not lying down.
Cool.
Okay. Oh, that's good.
Can I just
my father actually
real quick, I have new enemies now.
Yeah, can we actually, now we've got a little bit of time between rounds, I want to hear more about the fraud. If you want to share. You don't have to share about the fraud, Dad, but it's pretty good. It's a cool story.
Yeah. My dad actually was a fraudster.
Right.
Yeah, he my dad one time a conversation with my uncle about that a story my uncle told me about my dad about a conversation the two of them had where my uncle was like, how do you sleep at night? Like how do you like sleep at night knowing that you like just stole an old lady's retirement fund?
Like a log.
Right. And what my dad said is, no, you don't understand. I'm not stealing from her. I'm stealing from the next guy in line because there's a ton of people out there who are perfectly ready to scam her, and if I didn't do it, they would. Which is an absurdly fucked up thing to say, but also not entirely untrue. I think that my father was maybe a brain cell away from actual systemic analysis there.
Right.
But
Pretty.
yeah, he was often a brain cell away from actual systemic analysis.
Right. The
Like
thing
sort of
though is
coming
that
close
last
and then
brain
turning
cells,
around.
it's always the hardest to cross. You know?
I think it was all of the alcohol and Vicodin that
Ooh!
probably.
Sounds like he was having a nice time at least.
It is a thing though, right? Like, isn't that why they do in these scam emails? They make them, they don't really care about making them poorly spelled, that bad spelling and bad grammar and all this stuff, because they figure if people don't notice that, then they're like ripe for being scammed.
Right. So the strategy there with bad pitches is, so the type of scamming that my dad didn't use those very much. The type of scamming that email scams or automated scams use rely on that heavily, because the idea is you can actually, with an automated scam, you can reach more people than you could ever possibly process. Because at the end of the day, you need to get in direct human-to-human conversation with someone to get them to give you their credit card number, or to give you, a bunch of gift cards that you bought at Walmart, right?
Right.
And in order to do that, but the problem is that if you make it a good pitch on one of those scam emails, you'll convince people that are otherwise skeptically minded or otherwise not in a position to fall for that scam, right? So there's a purposeful degradation in the quality of these scams, so that only people who are the most vulnerable to being scammed reply. Now there are other flavors of them that are more well crafted. In particular, like the Amazon package return fraud ones, where they just rely on, they know they'll only get a response from someone if they just ordered something from Amazon. So they tend to craft theirs a lot more subtly, just because if you didn't just order something from Amazon, you're just not going to reply because you're going to know it's a scam, obviously.
Right.
Yeah, right.
My mother called me about those once and asked if I'd ordered something. I had not. I'm sorry. Well, we should get your dad as an ID. Was his name Steve by any chance?
His name was Mark, which would be funny.
That's the okay. So he was honored in Parhelion.
Yeah, in Sable. Yeah.
Yeah, I see. To stream thematically. I don't know. My enemy is everyone in chat. People ask me what's the stream now, and then they said thematically, and I'm confused. So my enemy is just everyone in chat. If you're in chat, I don't hate you. I just don't like you.
That's good. I think that's a good thing to tell your viewers.
Very much so.
Oh, Axu's also ready to come on if you wanted to leave, Mr. Prometheus.
Yeah, geez, get out of
not
here.
That I want you to leave. I'm enjoying you, but you did say you were waiting until he got here. So if you so desired,
I was waiting until Aksu got here, and Aksu is making noises in the chat. We promised Aksu that Aksu could jump on for the finals. I think we don't want to let that little bug die down.
Oh gosh, Cleo. Good morning.
I'd lie to anybody. I don't care, but I'm glad it's mutual here. My enemy. Continue.
I've enjoyed streaming it. It's been a really fun day. We've got a little bit of downtime between matches, and Aksu's going to jump on, so I might leave everybody to it. But it's been a really fun day. I still have high hopes for an APAC champ and/or a tiebreaker champ.
Right.
I think whoever wins will be an APAC champ.
Well, an
Everybody
APAC
remaining
local.
in APAC?
An APAC local. An APAC local.
Well, yeah, I guess. Okay. Okay, the game is up.
Yeah.
Look at this.
All right. I'll keep. I don't know where Aksu is. I'm going to keep talking until Aksu gets on, then I'm going to leave. Very suddenly.
Okay, I've sent the hopping comms. Greetings.
Oh, there's Aksu. All right, I'm going to bounce. Thanks, y'all. Been super
Yeah,
fun.
nice
You're not
talking to you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh, now I gotta update the comms thing, because no longer
what's
is
up?
it. Greetings. We're here with the people. Excuse me. All right.
One table remaining, right?
Right now it's just
We're
one
going
table,
on.
so we get to continue to stalk Jai. We gave him a bit of a break, but we're back now.
So much Jai stalking.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I
Fair.
think technically, I guess, admittedly, we've seen most games in the last 4 rounds, but we've been watching Jai for a while.
I don't know how much of Cleo gets picked up by my microphone.
I heard a little bit of a yelp a little while ago, but not too much recently. Oops. Someone made a
Okay.
whoopsies. Alright.
She is a very vocal bangle,
Right.
and in my ears are constant screaming.
We are not
But
getting constant screaming, so
okay.
no, the stream audio is probably fine enough, and if it's not fine, as mentioned, I do hate everyone in chat, so it's okay. Yeah. Okay, we're all pulling for the raffle.
Always something I like to ask, because basically wherever I am, I hear constant screaming.
Mm-hmm.
So
It's always
just want to make sure that that's not being picked up by my mic.
I think
Okay, I
chat will
realize you
probably
mean
be
about your
happy with
cat.
it being picked up.
But for a second, I thought you just were saying, wherever I am, I hear constant screaming, like in your head. So
Wherever I am.
I'm just haunted constantly by the screams of those I've lost.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm. Jai wishes they had bones, T1. Jai
I
has
mean,
no bones.
if you open up bones in this matchup, it's pretty hype. Otherwise, you kind of have to lose some of your tempo installing a different resource for it. But World Arizona, if you get the 3 down, you still have super early access to it, so it's pretty hype.
Right.
Yeah, I
Gotcha.
definitely think that Bones is a T1 card.
It seems pretty good.
Yeah. Definitely a high tier.
Yeah, and there's a lot of asset spam in the meta, and there's a lot of upgrade spam, and it's kind of convenient for dealing with them.
Getting rest, one of those tools that you don't really just get to bypass with Entangler.
Right, yeah, it's a barrier.
Ugh.
I do love recent barriers.
Why did they print cards with that subtype? Asylum Entangler should just be able to go through everything.
Well, it specifically says no barriers. That was like my one. I think that was my one win. I like won 1 or 2 games in Summer Showdown, and one of them someone installed there was in a real bottom of the barrel match, and they would put a Asylum Entangler on a log jam. And we're like, wait, why can't I get through? They're like, oh, I thought it was only barriers, not barriers, which makes sense because Entangler has it has barriers in big bold letters. If you haven't read the card, it's understandable.
I don't think you're supposed to read the cards when you play.
Yeah, the fact of the matter is, most winners in Netrunner are completely illiterate. Like it
I know I am.
Doesn't help. Me too. Well, I'm not a winner. I'm just illiterate for other reasons.
Oh, tree
Ooh,
star.
World Tree out. That's good. That's nice early.
Hey, we found Miss Bones.
Yeah, time to sell regolith for Miss Bones.
Goodbye, Telewick. Hello, Mrs. Bones. Okay, Miss Bones. Sorry, she's not married.
I mean, maybe after this game, she'll be Mrs. Bones.
Well, who's taking her hand? Arisana already has a fiance.
I mean, she can be Polly.
Maybe, but if she's Mrs. Bones, then they've got to be married, and I don't know if Brazil has legalized polygamy in that one. They might still be on marriage to one person only.
It's like 200 years from now. It's got to be legal.
I don't know. Maybe they don't like us in the future. I haven't checked. I haven't been there. How the Bioroids doing?
I also have not been to the future.
Right. I should go sometime. I hear it's nice. Okay, Miriam is thinking.
I keep planning on visiting, but every time the future rolls around, I'm not there yet.
I'm always busy.
I'm always in the present. I don't get it.
Right. You're supposed to do that. I think it's okay. Now everybody's spamming to help out Jai. Apparently, Jai is a fan favorite.
I mean, APAC player also content creator in a way. So I know, I can understand why Jai has those fans.
Right. Jai makes content. Ooh, here's the Archer. On
Oh,
HQ.
Archer on HQ. Server
John
1 not
HQ.
protected as
Right.
last match, but
No more burn. Don't get Bernard. Bernard's always sad. Right, yeah, I do know Jai. They've spoken to me. Okay, drawing 2 cards.
Ah, Pot of Greed.
Oh no, they just clicked to draw 2 cards. They clicked twice. It's not Pot of Greed. That's build script. What does build script do? Draws 2 cards.
Build script allows me to draw 2 cards and gain a credit.
Right. Well, we can't mention that part. Then it interferes with the flow.
It's basically Deuce's Wild.
Right. You know.
yeah, that's too far. You're not talking about deuces like that.
I love that strangled sound. Like it hurt you physically to hear that. Like and that makes me happy.
You can talk about Bahia bands that way, but not deuces.
What? It's basically the same effect.
I mean, it literally is. If you choose draw 2 cards, gain 3 credits.
No.
It's pretty similar, we'll say.
It can be similar.
It is similar.
Basically,
I can leave this fight to another day.
You see, Axie was in chat earlier. They're my enemy. We got to do this to them. God, that was the best. It was very strangled noise. It was just poor Axu. I'm not sorry this is happening, but like I would be if I was a better person.
It's understandable.
Right.
The joke running around QTM is that I've been powering QTM up by degrading the rest of the meta by convincing everyone to play build script.
It's time. That's how we do it. It's all a trick. I see. Trashes the powers that be. Slows down that rush a little bit. I like the powers that be.
Also refreshing the daily casts.
Right.
That value, you just can't stop the value train.
Right. It's literally free money.
Much value. It is literally free.
It's pretty similar to playing build script, you know? It's just free money.
Yeah, you're right.
Mm-hmm. I usually am. Okay, installs a lily pad. Does not get to wear
Okay.
in hand.
Oh,
Wall to wall, that's nice.
Camping the remote, that's fine. Like,
yeah.
Create a draw and advancement.
Right. Oh, wants to install something.
Bring it back.
Things are occurring. That is interesting because you're very poor right now, but they don't technically have the cleaver out yet or another program to trash for it.
Yeah, 3 credits is pretty low to start scoring. You really can't raise your outermost ice and score.
Right.
So if Jai can take care of these remotes and server 1, it's going to be a pretty positive situation, I would assume.
Right, let's see though.
Still 2 credits left in the bones at least.
Mm-hmm. Try to wear out that bones. I'm glad Miss Bones is having a nice day.
Oh, the trick shot.
Oh, there we go.
Time to snipe some agendas out of R&D first and then clear something for a positive.
Right.
And Muse as well. That's hella money.
Oh yeah, now you can trash something.
Oh wow.
Yeah, getting a draw, install everything. Arizana's starting to do work here.
Right, big money. You know what they say about Muse?
It makes an MU out of us and me.
No.
Okay, what did they say about Muse?
Ridiculous.
I don't know. I thought you knew.
Well, I tried, but then you told me no.
Well, I know you're wrong. I just don't know what's right. It's a nice coalescence. Get some money. They can
Taking
trash.
coalescence in another option probably would have been like installing a Trojan here.
Potentially. And
then you can have like
trash.
the roll 3 trigger.
Right, yeah, then trash the Muse. Get that one out.
Yeah, because this Muse is leaving after this run anyways.
Well, sometimes you just want a bunch of money. You're just saying,
yeah, free money is always nice.
The coalescence.
Being
able
eminent
to domain.
Ooh, eminent domain.
That's pretty hype.
Fine.
That's the other archer. You ain't. Well, actually, I think there's 3 Emmy domains. Let me check.
That's probably one more. It's such a nice card.
And then, yes, there are 3 eminent domains in this list.
Yeah, wall to wall in the server 5. So server 1 could be a completely new card.
The way you can stack triggers with Trick Shot is so wild. I love it.
Yeah, the card is so busted. Like
it's something. Trash is another powers that be.
Domain?
There are no powers that currently be.
Yeah, all the powers don't be.
Right.
Can you actually run server 1 here? Is there a tool to get in? No, it doesn't look like it.
Yeah, no, you'd have to have it in hand. You don't get your world tree trigger this turn.
Yeah, still not a way to break barriers here, so. Not a Rashida. Might be an eminent domain.
Doesn't seem to be a Rashida.
Yeah, I think Rashida rest beforehand. No shot.
Let's leave it on the table for his turn. They're not, you gotta be patient. You don't want to rush these things. You gotta let Rashida cook.
Yeah, getting the full value out of it.
Right.
I just don't know what you're installing here except a Rashida or eminent domain and bouncing your wall-to-wall back to your hand. So I think this is just a calculation if you can go broke enough to actually score this out.
Alright. Thinking.
Yeah, that's like fair enough.
Right.
If you like going to 0 and getting a free archer doesn't seem bad.
But you are at 0. But yeah, getting that down would also make future trick shots. You at least have to get set up to do them now.
And Ozef here could be a long think about whether that's good enough to score, whether it's good enough to trash your 3-cost res dice with 1 advancement counter on it.
Advance.
Getting scored, yeah, going to 0.
Now the domain goes to 0.
Okay.
Dang. It's fine. I wouldn't worry about the archers too much, Jai. You're not really, they're just chilling.
I mean, that is definitely a way to stop this just value R&D or HQ pokes with World 3.
A tough one decision, actually.
Yeah. I'm actually getting the archer here, even.
Yeah, it could be something else.
Yeah, archer just could be in hand, though. That like if you top deck the archer while you're trying to go to scoring the eminent domain, that one probably might hurt.
Yeah, that's a little sad.
Yeah.
Also, there are decisions being made about do you place archer on RRD or server 1.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's very true.
Yeah, you kind of need to protect both, but...
Right.
Yeah, maybe also thinking about getting something to help them bounce back on credits.
Possibly. We're stealing that land. We better start putting it to good use.
I think I figured it out. What you got to do with eminent domain. Oh, in the remote. All right.
declares you can continue to access R&D, but now I'm jamming agendas through here.
I think the idea is that you make your server run hard as possible to run, so you can start jamming your agendas out of here.
Yeah, simple solution though. Just run R&D every turn and make sure the corp never draws an agenda.
There is a conduit.
Conduit?
I swear I was about to say there is a conduit before they installed it.
Yeah.
Jai might have just seen an SDS protocol, I think, because they just said ha, and now they're like, do I steal it, but then I trash my conduit? Or the world tree? Like, neither of those would be fun.
I think if you see SDS here, you don't steal it and then just pop simulchip. Since you're running back anyway.
Possibly.
Oh, yeah, true. That seems like a sick line.
Yeah, steals
no,
SDS. And trashes it. Yeah, that was...
Or you steal it.
Yeah, that depends on if you want to continue your conduit digging. If you just are think fun enough, I'm not conduit digging anymore.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
If you need your simulchip to stop like fast advances and everything.
I guess.
No, just fine.
Yeah, you see, like, there's definitely no way to shuffle here, right? There's a 0%
nothing on hand, or nothing on installed.
Yeah, and a program was already trashed this turn.
Yeah, conduit.
To get the conduit.
Right.
Yeah, maybe a small unoptimization, but hopefully doesn't matter in the big picture.
Yeah. No, I definitely can't relate to making misplays after a grueling multi-day tournament against some of the best netrunner players in the world.
Yeah.
Yeah,
the thing is, I make misplays at the start of tournaments, so you never get to that point.
No. You see, it's the Swiss gambit, right? It's you're submarining.
No, I'm just losing. Like I got like 87th out of 95, like in American cons. You know, I'm not submarining. I'm just losing. It's a difference. Also, a point note that Jai is theoretically at 4 agenda points. If they get another SDS, they can just win. So this conduit is pretty scary. And MLM is kind of stuck here. Like they installed the card and clicked twice for creds, but there's not much they can do about Jai just spamming their R&D because, well, they got so low on cred, they don't have a lot of stuff to do.
What's installed in server 7? Is it just like an econ agenda? Or do you push out a virus just hoping your opponent runs it to lose those conduit counters?
Yeah, you'd think you'd put it on R&D if that was your plan.
Yeah, might be a spin
doctor.
Yeah. Spinny Winnie.
Got it. The discipline from Jai, not just clicking conduit 4 times.
Yeah, I would not have that. I would just slam a conduit 4 times.
I
want that. Come on, give me the points. I know you got points in there somewhere. Trash's daily cast to bring out Steve Cambridge, or might not be Steve Cambridge. They're thinking. No, Jai, do not talk to chat. Do not talk to my chat. Loop.
Oh.
I've seen Loop occasionally. Party animal. And then you don't trash anything. That's embarrassing. Look at that, Jai.
Wild.
So people can install something else than DJ Steve?
They can. They very rarely do loop. And then if you're in criminal, I guess, yeah, sometimes you do loop. Or,
yeah, apparently.
The other ones. Maryland
campaign. Maryland campaign, yeah.
Oh, there you go. Here's your loop value.
Yeah, that's value.
Oh, now you gotta trash 2 cards. I was also thinking it might be Sable Scarius. I mean, I don't know if it would be. I think they're very focused on one area, but they could. I do enjoy Loop's existence, you know?
Yeah,
Loop is
sometimes,
really fun.
You gotta have a runner who's, furry, and that's just good stuff. I'm glad for them. I'm glad they got representation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got a couple. We got a furry. We got a feathery. Now we just need a lizard person.
Right, who's the bird?
Quetzal.
Quetzal. Oh, right. Yeah, that kind of a bird. Business as usual. Interesting.
Clearing out the conduit, probably.
Oh, yeah, they can just do that one, and that's not...
It also has that effect on it.
Look at that. Yeah, it has the thing you can occasionally do if you happen to be at threat 3. Big money. I'm still very
but
poor.
still clicking for credit, so R&D is still basically open. And you can farm these conduit counters again.
You can, but it's still a little stalled out. You're right, Kira. Business as usual does have text. Most cards have text, I've found. Not all of them.
And I thought I should have those like party game cards where you can write your own stuff.
Yeah, they should have that. It's just when you just get a pen, you can just put it down, And you see that's how you fit in your 4th, 5th, and 6th copy of build script. Your custom cards.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. You just put limit 6 per deck on your build script.
Right, big brain. We need a limit 45 per deck card. I think that's gets an environmental testing down. That's interesting. Get those
that's your long-term econ option.
Right.
I think Jai is not wanting to overcommit on R&D, so this just basically switching up. Maybe after R&D gets opened up a bit, I think Jai knows like top 4 or 5 cards in there. So I really just don't need to get those counters now. You can just set up economically here in this moment. Right. Get your one like value world tree run in. Shuffle your mispawns into a different resource.
Right. Play your diesel. How many diesels you had tonight, Axu?
I just woke up. I haven't had any.
Okay. Well, it's time to start.
Yeah.
Right. Also, fun fact, it's wait. So Diesel has 9 diesels on it. Does every time you play Diesel, are you drinking all 9?
No. You see, only 3 of them are on fire because you're
Right.
currently drinking 3 when you play Diesel.
Okay, and then
The
it's 9
other
for the...
6.
Those
Yeah,
are
because
the
you're
other
allowed
diesels.
to drink Yeah.
So you drink 9 per game. You don't drink 27 per game. That's a little more reasonable.
No, because according to All Nighter, you would suffer cardiac arrest well before that.
No, it says that you can drink 3 per hour for 12 hours. That's 36. So 27 is less than 36. Therefore, it's within tolerance.
Right. I think a game of Netrunner goes on for way less than 24 hours.
No, I feel like it's definitely like I don't like Wayland doesn't fucking renovate Oaktown in a day. That shit takes time.
Well, okay, you're right. If your opponent is playing Ag Infusion,
right.
Sometimes your games can go on for longer than 24 hours.
Right. Those are fun. But you see it's all relative, in there is that time. A turn is a unit of time between 3 and 2,000 years. And it depends based on each turn. It's kind of variable. No, I have not seen the Fight Club finals. I have not seen anything.
Yeah, it was 2 hours of a PE game, so.
Oh baby. Oh right, because finals don't have
commentating that.
Finals don't time out.
It was like the whole tournament was untimed.
Nice.
Hell yeah!
Every other game runs out like in a decent amount of time, and then just the final game is 2 hours of PE against like loss.
Oh my god, I love it.
Sometimes you just make the casters suffer. You're like you need to be unhappy. The conduiting R&D. Well, they got that buzzsaw. That's convenient.
I just like it when the players think about us in the commentary booth,
Yeah.
Even if those thoughts are all malice and vitriol, you know,
Yeah.
I
I
like
don't-
being thought about.
I don't like that people know I exist.
Have you considered not live streaming?
No.
All right.
You know, the fact of the matter is I also need attention, so it's complicated.
Oh, yeah, those seem contradictory.
I know. I'm a woman, I contain multitudes. You know? I have many aspects in me.
Yeah?
I've got like
Yeah.
eight wolves inside of me, you know?
Are they all gay?
Not legally.
Okay.
At least some of them they didn't register, but they are homosexual, but they're not on the list.
Okay.
You know. Some of them are stupid, so remember that.
Gotta register with the American with the House Un-American Affairs activity.
Yeah, you know, gotta do that and whatnot. You know, get your microchips and whatnot.
Yeah, potential communist sympathies.
Right, you know, we are in danger of those. This is a good stream. Thank you for agreeing, everybody. Listen, sometimes the games take a while, you know? He's thinking.
No. Let people think, and we can talk about everything else about not the
You know,
game.
I could talk about Whoredom as nice for 10 minutes, but you've probably heard a lot of things about Whoredom by people smarter than me. So what I'm good at talking about is gay people. So I'm under conduit locket. Please help me. I'm not legally allowed to offer help.
Have installed Archer on R&D maybe.
Maybe. Yeah, kind
It's
of
like-
fucked the dog on that one.
Yeah, install ice wrong place. Complain.
Right. Yeah, I was, you know, sometimes that's might not have read that enough. You'll be getting jet on call.
Yeah. That's cheating. Like,
Yeah.
stop.
Genteki.net staff have confirmed that you are screwed. Good luck, boss. No, he's getting Giat for Mom. It's fine. He's not using his own help.
Oh god, yeah, that we should definitely get a phone a friend token for our next tournament.
Right.
Pretty cool.
That should be there.
I only just noticed I was watching the stream.
How do you
when an ad popped up?
How do you confuse the stream with jnet.net?
Okay, so I'm stupid.
Good point. Me too. Sorry, I didn't mean to. You know, I forgot about that. Double advance. That's interesting.
Oh.
Now, well, the cleaver's not down yet. I was gonna say they can just pay through this, but cleaver ain't down.
Yeah. Are there any like advanceable things that are not agendas though? Have to open up the list somewhere.
Let me check. And this is Amaram. Agendas.
If this is the same list that I think it is, then there should be
No, there's nothing advanceable that is not agendas, I think.
No Vlad grid?
Yeah, that's
there is a
Vlad
grid. That is the one option. So yes, it might be a Vlad.
Yeah,
that's right.
Spending like 15 million credits just to check your opponent's Vlad grid doesn't seem too fun.
Yeah. And it is expensive because right now Echelon is not fancy, and then you need a cleaver.
Yeah, it's solid 10 credits to break.
Right. That's fine. I've had worse.
That card's no longer legal.
Yeah. Oh, it's steel skin scarring. That's legal.
No turbine?
Oh,
yeah.
I've had better.
Steel skin scarring.
Right.
Parentheses, I've had better.
Yeah.
Why don't people call it that?
I don't know. People are difficult, you know? Asphyxia's raw dog in a turbine. I would not recommend that for your health. They just keep going in. The the remote, it's not real. You can't make me run it.
I think we're going to see some Arizona kickflips during the run.
Trash and miss bones.
Not changing that credit.
Install a daily cast. Need more money. Trashes Rashida. Uses Renee Loop Isamont Party Animala.
Oh, that was good.
Oh, another STS. No, Azef. I'm
okay,
stupid.
Azef scored.
Yeah.
Any agenda wins Jai the game.
Right. Now, if Ramaram scores a 5-point here, then they can get it. But,
yeah.
I don't think there's
Server
any 5. You know, that government takeover in server 1, that's gonna get it.
Yep.
Right.
No, you see, it's there's a vanity project in archives, and that's a Regenesis.
Right. Oh, yes, that is brilliant. Or alternatively, OB is installing DJ Fenris to install Israk, and then is gonna get this without advancing.
There you go.
Big brain. Jai probably could get into server 1. I think they are debating if they bother though, or
that's the tree. World tree.
We're cutting it down.
Right.
All right.
There we go. All right.
And overclocking, so hella free credits.
Right.
Go from your real credit pool. Bit better than the 5 you 10 you were spending originally.
Yes, that would make you sad.
Yeah, it is the Vlad grid. But still taking care of that is so good when you have your conduit lock online.
Right, you gotta do not suffer the corp to live.
I think this is going full lock. Very interesting play here.
It's better to take your opponent's chances to win out before you actually try to win yourself.
Right. Amaram's just been on like 3 credits for forever. They just cannot get any money out.
Yeah, like Racing Ice Hearts.
Right.
Really kind of needs some sort of a trick here, I think.
Right.
Like extracts would probably do so much work extracting a Hortum into a Mavirus maybe. But
Maybe.
I think shuffling the deck is a liability at this point when your opponent is conduit locking you.
Right, yeah, and they only need 1. And when they can get into server 1 for without, well, right now, they don't have another breaker, so it's like 3-7 and then 8.
Yeah, something like that.
So it is kind of expensive getting that server, but Jai still probably can. Oh, Kira says Jai is outside in my living room. That's great. I don't know if they're actually in your living room or if you're.
I think that actually might be.
It could be. Because I also would say I'm in people's living rooms, but I say that as like a threat, so I don't really understand the concept of having friends.
I don't understand why you're threatening people with a good time.
I don't know either. It's more fun mostly, you know. You gotta have a hobby. You go crazy if you don't.
Have you tried Netrunner?
No.
You should. It's a decent game, apparently.
I'll look into it.
And Corp taking a while to think here. Like,
It is.
I guess it's fair to think about your outs here, but
Right. If you lose
time
this
is
game, you
ticking
are
for
out of the
ticking on.
tournament.
Yeah, 6 minutes remaining, which is like probably good enough, but some decisions need to be made here.
Right. Santa says that Man in the Moon and they play the last round of Swiss against each other at the same kitchen table. They are brothers, I do believe. So it's always nice to have people who you know. But yeah, nobody here plays Netrunner.
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
Are we seeing the
whoa.
Movirus install?
Crashing Whoredom for question mark? I guess
Yeah,
you
I
get the
think the
virus,
options are
you
like
pop
Movirus
it,
or an
and you
eye.
get a
Well,
2-drop. It's something. It still seems so risky.
but
Yeah.
yeah, it definitely.
I mean,
is.
admittedly, that's like it's just costing the Corp one.
No, just getting a Sandstone.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
You break
Sandstone still
Sandstone
is
for
like,
1 credit. I guess you're
yeah.
just doing
They
this to
just
get
broke
money.
Whoredom for 1 credit though. You know,
Yeah.
you've just kind of I think it got you money and then you were able to install an ice that's the same level of tax of basically nothing. No, this is not still day one as title states, but I don't control the title, or if I do, I don't know how. But
Yeah, the title will be wrong for it all day.
right, because I don't have access to the stream. I just have the stream key, I think. So
yeah. Oh, my virus! There's
virus right off the top.
Yeah, it has to be somewhere there.
Thank you, Mr. Mavirus.
And that Mavirus might be switching the whole direction of the game.
Maybe.
Oh, so that's 100% Hollow Man on server 1.
Right, because, well, if Mavirus and Radiciverse got in the trash, then aye, Captain, that's a hollow. Though even a hollow, you're still down by 1 point. Jai really is like, that's just not my fucking problem.
Yeah, just Jai going for the conduit lockout on R&D. Just
right.
You need to access your one agenda somewhere.
Yeah,
Right.
I think the Corp spends 7 credits to score a 5-3. Oh, wait, but if it's an SDS and they score the SDS, they can trash the conduit?
Mm-hmm.
Potentially. Though, again, you're still pretty decent on cards. It cuts out your R&D lock, but you're still able to run most stuff that goes down.
Yeah, you can chip it back, but it's basically another purge. It would be the one thing that is tempo positive for the Corp.
Yeah, you can chip it back. Silo Trip isn't a real card. You know, I do need to start running ScapeNet, they're right.
Yeah, also for the playing a bit slow, it is actually impossible for Aruman Amarum. Amarum?
Amarum S-I-E-S.
Amarum. It's impossible for him to win on a tie. If the round goes to time, he just loses. So,
As much as I do support sending death threats, do not send any death threats on time. Sometimes people are busy. Hollow Man.
Yeah, Hollow Man 2 advances SDS.
SDS hits that conduit. They know what they want, and it's the conduit.
This is the only path to victory. Let's see if it's enough.
Not taking the conduit back here, so just keeping the clot threat remaining, I guess.
Interesting.
Yeah, clot in the bin.
No, pop in the sandwich.
No, takes it, yeah.
Yeah, because
Deciding it's valuable enough.
Right.
Yeah, the Corp can't fast advance.
Yeah, this deck does not have any FA, I think.
Well, I mean, Hollow Man's FA. Just you can't do it with 1 credit.
Yeah, that costs a bit too much money.
Yeah, it'll probably be fine. You don't really need money. Not if you're good at the game.
So time to go digging R&D again.
Kira in chat, just imagine if all the agendas are in HQ right now.
It's the game that never ends. It'll be great. We'll get there eventually.
Yeah, I think we have been locking R&D for long enough.
No, we haven't. We must lock it more.
I mean, to know.
Accumulation. Okay, maybe we are looking into it.
Get the cup. Get in the cup. Whatever the top card of R&D is, get in the cup.
You know what they say about cups?
No, I really don't.
Well, they tend to be, they're kind of round objects, and they have like an exterior and an interior. In the interior, there's like an empty space with a bottom, so you can store liquids and other things in them.
Oh yeah, it was installed by Arizona, so it just like takes one card out, but
right. It just, I guess, it let them trash the thing. Yeah, there's no tree.
Yeah, that's
They
just
trashed
one
the tree
card further.
earlier or something.
Well, yeah, but it's basically an imp.
Yeah, time in the round
as well.
Well, I think that's it. I don't think Amaram has.
Deterministic Jai victory, but let's see if it's to time or to points.
Yeah, there we go. Gets above the line.
Yeah, just
Eventually. We got it.
Yeah, time doesn't matter here. But 38 accesses by the runner here.
That's
How many archives runs did we do?
I don't know if there's a ton.
Actually, we didn't run archives a single time, so runner actually accessed 38 cards here, I think.
Yeah, a lot of them were the same cards off the top of R&D, but still, it was a...
Right.
Oh yeah, that's the thing that changes the stats, yeah, of course.
Right. Sometimes you get agenda. They were mostly in HQ, which is kind of funny. You know? It's, these things happen, I suppose.
Archie, Archer.
Mm-hmm. All right. More semifinals now. It is Jai versus Styx. Right now, what am I doing?
How's
Who's in winner finals? I think it's someone is the person Smurf. Properties.
Looking at the list, it's I think Cheek Fake. Waiting in the grand finals.
I'm going to go use the restroom. Everybody have fun.
Yeah.
Please do say things about how the stream's frozen because I put on the bracket image. Thank you.
Yeah, I think these are both of the final APAC players here, or players from the APAC region. So a sad kill here, but sad you just can't everybody can't stay in the tournament. So. Yeah, Jai taking a fair break. Just 3 minutes to recover from an intense game with a couple of really important decision points. Can't really blame anybody for those.
Oh yeah, with these crawls to the finals, just immediately going into the next one is not the best idea.
Yeah, that's never is. Some people might be fired up, ready to go. Maybe after.
I mean, at least go pee first.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right.
It's 11:53 p.m.
Nice. It's 2:53 a.m.
No, you're wrong.
It's legally morning where I am. And I'm also never wrong, so.
Seem to be at an impasse.
Well,
let's settle it by who won the most recent Continentals tournament.
Well, we don't know that yet because this is the most recent Continentals. We haven't finished it yet.
Oh,
so.
yeah, okay. Get destroyed.
So.
Well, right, but I'm the most recent Continentals winner.
Well, no, this is the most recent Continentals, though, and there's no winner yet of the most recent Continentals.
But it's not over yet.
Right, so there is no winner. I guess we'll never know.
I guess we'll never know.
Right.
Have we been seen? Oh, yes, Dix's deck. I guess the lists are open information.
No, it's Joy.
Yeah, just your most reg ass Shiko list. Ashen Epilogue, 1 pinhole. Makes complete sense. Switching 1 bounce into a boomerang. It's a bit more of an early aggression against these like rush lists, but sacrificing your options against asset spam. I think both are completely fine options into ASA group, so that probably doesn't matter too much. Also, switch triple companion, so going for the full kindergarten experience. Gotta keep those critters safe. And other interesting includes there's one Stargate also, so just double dipping your win conditions.
Big money.
And
you gotta have some win cards.
Yeah, the most important thing. Just a deck with all win conditions, no actual econ. That's fine.
You don't
Win
need
cons
econ.
are overrated.
You know, the fact of the matter is, if you lose the game, you're winning the game. I was gonna look up a code and I forgot. Give me a minute. I've got this.
Friend havers?
Trickster Taka. I'm not a friend haver, no. At least no place Netrunner.
Yeah, I'm a friend haver.
Right, okay, you cannot use Trickster Taka on the hardware.
Oh yeah.
Sadly no.
You can't use Trickster Taka to install me either. Because I'm a friend haver.
Well,
Yeah,
friend havers are a resource. And there's no stealth resources, but there's a stealth hardware.
There are stealth resources.
Yeah, Trickster Taka is one.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, but you don't use them. You don't spend credits on them.
Yeah.
They contain credits.
What?
You know, there's Moo Safecracker. You can spend stealth credits on it, but Trickster Taka cannot be spent on it.
Oh, but you can spend the credits from the criminal resource.
Yeah.
That Penumbral
Toolkit. Yes, and
that's
I think Cloak
resource.
also specifies hardware, maybe. Or Mantle. Let me check Mantle.
Mantle, you can use it on hardware Mantle.
Cool. It probably, otherwise it came out in the same set to be very weird. Yeah, classic. You know,
Why are we talking about Moo Safecracker?
Well, because I saw Trickster Taka, and I was like thinking, I'm like, okay, I know it says programs, or does it say you can spend the credits during a run? So I was curious if you could use it to use Moo Safecracker. But you cannot use Trickster Taka to do that. It's got to be one of the other stealth credit sources, because it specifies programs. So we're talking about it because I'm a weirdo who likes specific stealth and was trying to remember if it worked. Okay, this is the real APAC finals. Everybody, after this game, we're going to bed. Right.
All right, and both players joining the server. Hopefully, a close and balanced game. I think these are the games that I really don't want anybody to get a bad hand.
All right. Hydration Nation? No, I hate hydration. Do not drink water. Anybody out there drinking water, you better stop right now. I intend to die of dehydration exactly when the winners game ends. Wah. I just said I was gonna drink water and then I drank wah.
Oh no.
I'm not an honest person.
Where's your tur?
Where's my what?
You said you drank wah.
Yeah.
Where's your tur?
Oh, I abbreviate it, to make it a little faster so I can speak quicker. You got to be efficient. I'm compressing clicks in real life. Oh. Now that's an idea, Kolba, but I like how you're thinking.
Did you take a mulligan? Oh, giant mulligans into a click one draw. That's never like a good option. But hopefully this Rashida or a Tranquility Homelet can save the Templar on the first click. And Mr. Sticks might be going all out here. Challenging 0-1 is an option, but if you don't have Boomerang in hand, it might be pretty difficult to get in there. No first click draw as well. Not as rough as on the corporation side, I think. HQ, Pok Holoman. Yeah, get
Trash,
that
good
out of
trash.
here.
Ooh, and 2 good installs as well.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
Mr. Mimi going to give you the long-term econ, and Bunker makes your corpse air service pretty weak. Jai really needs to install second eyes in front of every server before those actually start stopping you.
Yeah, Bangar is very good against Asa. You really don't like having to install multiple ice on your servers.
Yeah.
Because you want to have all the servers. You want all the ice so that you can get all the flop value.
You gotta be fully operational.
Fully operational would be really nice here. Oh, double install server 2.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's a thickie.
Playing this like a real one. Just never ice centrals. Oh, click for a credit, so probably ice and server 1 just not actually having stopping power.
Right. It's all about your caliber.
Oh, might be a setup turn here. Just 2 credits in the bank for Mr. Stick, so actually challenging stuff here is pretty challenging.
It's not a lot of credits, I will admit.
My guess is that server 1's an ablative barrier and Jai doesn't want to res it this early.
Possibly.
Yeah, that's definitely an option. Just get your 3 threat first, and then you can get your huge tempo swing. It's functional during your turn 1 to actually score your Rashida. Oh, Bones coming down as well at turn 2.
Oh, we're doing
Yeah, that's
Exodia.
Obliterate.
Ooh, no, ablative on server 2.
Right, doesn't it?
Can we continue here?
Surprise slice and time.
Oh my gosh, surprise Centon right here would be so brutal.
Yeah. I wish the world was not as funny as it ought to be.
Just a gatekeeper.
You know what they say about gatekeeper?
Girl light gas boss.
Exactly. That was the Who's You What's in the Blue Whopper, Dingo Dango. Go Keep, exactly. Love Go Keep. It's a fort in Northern Ireland. I need a fort. Why don't I have like a castle named after myself? I feel like I'm behind where I want to be in my life.
You have to build it, but
I'm more of a conquering gal. Like castles are expensive, and maybe you didn't notice, but they are.
oh, second Rashida, that's tempo.
Rashida too.
Now at 10 cards in hand, that's a good number of cards.
Yeah, Ace are probably the best faction to actually like install all of those.
Well, yeah, they can get now 1, 2, 3, 4
You can
cards.
get 4 cards out of your hand easily.
Right.
After that, it
I
starts
mean,
to get challenging.
You really only need 2 of them to be installables as well, because the other stuff can be, you can play them and do operations and whatnot.
Yeah, fourth Ask Governors and remote servers before icing any central servers. That's
Right.
Ace for you.
You gotta understand, central servers aren't real.
Are we thinking about flopping here or getting greedy and putting a card in server 2, saving it for next turn?
If you could dress a wage workers here, I would love it. But there
Wage workers! Flop, 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 flop.
There we go. Look at that.
Yes!
Oh yeah.
Fully operational.
+7 credit. That's fair.
Yeah. It's fully operational ice servers.
Gosh, is that a Star Trek reference?
Yeah. It's episode 3.
Original series or Next Generation?
Deep Space Nine. They did play us for fools. Okay, so now some people want Styx to win, some people want Jai to win, and there's Chicks and Pie. And I'm not really a fan of either. I mean, I could go for. I don't really want Pie. Now I think about it.
No, I'm a pretty big fan of Chicks.
I mean, they're good. There's value, like moi, but these are like chicken babies, which they're cute when they're like you're at the thing and they jump down the little water slide and then they go up the water slide and then they go back down it. Like that's cute, but still the Project Vitruvius.
Yeah, Styx just having the Basso in hand, making sure that server 2 is not secure anymore. Like, usually double stacking your server eyes on servers is fine enough, but not apparently here.
Right, not once they got that, Basso.
Server 3, not the third Rashida at least.
Fourth Rashida.
Oh, and another install, just making sure that Mr. Styx also needs the cleaver here. Second fully operational.
Does some drawing. Really
yeah, I think you're fair enough just like letting your opponent have the will to Rubius. Advancing here as well.
Interesting.
We are so operational.
We are. I try not to be operational usually, but I don't really succeed. I usually run at about 6% efficiency.
Last time I was operational was when I was in kindergarten.
Right.
And I cracked my skull open. And then this big Samoan guy named Bob squeezed my head together while the doctor stitched it shut.
Nice.
Yeah.
Some people get all the luck. I never had anybody squeeze my skull shut while somebody fixed it.
Yeah, I kept trying to like wiggle out because he was hurting me by squeezing my skull together.
Right.
And he was attempting to explain to me that the only reason he was squeezing my skull so tight was that I was wiggling so much. And I was attempting to explain to him that the reason why I was wiggling so much was because he was squeezing my head so hard. And then I passed out.
Well, sounds like we found a solution.
Yeah,
You know, that worked out for everybody.
I got blue stitches.
Nice. We love blue stitches. Now, red stitches, those are no good. Tattoo Bola. I kind of love Tattoo Bola.
Good little armadillo.
Good little armadillo. Don't tell me what an armadillo is. I'm confused already. Look at that. It's an upgrade. Anagram Skunkworks. Acid Group, baby. We love Tattoo Bola.
Asa group, baby. Oh, that is brutal.
Yeah, rip your Ohio Bands value as well.
Yeah.
Gosh.
You've been mugged. You've been fucking mugged by Jai.
Yeah, if server 2 is like a real agenda here, that could be causing issues. Mr. Sticks on 0 credits, so your 12 sitting on Miss Bones doesn't really help you here.
Yeah, you usually want more than 0 credits, I've found.
Typically, yeah.
Like, having at least one is ideal.
You have stuff dripping in from like Mystic Miami and other places. Hoshiko triggers as well will come in later. But there's nothing for like exactly now. And part B?
Goodness score?
Yeah, Offworld Office, 7 credits.
That's nice. Get that money going.
And you have a click after this also.
Yeah.
Jai just basically cheating here.
I don't know if that's cheating. That's just he's installed assets.
I mean, Ace of Tempo feels like cheating sometimes. At least that's not a luminal. That would be like too much.
Yeah, luminal transubstantiation, you know.
Yeah, luminal and everything, like getting 15 million credits install of Parstat B.
Yeah, it's nice that trans people get an agenda. Unfortunately, it's enhanced by Roid, but what are you gonna do? You know, Plopo.
Yeah, I feel like Jai is deciding between Holoman and Rashida here. Like if you install Holoman and the second agenda in server 2, you can actually start setting out pretty quickly.
Yeah.
But if Mr. Sticks find a way in there, it's going to cause you issues.
I mean, it seems really hard to get in there.
The 0 credits is so few.
Install
I mean, you can do stuff like play.
Look at all that ice.
It's insufficient ice. We need more.
Build in a beanstalk over here.
Ha. That's me.
Also getting some econ. But yeah, R&D and HQ is still completely open. Mr. Sticks can just pivot into like
just
accessing cards on R&D and win.
You've got the twinning. Just hit there, run first click, and then get 4 credits, and then grab 2 Akawa projects, and you win the game. You know what, Kat? It's time for you to watch Netrunner. You need to learn what we're doing here. Mako, look at the Netrunner. Look at this. Look at the decisions that Mr. Sticks is having to make. Trust me, this is high-level stuff.
Bunker calling a server 3 might be just like calling it there to have it the option later. I feel like running server 3 could cause issues. Jai has 18 credits, so racing on OS is not going to cause problems here.
Right.
Something like just drained up server 3 could be nice. Get your 20 counter. But yeah, decided to draw up first. Pinhole?
Ooh, what's getting pinned?
Probably the Rashida in server 2, I would assume.
Deny that fucking pin.
Yeah, taking care of the Rashida, not letting Jai get the third one out.
Tragic.
And now last click going for 3 axes. Time to sit Ikawa project. And if there's some agendas in HQ, Jai is probably so happy to install in server 2 and advanced. Start actually scoring those out.
Good to know in chat. Was that an Ikola?
I feel like every time you run, when you don't have any clicks remaining, it will be an Ikawa project. Like that's the best way to summon it on top of the deck.
As Byroy knows how to do it.
Oh, do we see double advance? Oh, just fully operational first.
Then you single advance so you can score Wage Workers next turn.
Alright.
Gosh, so much flop value.
Yeah, that's been like so many credits. Basically, Jai's whole economy is built on having the fully operationals online.
Yeah, that's all the money.
Flipping, we're flopping.
And like fully operationals is so hard to stop sometimes. Like it feels like you just can't do anything about it.
You gotta trash a number of cards to make it less operational.
And like Mr. Sticks did have like bunker plus Miss Bones, but those 2 super early Rashidas just being enough to stop this basically completely.
Yeah.
It was like Rashida into install 3 cards fully operational. That was like the tempo swing that I think switched the pace of this game. And Mr. Sticks really needs to basically just get sick grips of R&D and HQ. I don't think you can contest server 2. Maybe you can just go after powers that B stop Jai getting some value, but that's basically mainly to get your like Miss Bones to give you a twinning trigger as well. Top of R&D completely unknown, I think, which means you can see 2 extra cards there at least. Hopefully you can steal Ikawa project this time. And just first click draw, trying to find some tools, maybe trying to find your econ options. Even Poshiko just giving you credit every turn doesn't seem to... Oh, moshing?
Mosh is good here. Mosh, mosh, mosh.
Yeah, doesn't get the guard moshing out. Just moshing twinning Echelon. Echelon moshing seems harsh. It looks like there's so many breakers and everything in hand. I don't think... Yeah, Mr. Sticks can't be happy in this situation. Might even be like Echelon, Cleaver, everything in hand, but you just don't have enough credits to install anything.
Yeah, and Central's just being wide open and really no way to punish.
Right.
Yeah, Mr. Sticks does have the one Stargate in the deck as well. So if you can combine Stargate and twinning, it will be something.
Stargate would be very big.
Get some wheels.
Ooh. Yeah, I guess this is pretty unlikely to result in getting tagged.
Yeah, I think this is just you lose a couple of cards and clear the powers that be. Like, fine enough. You have to use your miss. Oh, bang. Bran?
Oosh. Ow, ow, ow.
Yeah, that's 6 credits for 3 damage.
That'll be fine.
Oh, losing Stargate, Strike from Cleaver, those are not the hits you want here.
Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. And at least you got the powers that be.
Yeah, and powers that be just twinning basically remaining in win condition before we can get Ashen.
Stargate would have been big here. At least you get the twinning charge, but...
Yeah, twinning charge is something, but feels like Jai, after Styx starts actually pressuring R&D, Jai can probably just drop a single ice there, and it will be protected enough. Like, you just can't even eat keeping these constant bunker hits. And we might... Oh, just dropping more econ down on the table.
Okay, let's hope it's not Nazaf.
The options are just this defensive upgrades. There's also, I think, is the second Holoman in the list, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, second Holoman is in the list, so we could be scoring a 5-pointer or 2 counter Vitruvius. 2 counter Vitruvius, letting you actually score out pretty scary amounts of stuff from hand. But math, that's never a good sign.
We love math.
I don't love math when my opponent does it when they have 17 credits in the bank.
Wage workers in Hollow Man let you never advance a vanity project.
Exactly.
They do, yeah.
Oh, you could never advance a Jumon.
Jumon. Something Jumon. Yeah. I know they've got a Jumon in this deck. That's a card and a half.
Is it cool if I stop commentating so I can build a never advanced Jumon deck?
I will be mad, but yes.
Oh god, how much influence is that? That's
How do you spell Jumon again?
With a J.
Oh, I was trying to spell it with an X. It sounded like Jumon, but no, it's a Jumon.
No, it's Japanese, not Chinese.
It's Jumanji, yeah.
No, Joy, actually, nothing. What's this install server for?
Biotic labor. Huge plays, score!
Luminal transubstantiation!
Oh my god! Hype!
And then just clicks for 4 credits using wage workers to gain another click.
Yo!
Oh my god!
I don't know what shit you're on. It's too much. You need to chill.
The family's cooking here. Oh, yo. And Rashida in server 2 as well. Like, if server 2 is like Hollow Man Ikova project, just basically looking at the game. What a line.
Lisan Al-Jaib.
Gets a cleaver out. That's nice.
Cleaver.
We're working on it.
4 credits. Is this time to dig R&D for the biggest secrets?
Two cards of R&D could always just be Ikoa project, any other agenda.
Yeah. Like, it's never over, basically. It's never...
God, this is such a good game!
I fucking hate it. It's an awful game. Never play Netrunner again.
Netrunner is so good. Oh my god.
Right. Kira wants both of them to win. Unfortunately, in Netrunner, that is illegal, and you will go to jail. Do not attempt to have a double victory.
I don't know. I feel like committing crimes and going to jail is very in the spirit of Netrunner.
Yeah, but that's called losing. Runners win when they don't go to prison.
Yeah, but they also win when they do crimes. So you gotta do crimes but not go to jail.
Yeah. Right.
Oh, just drawing up again. Are we actually considering challenging server 2 here? That feels like pretty brazen. Yeah, fair thing.
Yeah.
What the fuck is this board state? It's ASA group, baby doll.
I mean, server 2 feels like it's the Holoman Igawa project, like on an emotional level.
Yeah, but on a mental level, it's complicated. And the answer is, I don't know. They've never touched the central. The centrals aren't real.
It's so hard to like constantly keep pressure in centrals when your opponent is pushing on remotes with all cylinders.
Right.
But you try your best to contest central remote servers, and like when that fails, you can kind of pivot into central access. We did find one with Rubius. If we would have found a second one during like the runs on remote servers, we could be in so much of a better position. Now that Igawa project is like the key 5-3 in this HP decks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I feel like this must be an R&D run here. Oh, sure, gamble first.
Right, you want that money?
That's completely fair. Are we just taking the flip back and save it for next turn?
So if you use wheels to run server 2, you could still theoretically steal an Ikoa.
Oh, we are pressuring it.
Right.
Oh, so much ends the run here.
And if we did see a Bran in hand at some point, so I'm not sure if that was
ditching the echelon.
Second echelon going down as well. No way to break entries anymore.
Spaghettios.
Oh wow, yeah. If that was an Ansel on the outside, it would have just been lethal.
Well, that's only gonna be if you want to break that, that'll only be 8 credits. That'll be fine.
So it's 8 credits to break Brawn, and you're gonna be 2 credits short. So if you click through one of the subs, you can get in. You won't be able to steal. You won't be able to steal, but you can trash the Hollow Man.
Yeah, but then you're going next turn completely without credits, without anything.
Yeah, all right, but you lose the game if you don't.
Well, yeah, that's it. You're such. Oh no.
Right, but for this one, it takes not that letting the install fire. And that one, is there any nice ice and archives? There's not.
Okay.
Tragedy.
Just letting it fire, running R&D, hoping that you get. You can't win though. You can't steal 2 agendas.
Top wheels for 2.
Oh right, top wheels and run. Yeah, that's it. Pray RNG.
Twinning 2 cards. Nico campaign.
Oh.
There it is. It can't any like.
All right.
Head.
Is that the Ikoa in server 2?
Is that the premature GGs? Oh yeah, also
it is.
GGs.
Wow. Wowza.
Enjoy clawing it back after turn 2 Exodia.
The forbidden one.
Obliterating Exodia here. Like, wow.
Got him.
Yes.
Got
turn
him.
8. That felt so much longer.
Yeah.
Just constant edge of my seat battle here. Oh no.
Yeah, no, that was blazing fast. The thing about that, like, it took a long time because of how much Styx was thinking. And Styx was thinking so much because, oh my god, was that a blazing fast game. Like, all those servers, all those fully so operational.
Credits. What does credits by click mean?
That's how many times you pressed the button that says click gain credit.
Okay, cool. They got 6 out of their 56. Neat.
Yeah.
Yeah, 4 of those were from the turn that Luminal was scored.
Right, that was a fun day. I liked that day.
That was today.
It can't be. It can't be.
But it was. But it was.
Don't tell me what it was. I'm twas you.
Oh, wow.
All right.
Woo is twas.
You think I won't email you a pipe bomb, and I won't, but I'm gonna think about it. I don't even know your email.
Hatsune, good luck figuring it out. You'll never guess.
Well, I just told you I wasn't going to do it, so I'm not going to try.
Well, good.
Good. Also, I would like to mildly complain that somebody wanted me to post pictures of my cat, and then I sent them somewhere and told them, and then they never responded. They just made me post pictures of my cat for nothing. They weren't even interested in my cat. They didn't mean it. They didn't actually care about me. Or my cat. Mako's mad.
The game was really enthralling.
Yeah, that was a good game. I mean, it was kind of just Acid built up a fucked up server and then a bunch of fucked up servers, but Acid's fun. Acid's interesting. It's always a tragedy. You get Tattoo Bowler, it's meant to be A-tier tech, and it's just going to Acid tech. It's all purple. It always has been.
It's all purple.
It's the limbo.
Okay. I managed to stop myself from pressing the join button this time. Are you proud of me?
No. I was going to click the join button, but I didn't.
I'm gonna get some water before the round starts.
Don't.
Definitely fair. So the storyline has been building here for a couple of years, for this finals basically.
Right.
Jai 2 years ago was 4th in APAC.
Right.
And last year 2nd in APAC finals. And now can Jai actually finish the fight?
No.
Can Jai go all the distance? Going
This
from
year,
lower
2nd
bracket
in
is not
APAC
going to be
finals.
easy.
We'll see. Jai's been doing pretty good.
Yeah, so
but
Jai
so
needs
has
to fight.
Dr. Cheekfake.
Jai needs to take it 2 times, which is not going to be easy.
Right. You gotta believe in yourself.
Yeah, just going to be 50 card Hoshiko. Similar list to the one we saw, but this time with 2 Miss Bones.
Mm-hmm.
And 2 boomerangs. Yeah, it basically feels like a deck that is basically designed to beat these Asa lists.
Mm-hmm.
1 Hush also, just making sure that your eyes don't do anything.
Right. Don't want to get that ice set up too fancy. Otherwise, it's annoying.
Yeah, and then so just also PD, 2 grease in the palm, just trying to go full speed ahead.
Right. We love a good fast PD.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be a fight here.
Right. To the death? But that would be fun. I want blood. I think we all do, really. Yeah. You know? Oh, right. There's a new graphic. I could set that graphic up. Alright, everybody. I'm about to make the stream break again by putting in a new bracket.
Oh, wow. It was so nice of them to wait for me to get my drink.
I know.
Yeah, I think Jai is filling up 3 water bottles as we speak.
Right. You gotta get your water bottles, and then you gotta get your piss bottles. You know, you do not have time to leave mid game.
I think it's just the same bottles.
That's called recycling. It's very efficient.
The true terror of Piranha Foods.
Soylent Green is piss.
Silent Yellow. Let's stop talking about this.
Okay.
Oh.
It's too late though. I've already said it on stream, so you're welcome, everybody. Aren't you glad you let me pilot? If you aren't, you will be. Axer's having a good time with us. You can tell because he's typing in chat instead of speaking to us.
No.
Listen, I slept like 4 hours last night because I couldn't wake up
Yeah.
more. So this is where we're going. This is just life. Because it's goddamn summer. It's light out at like 4 in the morning.
Wonder who this cheek fake guy is.
It's
what the heck?
Must be a pretty good player if they're making it into the APAC finals.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, and it's you know, it's Australia. Oh, Jai is here. One more World Tree Jai. Thank you. When I complained about nobody talking about my cat, actually reacted to my cat. Thank you, comrade. You are a true friend.
Did you post your cat?
And Pet Runner in GLC. Because I mentioned I was making my cat watch me cast, and someone said to post a picture, so I posted in there. Croy's going to monitor for slow play. Thank you, Croy. My brain is very tired.
Yeah, like when these games are untimed, people might like get this full-on analysis paralysis, but it's just good to keep in mind that you actually still have to play the game.
You get 15 seconds per turn. You take any longer, you lose. Assigned game loss. Come on, people. Let's clear up.
Yeah, that's
next level. I should probably turn off the graphic because it's starting. There we go. Look at that. I'm a good pilot.
What a beautiful, naturally blurry animal.
I know. Listen, he's very wiggly.
No, my cat is also naturally blurry.
Mm-hmm. He's beautiful though. You see a little brown spot? It's perfect.
Yeah.
Couple ones. He's very adorable. You see his cute ears? They're very cute. They clipped short because he had skin cancer on the tips, but we fixed that.
Remote going down first turn.
Greases the palm.
Yeah, 7 credits to defend that probable Rashida. Jai.
Right.
Hopefully Jai gets a good start here.
Right. It's still kind of funny, despite the fact that Trace is becoming a deprecated mechanic. They still have to print every card with Link for compatibility. You know, that's fucking on there forever. They're gonna be every runner's gonna be 0 Link forever. No matter the fact that it barely matters.
Mm-hmm.
Some see.
What we seeing? Turn one World Tree?
Maybe.
Yes,
Oh, that's expensive. You need some cash.
Yeah, I would assume some like overclock run or something.
Right. Oh yeah, we pay well.
Insightful point.
Draws a card.
Probably looking for something to install to sack for the
trick shot. That's overclock.
Yeah,
cool.
that's better than overclock for this situation.
Yep. So here we go. You RE down that Parisia. You pop the this for the that, and you pop the that for the this, and so much value.
Wow, those words meant something.
Welcome to the circus of value.
Don't do that. I didn't finish that game.
Oh, yeah, coalitions.
Well,
Full office
first
at the top.
turn one steal.
Nice. Kill it.
Free money, baby.
Brutal.
Please no Hagen. Thank you.
Jai probably has checked the list to make sure that there's no.
I
Yeah,
can
zero Hagens in this list.
Imagine Hagen here.
You know,
I think that's a key calculation you do before the run.
Yeah, that would be mildly sad.
Yeah, you have a click left to get through Ansel.
Yeah, there's not even an Ansel in this list. It's just got like one ablative, two borderer, two brand, three drafter, three gatekeeper, and two MIC and a
no
magnet.
res.
Oh, but tranquility. I think Jai still is way happy to kill that one.
Ah, you only spend 2 credits on it.
Alright. Trick fake. That's
Yeah, goodbye that.
I think I wasn't supposed to say it on the stream. Someone said something about me before. Is Jai Q2M they're a gay? That's nice. No, Jai's Tabe. That's the automaton issue.
Yeah.
Everybody's talking like these are words I'm supposed to know. It seems like everybody knows what it means, but
They're testing teams.
I figured, but
yeah.
TAI Breakers is are evil people, are bad guys. I don't like them. Rawr.
right.
I think we're supposed to have a rivalry. I don't know. I'm not part of this.
Okay, Jai. Well, my other caster hates you, and I know you, so you seem okay, but I can't confirm that.
Jai's alright.
I've
Until you get on his bad side.
I've heard reports of that, but I've also heard reports that he has murdered several children. But they did deserve it, so it was kind of it's kind of hard to say who was in the wrong there. You know.
No, I've played a lot of games with Jai. Jai's chill. It's where
it's all of the other tiebreakers who are not.
Right,
yeah. No, it's a stain on an otherwise sterling person.
Right. You know, we all make mistakes. Everybody gets one mistake in their life. You're allowed to do one thing that's wrong, and if you do 2 things you're wrong, guillotine. But one thing, you're okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's rehabilitative justice.
It is. You gotta understand. Okay, we got.
We're coming a second card into server 1 already.
Right, environmental testing.
Yeah, we're going to do the cheating ability. 4 credits out of nowhere.
It's not out of nowhere, it's out of the stack.
Oh, yes, Jai is so good.
Jai is so good. Oh my god.
Still needs to find the 3 though. That could be no problem. Like
I don't know why.
Sometimes this PD game just go like this. That you steal agendas early of R&D and never access one again because the agenda is so small in this.
I don't know why people are saying PD is good. It seems like it's a really weak ID right here. They're not doing shit.
Yeah, you saw how many times ASA group got stolen agendas of R&D.
Right.
0.
Exactly.
Oh, double instance server 1 as well. That feels like it's pretty defended here.
Maybe.
I think Jai does have a couple of really good tricks into PD though. I think Jai did bring the newer version of the list, hopefully. No, Jai has the old one with no tech.
Jai, how could you do this?
There's no one home, it's good enough.
No, I'm gonna cry.
One. And Jai just run R&D for the third time and touch again just there.
Yeah, grab that Eco project and just win the game.
Yeah. Skill difference your opponent.
Right. Idiot.
There it is. Access on 1 click and 2 credits remaining. I think we will see coalescence getting popped into probably another one. Other options do, like moves, exist as well. Installing cube and taking that one. Yeah, that makes complete sense. Oh, still taking coalescence instead. In the second one, yes.
Okay,
I think that cube is setting for next turn. Oh, Trash Rashida. Completely fair.
Oh, sad. It was not Eco project.
And click for a credit. Yeah. I think next. Oh, Rashida getting popped. That is exactly what the tempo that you need.
Rashida.
Server 1 not probably defended enough. Only thing you can have is like the Managarm and Anoetic Void in there already, which feels like it's kind of unlikely, but it could already be. And well, like Arsenalists have real problems fighting that server. You don't have any like pinhole settings, you don't have any light the fires, nothing. You just have to fight it honestly, which is not going to be fun.
We don't like being honest in this game.
Yeah, definitely not.
You know.
And
R&D
as well.
No.
Yeah, Jai needs to find some real tools now.
Right. I'm here.
Thinking here. Oh, gamble. And
I would assume. Oh, there's no hardware still.
Still no hardware. You could always run archives, do pop coalescence, get something.
Yeah, it does feel like you need your lily pad first before you start doing all of the cool things.
Yeah, lily pad helps a lot, but if you don't have it, what are you supposed to do?
Draw cards until you find it. I think that's your option.
Well, I guess you just don't gain whenever you install a program, you do not gain a card.
Yeah, the MU is the other big thing.
MU,
you really need the MU to set up this rig.
Yeah, you're currently maxed out.
Camping on 2 of your MUs is so difficult.
Gotta muse out that lily pad.
Yeah, environmental testing getting popped as well.
Jai currently at a good amount of credits.
Yeah, at least Jai is wealthy.
Like, you know what they say about wealth. Wealth makes health, makes wealth.
That is extremely accurate statistically.
Good job, everybody.
Oh, nothing. Just looks like a stack of upgrades in server 1, setting up the death remote basically. Oh, tranquility. Yeah, pushing a real threat in there now.
Greasing the palm for net gain of
Greasing the tranquility. Ugh.
Yeah, it starts to look more and more like a Managram Anoetic Void server. And archives getting iced as well. That's a stop to your World 3 shenanigans.
Yeah, you better hope there's a code gate one of those areas.
Yeah, there are a couple of those that you can get through. Hopefully Entangler in hand as well lets you challenge a bit more proactively. Oh, Simulchip, that
Simulchip
tries
is
to
huge, but you need to make a successful run.
Right.
I think you just go for it. You just slam a server. Oh god, but yeah, I guess Drafter would be bad. Gatekeeper wouldn't be great.
Yeah, I would wish Jai has an access to Entangler, but it is a one-off in the deck, so not a full.
Yeah, and you'd have to trash your
lots of stuff.
Yeah, have to trash your Cubon for it.
Yeah, and especially if you have to do it by like playing moves first. No, just going R&D.
Yep, just crossing fingers.
Don't be a drafter.
If it's
last click run also.
If it's a gatekeeper, do you spend 11 credits?
No.
It's so difficult to do that. Like
that's expensive.
It's so hard to justify.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Yeah, like letting the corporation draw 3 cards and the run is so difficult.
Yeah.
Like they just get a new ice to place on. Oh yeah, but if you see the gatekeeper on R&D, you're pretty hype, like Keith reminded in chat, because of the interaction with the conduit, where the first sub on gatekeeper always shuffles the deck.
Oh, gross.
Yeah, so it's definitely not a gatekeeper here. Yeah, looking like we're thinking about it.
Wow. That's disgusting.
Me too.
Oh, Bran.
That's an expensive classy.
Run.
Not the worst here.
And run for 6
no
credit.
install.
And the run.
Getting Hush. Are we seeing the seamless trends? Are we cheek fake starting to score some agendas? Or still no, not yet?
Seamless.
Oh, Ikoa Project, that's the first agenda.
Okay. Honestly, Ikoa being the first agenda is what Jai wants to see here.
Yeah,
very tempo negative.
Yeah, an off it would have been.
Scoring the Ikoa Project off makes it so much easier to win the game in the end.
It does.
If you have it there, scoring those last 2 pointers is so much easier after Ikoa being scored. And now runner can't just deal it up anywhere, so you're basically twice as safe.
Right.
While that all is true, Cheesecake has 4 credits here. If it was an off-world office, he would have a lot more than 4 credits.
4 credits that's all you need.
Like the simple reality that HQ and archives cannot both be rezzed now.
Oh, overclock as well.
Overclocking the remote. Ooh, I like this. I like this run a lot.
Upgrades here. You just can't defend this currently.
Right.
Yeah. Now do you spend the 11
like 4 credits in your credit pool is just not enough.
Yeah, this is a really nice line. This is always my favorite time to pressure these sorts of Managarm Skunkworms. Managarm Skunkworm? Managarm Skunkworms. These skunkworms. These darn skunkworms.
Yeah. And are we also getting the 2 credits out of Cuban for free here?
Maybe.
I feel like this just... Oh, yeah, we are.
Wow.
Simulchip into the... Yes, Lily, but now we have MU to actually install the rest of our programs.
Right.
Anoetic Void, get that out of here.
Brutal!
Nanagarm out of here, everything cleared!
Wow!
Sad.
Not even rezzing the skunkworks here.
Yeah, just you can't go to 0 credits. Tranquility also out of here, everything gone!
Everything gone!
All no more. Goodbye. So long ago.
Yet Joy capitalizing so well on this situation and instantly installs the self-modifying code for getting those extra programs in there.
Yep.
Right.
Get the draw, you pop the SMC on the corpse turn, get another draw, and you're off to the races. Dr. Nuka, here we go!
Yeah, Chikwek has to just set up credit-wise shuffling Spin Doctor. Are we taking back Rashida? And feels like Anoetic Void has to go back in the deck if you're not hoping for a random drafter firing at some point.
Ablative
Yeah,
might be on a
Anoetic
central.
going back.
But yeah, you still have the Skunk Void, or the Skunk Works. The Skunk Worm! You can still get back the Skunk Worm.
Yeah, just 4 credits is not enough often. Can't defend server 1, can't defend HQ. Only place you are defending is R&D, which is alright against most shaper lists. But if we see stuff like DJ Steve coming down with just one install, it could cause issues. Hedge fund, we're up in credits. 9 is still a sizable amount.
That's okay. It's an amount of money. It's more than nothing.
Yeah, Nuka getting clicked. Yeah, and SMC being on the table lets you actually just run HQ and archives without too much of a worry. Let you get your Dr. Nuka triggers.
You can find what you need.
All 3 triggers. Oh, burner, right now! Just hammer it in.
Brutal.
Yeah, you
right
have
after the spin pop, too.
One Simul chip in hand. I don't think we are having that in hand anymore.
Oh,
Gatekeeper, though.
Ooh, that's expensive. Theoretically, you could look for Turbine with your SMC, and then, but that's like 6 credits, and then.
Tangler! Yeah, we're just cheating.
Get Tangly.
Never mind.
Tangle.
Yeah, goodbye to your 6 strength here.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, SMC Hush.
I almost getting punished for discarding the Hush earlier, but yeah, Entangler turning into
Immediately trash it. Immediately trash it. I love this. Oh gosh.
Yeah, Eklon coming down. Just get your breakers with online. Equal Project C. Equal Project!
Ow! That's game.
Well, yeah, do we have enough?
Yeah, of course. You got 12 credits, you got a propeller, that's game.
Do we have does Jai have it?
Well, we have an SMC.
SMC for propeller, run R&D, GG.
Unless everything's in hand.
What?
There is a
burner. Oh. No.
Yeah, there is a propeller in the deck.
But they didn't put it on top.
Yeah. Seamless launch bottom, gatekeeper bottom. We're just playing it safe when we don't need to.
I don't know, maybe we're missing something. Maybe the... I mean, even if prop was in hand, you would just install it from hand.
Well, but then you
not enough.
But then you need to click. You need to click this install.
Yeah, propeller has to be in hand, I think.
You could SMC for Muse. Maybe you wouldn't have enough credits then. I don't know. The math is hard.
Yeah, yep. It feels like Jai didn't see it, but hopefully not getting punished by that mistake here. Bottoming 2 cards now. Eco Project in HQ. You will have a hard time trying to get that out of there. 6 credit means that you can't really protect HQ or server 1.
Right.
Yeah, Jai's still in a very powerful position. Jai's great. We love Jai. I agree with my partner.
That's good.
Oh yeah, Netrunner is an incredibly difficult game. This has been a very long tournament. Yada yada yada. We all love Jai.
Just drawing cards. Hedge fund. Install on server 1.
Okay.
That's interesting.
What on earth does No One Home do?
It clears tags for you. It will be just
I think it is a
you get
zero cost resource. That's what it
also
does.
takes against like asset lists and those mad kill lists.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, it is cute that it's any amount of damage, any number of tags.
Right.
Yeah, sadly it's the like first instance of tags. So Oppo splitting them itself to 2 tags, like 2 times, is not helpful for the card.
Right.
And Jai really needs to call here. Is Ikawa in server 1 or do you have like HQ just stacked with ice?
Right. We'll see.
Yeah, 10 credits is a sizable amount. You can dress multiple things. You can start dressing your border controls with that credit total. Like,
Yeah, it's only 1 credit to get into HQ though, so
it's pretty cheap.
Yeah, I think like seeing something like run HQ, get your World Trade trigger, then try challenging server 1 could be enough.
Yeah, you could, if there's a copulation in this deck, you could pop something with World Tree for copulation. Guarantee see both cards from HQ.
SMC? Yeah, that helps so much into getting somewhere. Gatekeeper, broken for 1. 9 credits. No One Home goes into. Did you evolve into? Yeah, just more econ. Virus.
Okay.
Option 1, run HQ. Be sure that the Ikawa project is in server 1. Option 2,
oh wait,
run
no,
server
we know
1.
it's a seamless launch.
No, seamless launch got shuffled back like into the deck.
Did it? What
By
did
Burner. Yeah, Burner got double.
Oh, you're right.
Awful Rofus! So Ikawa in server 1 is just stuck there.
Good
Got
grief.
it,
As Charlie Jai says.
But yeah, that Ikawa is stuck there for a long while.
Yep.
It's probably fine.
Sheesh.
I wouldn't think about it.
Okay, so Cheek Fake just needs to top deck 2 seamless launches.
Right. And
Yeah,
one's on the
simple as.
bottom.
So yeah, this is why you put red level clearance in your decks. So you can here play red level clearance to draw 2 cards, gain a click. They're both seamless launch. You seamless launch.
Yeah, it feels like we're trying to draw for the Spin Doctor to get that Ikawa project out of there.
You're right. If you find a spin, you can over-install.
Spin Doctor?
Is that what's happening?
No, just an upgrade.
Oh! Brutal. It could be... So the best upgrade would be Void, but that doesn't save you.
Yeah, you can you run the Void server twice with also resing a sizable amount of ice? No, we're just sending it.
Let's find out.
Letting through. Oh, Bran.
It's gonna cost you.
Yeah, that will be expensive. Do you install Propeller?
Yeah.
Yeah, Propeller from the grip. Lets you go through once for 3 credits. I think that is and should be enough depending on what it is installed there.
So it's an analytic void. Yeah, Jai just pops the decimal chip.
Yeah, that's not enough to defend. Jai taking it to the final, super finals.
Oh, wow, wowza!
Yeah, so many agendas in the top half of Cheekfake's deck. 16 access, just like offered office in the hand, just sitting out. Yeah, nothing really that you can do. Jai just capitalizing it.
The true finals. Just making it interesting, making sure that we have plenty of stuff to speculate about, raising the stakes, a lot of tension. Oh.
Yeah, 1 second, 1 minute, everybody. Jai is both players are taking a reasonable break.
I'm going to go.
They have exactly 60 seconds. Any longer. For every second they go on past that, the other player scores 1 agenda point. Oh, wow. This might be another big moment for the QTM TAI Breakers rivalry.
So Jai just needs to take this one more game against basically a tuned Hoshiko list. I think this Hoshiko list is probably like designed to beat this kind of deck. Just no Ashen Epilogue, no recursion, just 50 good cards that give you so much tempo. There's no Turbine actually, just 2 Leech. So yeah, this is going to be just the real final. All right. Yeah, just making sure. Yeah, real final. ASA group. I think second. No, last year was different decks. No, just full on Reg Hoshiko. Like one
influence.
Yeah. Influence spenders are like 1 Bahaya, 2 Pinhole, 2 Boomerangs, 2 Echelon. 1 Dr. Nuka as well for the draw, and 2 Miss Bones. Couple of interesting things that are missing from the list are stuff like DJ Fenders. You don't have your like infinite recursion value engine. The Turbine is missing, so you have to rely on 2 Leech instead, which is like doable, and there's no like fermenters and everything. So 2 finalities as well in the list, so it does feel like a list that is extremely tuned into beating this ASA group list.
Mm-hmm.
hopefully Chai can get a good enough start. So we will have a game and Shika will
Finality,
just not assemble
definitely an
Exodia turn 2 and win.
Yeah, Finality, definitely an appropriate card here. But then again, we saw what happens when you get Exodia last game, right?
Yeah, there we just didn't see the central pressure, which like you need to be able to convert those. And we got a huge amount of like forward tempo. I'm not sure Jai can consistently get those kind of draws.
I am feeling knackered. Alright.
We should be getting into this. Yeah, Hikwek keeping. Could cause issues if Jai gets a weak hand. Yeah, Jai mulliganing, which could cause issues here. Last time we saw like click for draw, install ace trigger. No, at least clear lines.
Lisanal Jaib.
Yeah, Shika's got Jet and Hell.
Both toxic, not Jane. Good luck, have fun back.
Right, yeah.
Typical tiebreaker behavior.
Jai is a bad person, and I'm going to bite.
Yeah. Gosh, Jai really building himself up to be the heel here. Good luck, have fun. Ha!
Admittedly, the ha could have been in reference to them.
No, it was definitely in response to good luck, have fun.
Jai doesn't want this to be fun. Jai wants to just roll this game. Just get those Rashidas cycling into each other, get that full on tempo.
We got good luck, have fun from one side, and may your knife chip and shatter from the other side.
Yeah, well, you know, Chico's not running Triton House, so that one, that's kind of just happening, you know? It's already chipped and shattered. It's kind of neutral at best.
Actually, it's criminal, not neutral.
No. Saying Netrunner is getting more and more anime by the day, but Hoshiko's been here for a long time.
Yeah.
She's already been anime. It's not new.
Oh, just seeing a brand from HQ. Not taking the same level of just snipe R&D for five agendas early.
Right. Well, you know what they say. Sometimes the situation is different.
Hoshiko was 100% anime, but now we're well to 200% anime.
Oh god. This can't be happening. My body can't handle those levels. If I die of a heart attack on stream, they might delete the channel because I died live on stream. And it's not even my channel, so they'll yell at me.
I don't think it works that way if it's just over audio.
Then I'll turn on my camera.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, bunker turn 1.
There we go.
But Jai did get like the perfect ace drew from like the mulligan.
Just need to know this game is not timed, but you will get yelled at if they stall too much.
Yeah, Jai really needs to get those double ice servers set up.
Right.
Server 2. Are we seeing a repeat of the last game?
Time to build forest for ice stick.
Jai going for
undo click.
Just misclicking?
It was faking it. Look at that. It's not there. Look at that. Jai cheating.
Yeah, Jai here with the cheating.
Right.
God, typical TAI breaker.
Right. Right. Right.
Dungeon
No, still doing
meshy.
it? Install, undo click, do the same action again. After thinking about it a bit more. Do we have fully operational?
Flop, flop,
You can't contest both of these servers?
flop, 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 flop.
Yeah. Chico trigger, 4 cards in hand, allows you to kind of consistently challenge this, but not both servers at the same time. Bunker is kind of limited to just being a pressuring tool on one server at a time. So if you have multiple servers with that you have to deal with like everything at the same time, it can cause issues. Yeah, just thinking this through. Bunker is Miss Bones. How does everybody do this?
Odia!
Bloody Exodia, always.
Yeah, Jai having to fight an uphill battle this time again every single time.
When are they going to add Exodia to Netrunner? When if you have all 5 pieces of it in your hand, you win, but whenever the runner trashes one, they add it to the score area as an agenda worth 2 points.
Hmm. You give the faction 5 3-2 agendas that are all limit 1 per deck. And if you have all 5 in HQ, you can reveal them.
Right.
Do
To assemble the ultimate corporation. You know?
Yeah.
Right.
It'd be a really fun way to play cerebral imaging in Eternal.
Good stuff.
Oh, no. What you do, you make 1 in each of the Corp factions, and then 1 neutral one. So only Ampere can play all 5.
Yes. Perfect. That's how we make Ampere viable.
Okay. Then your opponent steals 1 and it's GG's.
Yeah.
Oh my god, no, that's such a good card for the next unset.
Yeah, somebody get on that.
Yeah, it's just a 3-2, and it just lists the names.
I don't think Jai can complain at all about this Miss Bones bunker servers after just drawing fully operational after fully operational.
The thing is that you can complain about fucking anything in this game. The fact of the matter is, it literally doesn't matter what happens. You can just say, what? Bullshit. No matter what. No matter how favored it is. So, Jai, keep fucking complaining, no matter what.
So is it time to challenge server 1 this time? Feels like server 1 is just the part that is being set up there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, server 1. Oh, Mo coming down. That's your
Ma?
central pressure.
Ma.
A huge difference to the game earlier.
Ma. Can't read you can't be reading my Hoshiko. I gotta bank our bones.
You're a banker, Bones.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, just letting through. My virus?
Huh.
Nice.
Do you bother to trash here?
You don't have any other viruses. I think you just take the more hit.
Does their deck have viruses?
There is literally 0 viruses in. Oh, there's 2 leech at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
The one that's on Leech instead of Kirby.
So trash is that. Do we then go into HQ just for taking the motor gun access? No R&D.
Nice.
And are we scoring here? No Rashid at least.
Ma's really good central pressure here. Makes it so that I can't just do the previous pretend like my centrals don't exist game plan.
Yeah, like this is exactly the setup you kind of need early against Asia Group. Like this just lets you consistently pressure corporation's hand, and like then you can build for like R&D access with twinning while you actually still pressure the remote servers.
Yeah.
Do we say
R&D, ICHQ.
Yeah, you can't consistently use bunker like all the time. At some point, you have to install your breakers, have to get all of your cards out of hand.
I don't know about that.
Breakers aren't real.
Breakers aren't real.
The fact of the matter is, you just fucking keep ramming into those things. You know, we saw earlier, we were watching that Augustus game where he just kept eating Saisantan. And
Delicious.
You know?
Delicious Saisantan.
We love Saisantans. He just kept
Andy?
going through it with Raindrops Cut Stone so that he'd draw the cards back, but
A moshing?
Mush.
Liberated account Steelskin Bunker. Yeah, that's pretty alright.
Nice.
Oh, liberated account. We're going for the full of value engine here.
Mm.
Yeah, getting 5 extra cards and 3 credits with a single card does seem pretty okay. With basically losing just a draw card, bunker, and a liberated account. I don't think the game is going to go long enough for you to actually need it.
Right.
There is no like big eyes like that you have to challenge without leech installed. Maybe if R&D and HQ are both like brands or MICs, that could cause issues.
I've been largely of the opinion that you mosh whatever 3 cards are in your hand, regardless of what they are.
I mean, like moshing 2 Basso, 1 Cleaver is hard.
Who needs them?
Yeah, we have bunker. I guess you don't need anything. Oh, just installing. There's that
Couple companions. Double Zaki.
Kindergarten setup. Just need the. Oh.
It looks like we're scoring an agenda.
Which one though?
Judging by how long we're thinking, it's a Vitruvius.
Vitruvius with the counter makes complete sense here.
Yeah.
So good at card games.
You know what they say about Project Vitruvius?
It's a good agenda.
Yeah. They say when you score this agenda, place one agenda counter on it for each hosted advancement counter past 3.
They say perfection of form.
Exactly. If it's perfection of form. Yeah.
On server 2, getting bunkered. Do we see another breaker installed before that though? I feel face checking into the second ice in server 2 seems like it could cause issues. There are really nasty face check in this deck. Like Ethan Gatekeeper, Ethan Drafter. Both basically could just lose games for you.
Yeah.
But 13 credits though. Scoring with Holoman is not free.
You also decks on Boomerang, so could be drawing for Boomerang here.
Could be.
Yeah, like Bunker Boomerang is a known like really good way to get into your servers.
Right.
Ooh, light that fire, says.
Oh, we also have that. Oh no, we don't.
We don't have light the fire.
Luckily we don't. I read Liberator Council Light the Fire and I was scared for a second. Jump scare, Light the Fire install. No, just still thinking about it. Drawing one card. Trying to dig for something. Maybe regretting that bunker decision now. Second draw? Instant winning, just instant winning. Pinhole though! Taking care of the Holoman, I would assume.
Potentially.
Yeah, Holoman taking care of.
Chomp.
Rip the man who is hollow. And you're not real Quad Gang. You ever thought of that?
Yeah, that's an agenda in server 2. It feels kind of sad sitting there now. Cheek fake getting that just infinite money dripping in with Mystic Miami Paladin Poemo and the Hoshiko flip as well. It is starting to add up. I think we could still see, like, if this is 3-pointer or 2-pointer, we could see, like, Vitruvius get your Holoman back, then install Holoman Advance. But that feels like it could be a bit too risky. Does feel like this could just be Ikova project that you were trying to fast advance out, or never advance out, and then fast advance the last one. Oh, install advance? No, just advance. Install. Full operational? Just getting the credits back. That's fair. Drawing first though.
Whoa.
Drawing twice.
Wants a lot of
Flop
cards.
is happening. I didn't notice a flop was happening because I was distracted by being a homosexual.
Oh, me too. I did notice though I was distracted by being a homosexual about fully operational. I also make those sounds when I see a fully operational.
Seven credits and Dream though. We have not been able to actually use these Miss Bones credits like at all yet. Or after the first 4.
Yes, Jai used the project contributors counter for the fully operational.
Yeah, so no counter on that anymore. means that you can't do same sort of tricks that you were going for beforehand. But if Cheapback didn't have a way into server 2 last turn, though they still don't do, but
now you get to draw a gazillion cards if you
like
face plant into some
pressing into
terrible
this
eyes.
bunker raindrops is so hard. Bran getting rest? Yeah, that's going to do damage. Steel skin though. Ew.
That's huge value.
Yeah, so much.
Thinking about resin to let Cheek draw another 2 cards?
Maybe.
Yeah, I think Cheekfake is first deciding if they want to even continue the run. Yeah, they are continuing. Second Bran!
3 more cards.
Well, it's gonna end the run, so.
Oh, you're right. 2 more cards.
2 more cards.
It's not bad.
You can't click through the 2 first subroutines.
Right, you could.
No, just letting
Fire
fire.
all. So much card.
Love cards.
That run is so much value for a single click. You drew 7 cards and got 5 credits for a single credit card that you've just paid your Mystic Miami dollar for.
That's a lot of cards.
Yeah, that's Hachiko for you.
No ice install. That's a lot of info actually.
Yeah, could be that Chai is just if there's no ice in archives, Chai probably wants the ice on top of the server too, so in front of the 2 brands.
Well, right, but like the Brawn trigger there would let you also install something in server 2 and trigger Tranquility, help you bounce back from spending 12 credits.
I just think it looks like it's an agenda sitting in server 2, yeah, so it just
yeah. So
if you don't have an upgrade in hand.
Yeah.
Second moshing. What kind of disgusting value will we get this time?
Mush,
no, just moshing bunker hosh. Fair enough.
Mush.
And Chai had so many credits at the start, but now just on 5. Oh, pinhole?
Oh, sad.
Rashida
yeah, server 1
down.
getting destroyed.
Rashida down.
Sad.
Keeping Hashiko on digital side.
Right. You gotta keep dreaming it up.
Yeah.
Don't want to lose that.
I love that so far Ma has triggered once, gotten install HQ R&D, and Cheek's just been like, yeah, that's good, that's fine.
Yeah.
Seems worth the 6 credits.
Oh, just scoring it out.
Oh, flat scoring of Vitruvius down to 2 credits?
Alright.
Oh, jeez.
That's bold, but Tranquility is still down.
Okay, so is the ablative on HQ or R&D here?
Hopefully. Real hopefully.
Both?
Maybe both.
There are 3 ablative barriers, so that will do the trick, hopefully.
Poima's sitting pretty at 3 credits.
Yeah, you
Want
gotta
to
get that
install
installed.
something this turn?
Yeah, gotta give it some food.
Chomp, 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 chomp.
Yeah. Make sure to feed your ferrets so they get pissed.
I always thought she was an otter.
It's a
It
rat.
might-
Everybody
It's
knows.
definitely not a ferret, but it's an animal.
It's a rat.
Yeah. All animals are either rats or dogs. That one's a rat. Mamie's a rat. Bankar's a dog. Miss Bones is a dog. Twinning's a rat.
My
Yeah, and
dog.
Cheekfak's still thinking about it.
Alright.
Yeah, Jai feels like Jai is getting pressured out of this game by the Hoshiko's bank vault just getting adding up. Last turn's raindrops run was so disgusting, like getting all of that value out while pressuring Jai's bank account so much. And Cheekfake having both of the pinholes in exactly the right moments, taking care of first the Hollow Man that Jai would have used to score a Vitruvius with a counter, allowing Jai to do some real nasty things. And then taking the Rashida that mattered so much earlier. Oh, dropping breakers?
Two
Yeah,
breakers
just making sure that you don't lose
Okay.
plus or moshing.
No res.
How many cards do we see? Just one additional. Making sure that you get your more trigger.
Some.
Nothing there.
Twinning plus finality. Just steal all 7 points in one run.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. It's either HQ is pretty flooded or there's real points in R&D getting stacked.
Well, we already know the top 2 cards are safe.
Yeah.
Big think on this last click. It might be worth just not running HQ because you can't steal on your flat anyway, and you don't want to give them the opportunity to res ablative.
Yeah, ablative into the bunker and server 2 would be so massive. Going archives?
Running archives just to take a look, I guess. Huh. Oh yeah, I guess
Yeah, you have 2 more triggers hit already, so just making sure. Make sure that you get those before the spin doctor is getting played.
Yeah. I'm always real greedy about that stuff. I just never.
Yeah, me too. If you're is it better than click for a credit kind of in this situation? Yeah, it is. So. And Joy really wants to start jamming that server 2. You need to start getting those brands to do something for you in this board state. Like not having the ablative button R&D. Like if you had it, it would be so massive, but oh, jamming in there. I think. Tranquility getting you 2 credits. And don't think Joy has any seamless launches. Yeah, no seamless launches in Joy's deck, so this can't be the final Ikawa project here. It does just look like an Econ asset or like a Nico campaign. Maybe hopefully Rashida at the best in the best case. And if Cheekfek can't challenge like double Brane, this could be pretty good.
Yeah.
It will cost you 16 credits to get through there without any ice boosts. But I think that's why we have 2 leech in the deck.
Yeah, you currently don't have your cleaver, so probably a twinning run on HQ. Just sweep it clean.
Yeah, that would make sense. Yeah, like not using the twinning counters there last time, just to make sure that you can flush out HQ completely, so just agendas are not stacking in there. It might be scary to see the ablative barrier again. That could cause issues. Although Server 2 just got an install. Yeah.
Yeah, you do know that there is an upgrade in archives. There's several of them. So.
Yeah, still at least one mana garm.
Oh god, yeah. I mean, it could get out the Hollow Man. This could be like a galaxy play.
Let's go. Let's go. You got me excited with that idea. Just draw twice. Doesn't feel like we're committing at all.
You wouldn't have enough credits to score out a 5-3 that way this turn.
You got your Luminal, so you're at 8.
Sorry, I was saying, like, if it was Vitruvius in Server 2 and you pop it back, because you need 7 credits to res and use Hollow Man.
Oh, yeah.
And then you need 2 more to advance twice.
Mm-hmm.
So it'd be 3 credits short because you spend the 2 to res the ice.
Yeah, just drawing twice, thinking about the cost of HQ. Drawing again. And just installing, just keep playing it completely safe. Makes complete sense. You don't need to overextend into ablative barrier here.
Chat talking about barf now, so that's fun.
Right. You know, that's Thule. Unfortunately, it's just, you know.
Real sadly no Rashida pop on Server 2.
Yeah, I wonder what it is.
Like, could we see like just advance and just say like you don't have it? Like,
I don't know about that.
Yeah, it feels a bit desperate. Like advance, install a card, like some like money card. In Server 2, install like if you have vanilla left or like any one cast ice. No, you just don't have that, so no. Like bunker being such an issue for the brand here. And it's just turn, I think. Yeah. Feels like Jai is in a tough spot, but with 4 points on the score area, you just can try to sneak out an Equa project somewhere. Yeah, Jai probably deciding what to do here. Server 2 does feel like it's an upgrade in there, protecting Tranquility, just getting you your trigger, and maybe betting on the cheek fake actually running the HQ. And getting that ablative barrier there.
Please be mindful of slow play.
Oh, install new card reserve 2. 2 credits and an ice. Advance, advance!
Well, what's that ice gonna be?
Just anything that makes sure that you have to spend really credits breaking the brand.
Right. There's a seamless in hand, maybe?
There's no seamlesses in the deck.
All right.
Huh.
Well, then they have no money to res. Unless this is not an Ikawa and is like an office or something.
Ice is there even. Ablative barriers and Sobran Drafter Gatekeeper. Nothing helps you. Totobola!
Tetrabola. Now
Easy.
that'll make sense.
Does Giant just have it? Just reading every ice, and last ice that you see in the listing Tatubola, it might be.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if it's Tetrabola, that gets you like a net gain of 4, right? Because you do the Tetrabola trigger, switch it out for 2.
Yeah, if you have an
and then
upgrade
you
in
install
hand as
one
well.
for Trank with S ability. So yeah, that would actually allow you to res something.
Fascinating.
Res something in the root. There's a defensive upgrade in there, likely.
Now, Cheekfig, you're probably thinking about what the odds are on finality run R&D with twinning, and then
it's pretty good. It's pretty
and then
good.
spend 2 twinning counters to sweep all 3 cards in HQ. Like
that does sound pretty good, yeah.
Right.
So I guess there'll only be 2 cards left in HQ.
Well, I don't know. Maybe you trash everything and all that one, but yeah, you know, you hit 4 Rashidas.
So, but what is that? Finality's 4 cards, right?
4 total, and then plus 2 from twinning would be 6. And as long as you play an event, which you will with finality, that'll get you up to 4 twinning counters, so you can do 2 on both.
Yeah.
Let's try this line.
Yeah. But
are we doing it? Are we doing it? Finality.
I don't know.
Hang our naming R&D. Finality. R&D.
That's why they call it final R&D.
Why they call it finality, because it's being played in the final turn of the finals.
Right. If you don't play finality in the final turn of the finals, you just lose the game. It doesn't matter.
Finality.
Bababooey.
Look at that.
Okay.
We will see 7 cards.
Jai has no further action.
Let's see.
Oh, no.
Rage.
Wowza.
Where's the 7th? I thought it would be you get 1 plus 3 makes 4, and then 5, 6.
Steal. Trash with Ma.
It's a Vitruvi.
2 points.
3 cards in. Trash and Eagle 4, 5.
Oh, no.
Off-world office acquired. My guilt is never to be doubted.
Oh, God. Game's not over.
That's not enough. Is HQ? Does HQ have the agendas though?
Wow.
Ikawa's almost definitely in there. So where's the other one? theoretically, there's still a Lumi and 2 Rothworlds. Theoretically, if you could find those.
It might not be an Ikova project, but
yeah,
this is so fucking stressful.
Is that?
If they're flooded, you could get it, or if there's an HQ or an archives in the trash. Otherwise, you're in a bit of a pickle here.
People in chat talking about the second finality.
Alright, finality 2.
Finality harder.
Right.
So finally, one strike fund doesn't probably matter at this point, and I think we trashed one face down and one spin doctor during the run, or we also trashed the Nico campaign.
Thinking.
So if we can go back in and see multiple cards again.
Oh.
Lots of thoughts here.
Yeah, this is a really tight position. What do you do? Probably just trying to do the math on if there is any conceivable way into server 2. The answer's probably not.
I mean, it has to be 2 exactly specific cards. But yeah, like 2 brands is a real issue to fight.
Yeah, you need that fucking cleaver. And
yeah, you've got to do cleaver into something.
Into leech, into something. Cheat
No,
a turbine into your deck.
Leech doesn't help. You don't have enough time.
There's no way to server 2. So it's just do centrals hold. Or does Asa lose out of central servers like it does?
Yeah, because Cleaver, like, it's 16 credits to get through those 2 bronze.
Click for draw. Just run normally.
Run back.
I think we see 2 extra cards here. Unseen.
Yeah.
This is either a pop-off or like just the saddest thing.
It's not. I feel like there's a pop-off. They click it.
Don't do me like this.
There's two trash spin dock from you know, have you ever seen a sadder sight?
Oh my god.
Do we have it? There's one more access somewhere.
I mean, one access
one
can't
card.
score 3
They drew a
points
card.
anymore.
They just got
It might not be even the Ikova project though. Do we see the advances? Might be just a bluff.
Trash is Paladin Primo. They stole too many cards. Paladin Primo does not get used.
Jai, please have it. Advance.
Jai, I need to take a fucking nap.
Advance.
Thank you.
Oh my god.
There you go. You got your story, Jai.
God. Why
Why I oughta?
Wow.
Jai does it after 3 years.
Alright.
Listen out, Jai.
That was so scary. We have an APAC champion.
We have an APAC champion.
I do. Congratulations for those in the region.
Oh my god. And climbing your way up the losers bracket, too.
Yeah, Jai did pretty good today.
Wow.
Wowzers.
Jai, they're fighting such a battle to get into here.
Oh, wow. Yeah, can we get Jaya in for an interview?
Theoretically.
Yeah,
Why, yo!
You bother them in chat. I'll text
Yeah,
them
I'm-
Discord.
that was so freaking stressful. Yeah, Kira, if you're in chat, go get Giant Comms. We need him.
None of you listen to me, so I have to do it here. I am a little tired, Warlock, just ever so slightly. I got like 4 hours of sleep because I couldn't sleep through the sun.
We can be fast with the interview.
Yeah,
No
let's
worries.
fast track this. You know, I've emailed you here. Everything's great. Try is alive. Things have happened. Okay.
So we should be getting Jai on the line.
Right. Hello. You appear to have done well at something. That's nice for you.
Hello, is this thing on?
No.
Yes!
Yeah, it's on.
Congrats!
Yeah. That's just like a story, right? Like you were not winning, and then you got closer, and then you did it. I've heard.
Oh, I mean, that sounds like just the story of the tournament, you know.
Right. Classic.
Well, how does it feel after 3 years of being in APAC like top cut and finally making it?
Well, I think first off, shout out to NB Kelly, who taught me how to divide by 2. So for those who aren't familiar with the story, so when I first got back into Netrunner at about 2022, and I played the first major event I played back then was that year's APAC Continentals, and I got 4th place. I got 4th place at that event with Boomerang, Hoshiko, and I can't remember what my comp was. Yeah, it was Patchwork, Hoshiko, and Neurospike Asmari.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and then that ended up going pretty well. And then fast forward 1 year, we go to Continentals 2023, and I by some miracle make another top cut, and I make it to all the way to the finals and lose to Center twice in the finals.
Tragedy.
Yeah, so yeah, okay, coming from the losers bracket, which is kind of poetic, considering what just happened. And then
yeah, definitely.
Yeah, when I posted my write-up, which was from Hermes Tau as well as Bladeward R+, NB Kelly made a comment that still lives rent-free in my head to this day, and maybe after tonight it'll stop living rent-free in my head. And he told me, you just need to halve your placement again next year, I believe. And here we are.
I'm really excited for your 0.5th place finish next round.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
They're gonna have to keep making up new places just for you.
Yeah, just quickly, I think we are wrapping up here, just because the commentary has had a long time. Can you quickly talk about your deck choices? We saw World 3 Wu, or Worldly Arisana, I mean.
Yeah, World 3 Arisana.
This time actually bringing it. Last time not going.
Yeah, exactly. Way. So as many of you might know, I did post the tiebreakers right up for World 3 Ari last 2 weeks ago after ACC, and I mean all of us did really well there who brought the deck, except for not me, because I didn't bring the deck. I was too cowardly and brought Hoshiko instead. And and it's time. I guess this was atonement for my mistakes, and here we go. We did it. We brought it to the top. Yeah, that's the Ari. I mean, we did change out a few things here and there, some tech cards, some spare parts, and so on and so forth. I do think
no one
the
home
more interesting.
specifically and everything.
Sorry.
Like no one home. And
Yeah, no one home we saw against Augustus and so on. The Acer deck, I think, is a much more interesting deck to talk about because I mean I feel like everything I've wanted to talk about World 3 RE I've already said in the previous write-up. But of course, if anyone has any questions, please feel free to DM me and so on. But yeah, I think the Acer is by far the most interesting deck. Because I mean, compared to I believe Soccer, who brought Acer to third 2 weeks ago at ACC, and he was playing double Anoetic Void. And meanwhile, over here I am on Holoman, which didn't get used at all in the finals, but I did use a whole metric crap load of Holoman on the way up here.
Yeah, good things about Holoman.
Yeah. I mean, so basically, the thesis of the deck was I basically spent the entire last month, since not the last month, since the ban list dropped, thinking to myself, I really, really want to build a Powers That Be deck because I think that card is just really good.
Heck yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, I tried it in a bunch of places. I tried the Powers That Be Orb, the new facet orb that Jan Tuno brought, that has been tinkering with, brought to ACC and did very well there, of course. I did Powers That Be PE, the Powers That P, if you will. That was pretty fun, but it kind of fell apart against any like turn 1 Miss Bones play. I tried a bunch of stuff, like even a little bit of powers, NBN Powers That Be. Again, no one could really solve the problem of what happens if you have Miss Bones. Stuff like I did like Powers That Be in Sports Medal, that kind of thing. I think like sports was kind of like my leading corp coming up to this event until I found this Acer. I mean, who knew it was as simple as that? The only way to stop people from getting bones and trashing all your powers and all the rest of your assets just to get free clicks to ice them.
Yeah, wow. Icing your assets, what a novel concept.
Yeah, I think more people should learn to ice their assets. It's like, I mean, there's way too much horizontal going on now, and I think like runners are adapting to that. You see all the Hoshikos with bones, with double bones even sometimes. The World 3 decks, they only have one bones, but they pull it out of their deck on turn 2, like every game, that kind of thing.
You gotta believe in it.
So that was like what that was like the genesis behind this deck idea. And I mean, furthermore, like the only way that runners can effectively contest like Acer remotes, like Acer like pseudo asset spam, right? We have 3 or 4 remotes maybe, even if they have a bonus, if they also have Banha, right? And that's why as in I don't know if the stream caught it. I did mention
Exodia,
Exodia,
every game,
every freaking game they have the Exodia. I think Cheek Fake had it here in the finals, turn 2. I believe Styx had it turn 2 against me also in the loser final. And I mean, I could name a few more from across like these 2 days. And funnily enough, I somehow managed to beat Exodia in all the games, and the one game against Hoshiko, against Cheek Fake, in round 2 of the cut, where they did not open Banha Bones, I lost the game. So goes to show.
See?
So what you're saying is that Miss Bones is a bad card and people should start cutting it.
Bank card Miss Bones,
absolutely
fucking worthless combo. You see,
absolutely.
They do nothing. They do
absolutely nothing. Look, I mean, come on. There was 7 credits on the Bones at the end of this game. Come on, what does this show? Yeah. Miss Bones was an easy mark this game,
Yeah. Right, you're right. See, worthless.
Yeah.
Embarrassingly so.
I think.
Yeah, but I mean, in all honesty, like I mean, like props to all my opponents. Props to Chick Fake. This was a really great final. really pushed me to the limit, and I had to weave my way through all these possibilities. But as Paul Atreides said, there is a narrow way through, and you did find because I didn't know that Chick-Fake saw the skunk on top of R&D and left it for the Maw trigger, right? So I installed the Ikawa on the second last turn, and just held and just hoped that Chick-Fake thought it was the skunk, and then you go push the skunk next turn with the ablative on top. It was ablative barrier.
Oh.
So in theory, right? You can get in, or you can, even if you don't get in, you can force the ablative rest, and I go to 2 credits and I can't score the Ikawa next turn. But then the ablative can get me a Rashida from archives, and I can put I can go ablative. Ablative gets Rashida in the new remote, and I can Acer install another ablative on top of it. So if they go on the Rashida to stop me from getting the credits, I can get another Rashida and go and play some whack-a-mole.
That's wonderful. Oh, wow. Really incredible games. I really look forward to fighting you in Intercons.
That's almost sounds like a challenge.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, from one continental champion to another.
Kick his ass.
Ooh, ow. Okay, I felt that. Yes, of course, it will be an absolute pleasure getting to play against you in a few weeks' time, of course.
Yeah, I think we must wrap up here. Commentator team running low on batteries.
Yeah.
Do you have any shoutouts to do in the meantime?
I mean, of course. So first off, shout out to my squad tiebreakers. I did a lot of testing with the World Tree, with the Acer in these past couple of weeks. Shout out to specifically you, Aksu, for beating my ass and opening Exodia turn 2 in 2 out of in half of our games that we played. And yeah, and I think from there I did learn a lot about how to play into Banha Bones, and that makes a big difference. Of course, shout out to all my fellow Intercontinentals invite awardees from this event. Look forward to play against you all again. I guess shout out to APAC. I guess finally I did it, brought it home. We've ended the West Coast supremacy, and that, I mean, more than anything, that feels good, right?
Yeah, I hate anybody who lives
in the West Coast. Okay, you don't need to finish the sentence. I'll help you for it.
No, just overall.
Yeah. Again, huge congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. I guess lastly, shout out to the SG crew, especially Fox and Kira. They've been with me all this time. Lots of in-person testing, lots of emotional support.
Listen now, Jaim!
Okay, yeah, I think you all heard that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's about it. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go fall asleep for 20 hours now.
Yeah, you deserve it.
Nice.
Yeah, and I think when I wake up, I hope I have some fresh memes ready to cook for the write-up.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, and I think I won't hold you all anymore. Thanks again for the interview.
Great, glad to have you on the show.
And catch you all soon.
Bye. Oh, and thank you so much for doing all this stream stuff. I know it's been a lot, evidently.
Yeah, really great. We're doing great. I'm tired. Ever slightly, barely noticeable, but
barely noticeably tired.
Yeah, it's definitely fair.
Perfect time to wrap up.
Thank you, everybody, for watching. Thank you, everybody who participated in APAC Continentals. I had a great time. I hope you did too. Anything else anybody wants to say?
No, just really good game, and hope to see everybody in Euros or EMEA. I mean,
Hard agree.
All right. Well, keep playing Netrunner, everybody, or don't. Bye-bye.